Yeah. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. Now I can get gangster if you keep talking your shit. Tricks is for kids. Better find your ass somebody to play with. Cause these hands is rated E for everybody. I don't give a fuck who you call, but you better call somebody. Cause ain't shit about me scary. You better guard your grill. Cause one thing about me, I ain't scared to kill. So go on and lace your boots up, and we can run them hands. You don't want these problems with this grown-ass man. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. If you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. I see you must think I'm pussy, cause I let you make it. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. I'm a dog, I can't fake it. I've been trying to spare your ass, but I see you on a buck. You ain't scaring nobody, cause I'm dangerous as fuck. Now all bullshit aside, this ain't what you really want. I've been slapping bitches since grade school. Now play with me if you want. You done got away with a lot, but that shit coming to an end. Been nice for as long as I can. Ain't taking no more losses, so fuck you then. You got me fucked up. Hey. Hell yeah, you lost my trust. Yeah, I said fuck you with a lot of disrespect. Keep coming at me sideways, I'ma keep my foot on your neck up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? Mike Legs. My love. They keep asking what this is. It's not a brand. It's blood. It's living. It's out.
Yeah. Born from the soil that never forgot our name. Hands in the dirt, turning pain into flame. Every hymn, every march, every midnight cry was a blueprint laid so the future could fly. They mimic the rhythm, they quote the slang, but don't feel the weight that the struggle sang. This ain't fashion, this is family chain. Polished by time, baptized in rain. Every freedom check got our ink inside. Every law that breathes, somebody died. So we guard the roots, we protect the sound. Keep truth upright when they water it down. This is a living age, not a trend, a legacy they couldn't bend. We built the path, we paid the toll. Our stories written in heart and soul. This is a living age, deep in stone, of people who made the world their own. From the field to the mic, to the law, to the pen, we rise, we fight, we build again.
They copy the love, forget the price. We paid in blood, not just enough. They see the fruit, ignore the tree. My roots don't fade in history. 400 years and we still gave life. Freedom ain't gifted, we fought that fight. So when you see us stand, see honor in view. We ain't new faces, we the proof in the glue.
This ain't paperwork, this ain't politics. It's the melody of mothers who hung us through fire. The rhythm of fathers who been still and still smile. We keep the gate not out of fear, but out of love for what we build. This is a living.
You can hear it breathe
Through every song and every seed. We don't beg for space, we claim our place. Stamped in sweat and faith in grace. This is a lineage, know the tone of people who turn their grind to stone. We don't need permission, we are the source. Built by hand, we the original force. Hey.
Oh.
It's not a code. It's not a code. It's blood. It's lineage.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We open doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta can't fight for freedom, then hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, to the nation. We ain't breaking, we awakening. We ain't breaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again and say, not division, it's preservation. So you can't tether the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man? Man, I'm listening to All Viral Access Media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo, check that out, man. You already know. You better check this channel out. All Viral Access Media, man. We out.
That might. Why you got me saying this shit? Love it though. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere, but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, it's a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay us old, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will get. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, it's a dead loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that owed. Stupid ass.
Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage. Lock and load. F what you heard. We stay on code. It's all about lineage. Lock and load. F what you heard. We stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code. People call you crazy when you stand up for justice. If you have no heart, then you're not about justice. Put the mind to the pedal and the foot on the gas. Hit the overdrive, tower coming at last. Everybody wants to eat, but my people stay hungry. Blood in the book, slavery built this country. Came to this land by forced migration. Built this nation on blacks and plantations. You got nerve calling my people lazy. If you labor with interest, then you're gonna pay me. This ain't a moral problem, this is all about cash. 40 acres and a mule, stop hiding the stash. Karma hits you harder than a case of whiplash. Evidence is overwhelming, there is nowhere to dash. If you wanna run away, you'll be hitting the wall. Till you pay for reparations, you will steadily fall. Woo! Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. We stay on code when I'm messing with you. We'll put this country red, white, and blue. If you don't like it, then you can kick rocks. As a collective, we're juggernauts. Light up the beats, start up the flame. Where's the money? You are to blame. Give me the cash, give me this land. This is our country, this is for fam. Call to sin, it's really a crime. Debt is due, haven't paid us a dime. Politics is your oppression. Blacks do time, you make Smith and Wesson. We don't make crack, lock us up for weed. They got our wealth, yes sir, indeed. But soil will see, don't need you to lead. Cause all that you let is making my people bleed. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load, and what you heard, we stay on code.
Yeah. Everybody wanna link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
oh, real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up but they don't stay real. All that talk but they never build. Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying to ride our lane, but this soul too deep, can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made a groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leech love, I make it bleed.
we ain't bitter, we well.
We just got was red.
You can tether to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tether to the throne. You can tether to the throne. Tethers, they pull up but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Tethers, reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Tethers, yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. Tethers, you can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame, yeah.
No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
Okay. One second, Black Family.
All right, listen up. I want to tell you about something that is happening in America, and it is happening right.
Jesus, this thing is so touchy. All right, one second. Get back over to the actual screen. All right. I hope you can hear me. I'm at the Black House. Hold on one second. So I can see myself. Okay. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka the Black Villain, Lady J, Brandy. You know, go by a variety of names. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm here. So finally, got a pretty interesting little show to do. So I'm kind of gonna touch on some topics I've already went over, or catch you up on that we've already discussed, or that I've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. Got a little Charleston White stuff and a little Nolan Wells stuff. Some other things in there, just political stuff. You know, I'm all over the place with it today. I was thankful I was able to come on. I would have been on a lot longer, but I think that I was just having a hard time. Jesse was watching some stuff too, so I was just kind of like waiting my time, being patient. So welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm just gonna start making some technical changes to my broadcast. I'm gonna start posting more and stuff just to get into some alleged algorithm. Just want to see where it goes. I know I got a little crown piece on. See my hair all wild. I don't want to talk about it. It's uncontrollable. And I'm always on tilt. So that's just it. I was working on my crown piece for the last little bit, like the last little month, and I think the middle part just won't lay flat, and it just won't. It's wire just kind of does what wire does sometimes. So I was doing that. Been working on the campaign, Jesse's campaign. I finally finished his website. But I feel like there's still some more shit I could add to it. We're gonna start kicking it into high gear, so we're gonna start seeing me more outside with him. The weather's nice. It's the sun is moving a little different though, kind of treacherous, just a little bit. No big deal. We're gonna start seeing us do more things, and I'm hoping for a few Colorado interviews for him. So let's keep our fingers crossed. This month is already kind of showing itself to be a little bit of a little tough. So, we're gonna get through it. Obviously, I've watched a couple of different programs, a couple of different shows this week. I saw this movie called The Last House, and I saw it. I watched it. It was pretty decent. Even all the way up to the end, it's a pretty decent movie. I recommend you kind of check it out. It is a little lengthy, I believe. It's a little long, so I started watching a couple other series. I started watching this one called Fight Night or something like that. It's not the one with Kevin Hart. It's a different one. I think everybody's British in this one. It's mostly all black role. I've yet to see a white person in it. I'm also watching a series called Furious on Hulu. That's pretty good. I like the plot. Plot's kind of scandalous and dangerous all at the same time. And who doesn't like a good killer? You know. What else? I've just been working on some other things, so some other stuff for myself. I'm going to create something different for myself. Because ultimately this is this, and I need something else. I'm restless, so I got all kinds of other talents and skill sets, and I know things about a lot of things, so I have a lot to offer. So I'm going to do some more things for me. I changed up the thumbnail. I guess gotta get it the correct size so you can see it all, but I was pretty proud of it. I did it myself. What else? What else has happened this week? I don't know. This week kind of went pretty fast for me, so I don't know. We're here. I'm here. I made it. Yeah, I made it. So I wanted to start off with some immigration stuff on this part of this broadcast. I got I got like some things. It's mostly regarding ICE. Not really for it. Not really. Don't give a good goddamn about it, and I just don't like being lied to. So I feel like the government has lied to us, and so I feel like I'm going to show you how that's a lie. There was a little documentary. I already watched it, and I was very, very upset because when they say they're deporting them, you really are hoping that they're actually going back to their homeland. So I'm going to show you what's been going on for real. And I think we should start off with that because that's where I was trying to go over the last couple of weeks, and either some technical malfunction or just run out of time, and I haven't really been able to get there. So we're going to start with that now. I'm going to show, I think, two stories in regards to ICE and their hunger strike and whatever. And then I'm going to show the documentary that Channel 9 made. Actually, and it's even more disturbing is that all this stuff is happening in my state. My city is Aurora, Justice is Denver, but our state of Colorado. And I always feel like, God damn, man, Colorado can never just not stay. Can just stay out some shit. Not be doing all this. Can we just be a regular, normal state? You know, that's going to be impossible. I've been watching the local elections and reading the newspaper, and I feel like I'm still like, hold your vote. If Jesse wasn't running for an election this year, I would still be like, hold your vote. You know? His election's a little different than everything else, so you kind of have to be in the district. You know what I mean? For it to be voted into that seat. So, but I feel confident with all the latest work I've been doing on the website and whatnot. My main focus is to just highlight what we're actually doing, which is foundational Black American things. Standing on that. However, I have to address other constituents as well. So, feel like I did it. I feel like to twist my arm and everything. I felt like I did it. So I did what I was supposed to do. Yeah, let's get started. Don't be weird. If you're watching, say hi. Come in the chat. I'm used to being like up here by myself and shit, so no biggie. Is somebody in here? Yeah, this is like what my stuff is in the washer, so I just had to throw this on. This is my in the house clothes. And don't go outside of this. I was like, who's really gonna pay attention to me? Nobody really cares. Nobody ever watches me. It's just me. So I was like, fuck it. The fact of the matter is the hair. Wait, you see the hair? The fucking hair is everywhere. Like every fucking where. I can't put my hands through it. You know what I mean? It's like, ugh. I tried to pick it out, Navi. I tried to pick it out before the program. Couldn't even get the pick through it. Not at all. Okay? Anywhere. The kitchens was closed. So I just did that. But then I was like, let me rock my goddess piece. Yeah. I was like, shit, let me rock. I made this. And it always got like a weird ass tilt. So I made that. I was just like, well, the metal piece, like all these things, like this piece is an heirloom piece from my mother. I have a mother. She's a villain, but we've never been like at anything really. I think I got collectively 4 years of knowledge of my mother. She's a fucking psyop. See? But I have jewelry from her because she gave jewelry to my daughter, but my daughter's a total tomboy. She likes girls, but she's a tomboy. She don't wear jewelry like that. I do. I'm girly because that's what you wanted. Shit, I've been with it. I've never been a tomboy. I fight like a girl. I am a girl, a whole woman. So, you know what I mean? Kick ass though. I came to 2 realizations this week. This is Test My Gangster Summer. So everybody should try Jesus, but as per said, try Black Jesus first. But if you're really down for it, I'm with it. Just say it so I don't have to work so hard. And in regards to me and Jesse, I'm not going to listen to a damn thing Brady says all year. Even if it is for our good. So it's like, damn. He's totally bucking the system. Which is kind of funny. So I came to the realization. Okay. And I guess I'm beefing with bitches this season. I've been slapping bitches since grade school, so it'll be alright. Some brides are just working my nerves off. Do got a nemesis. I don't think they have an understanding. Like, I don't think these wenches have an understanding of what the fuck they're getting into. If you disrespect, I was gonna say this. If you disrespect just 90% of the time, bitches don't really have it in them, have the heart to disrespect me outright. They try to do the sneak diss and shit, right? I'm over it. I'm caught on to it. Smarter than the average bear. But if you disrespect my dude, and you just find yourself disrespecting, I'm gonna do what I always do. I'm gonna disrespect you. And so that's city council. I was disrespecting a whole woman. I didn't say her name, but Jesse did it. Jesse activated me. He knows what he's doing. He just gave me a little piece of something, and I went on it. And then I was like, man, I thought that I could just try to let this bitch live. And now I gotta wait till next Monday to find out what she's gonna say. And then I'm gonna say something else, and then I'm gonna tell her to go run and tell that. I don't know why she wanna play with me. She don't play with me in person. She run from abroad. In person, she run from me. She hold her head down, shame, shit. I snapped at the broad like a dog. You know what I mean? In public. I chased her down a couple times. Like, hey, hey. Not only that, but I called myself telling her that this is what Black excellence looks like. And I just kept going. It was 3 minutes of total villainy. Jesse is right, though. It did make me feel better. I told her she had tethers in her bloodline. I called her a tether. A whole bunch of other shit. Because she's disrespectful and she ruins the decorum in my own city. Well, it's going to be like that. And then, one of the enemies to Black people in our neighborhood said, what would it take for people to get along? I said, okay, shit, I'll play the game. This is what it takes. It takes a conversation. It takes a conversation of how we got to this point. The wrongs, okay? Because in my defense, she disrespected us first. Okay? in our defense. And then I just carried on. I ain't got no filter. I'm unapologetically Black. And then the ambulance chased me. But there's a whole bunch of shit, right? And yeah, I disrespected her too. So success is a conversation. Then it goes to how we got to this point. Then it goes to an apology. A meaningful, actual, sincere apology. And then it goes to a promise to not drag the other from this point forward. That's how you solve a problem. She's not interested, so. But if you ask me, I'm all about diplomacy. Yep. Yeah, then I told her already. I said, you don't have that kind of stamina. Aries got stamina for days. Like, I've met one motherfucker I do not want to fight with on a regular basis. 2. My brother is an adult. And then Mr. Paris. Mr. Paris is his own force. But me, I was like, man, bitches want to try me. They want to try me over here in the building where I'm at visiting. They want to try me on the street. And I'm like, these hands are ready to eat for everybody. And they better ask about me, man. I've been known to fucking run up in people's shit and slap the fuck out of them. You know? He's just a Capricorn, cuz. A male Capricorn. And I'm a Sigma Aries. I had to submit. I submitted. And it crumbles my soul. I have to submit because 6 years in, how else are you going to make it? You know what I mean? It's a Capricorn. I don't even know. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to start running this. I'm glad to see you in here. Every time I come in, I can't see the chat. Now I can see it because I'm sitting at his desk and stuff. He's been very helpful this week. Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. Look, man, it's just because we, like, this is the thing about Aries. Aries, we are the fucking defenders, the fighters, the protectors of the zodiac. We're at the top of the food chain. So if we love you and we care for you, when we're generous with you, then we want to do nice things for you. We want you to be happy at all times. You know, we don't want you to be upset. We want to make your life better. And so that's just what we do. But then if you provoke an Aries to come out their nature and you try to change them or you do, you know, belittle them or disrespect them or whatever, and they notice that they can see right through your fuckery, they just want you to be honest with them and you can't do it, then it becomes contentious. Or if they feel like we don't trust shit, man. We don't trust anything. So if anybody says something like, we're looking at it like side-eye and like, yeah, right. Or we'll say the evidence points in this direction. You know what I mean? And nobody wants to fight with us because we don't really want to fight, but we just want to end the shit. And 10 minutes later, we'll be back to nothing ever happened. Whereas everybody else will hold the grudge and be angry for the rest of the day. And I'm like, damn. Like, especially like I got a brother. I have a brother. He's a Pisces. My half brother, right? He lives with me. I can tell him the 5 topics I don't want to talk about. And I'll mention everything he's got to say. He said, but you don't let me talk. Blah, blah, blah. I said, all right, cuz, we'll just say something different then, all right? Whatever, cuz, like that. So he was telling me stuff, and then I'll be like, and he's like, you're not even listening. Because I said, yeah, and I'll repeat everything he fucking said. He said, you're just parroting it back. You're not listening. I was like, okay, cuz. I'm in my mind, I'm like, look, I'm kind of doing something else over here, but yeah, all right, fuck it, I'll play your game. Right? And I'm like, why do you always diminish my acknowledgement of me listening to you and hear what you're saying? Why does it always got to go to some ugly ass shit? You know, before when we were little, we didn't fight. He just knew the rules. Now he's big brother, little brothering me. You know what I mean? We'd be beefing like heavy, and I'm like, God damn, like, I don't want to talk about her. I don't want to talk about shit that's going to upset me because I'll remember it this way. Perspective. I'll tell them how perspective works. If me and you are in a situation, the same situation is going down, me and you will perceive the situation completely different. And we'll remember it completely different because we're on 2 separate wavelengths. That's the whole thing about being an individual. That's it. That's all. You know what I mean? That's it and that's all. That's really all it is. But you let him tell it. He was there. He remembers. I'm crazy. My brain's all fucked up. Whatever else he fucking lying about. Gaslighting me about. I'm like, we don't share the same brain. We're not like the same person because like I'm a completely separate individual from everybody in the valley. You see, I see things differently. I just see it differently. I see it like this. How can you tell me I did? How can you tell the oldest that they weren't there? You see what I'm saying? I was like, this is just that shit. And I was like, why are we like this? When we were little, it was not like that. It was not like that. But to give it to my brother, he is probably the smartest motherfucker I know. So I value his words. I just don't like it when he talks to me sometimes. It sounds like a fucking order all the time. Okay, let me press play. This is about the new reports expose force feeding in ICE detention centers. Now, Black Valley, Navi, okay, everybody watching the playback, whatever. I'm all about everybody getting deported, especially if they have it in there. They were supposed to be deporting the ones that came in like mass cargo ships, like over the last couple of years, the ones that have been depleting us. I don't know what the fuck is going on now, but I had to watch a whole documentary to figure that I don't like how they're maneuvering and what's being said. So we're gonna watch this one, and then we're gonna go into the documentary. And this is what's really going on, Felly. Okay. And especially after the documentary, you're gonna feel a whole different way. You're gonna feel kind of like cheated, like I did. I was like, no, I was cussing and everything. If I get away with throwing shit
right now, this is not happening in a war zone. It is not happening under some authoritarian regime. It's happening right here on American soil. Inside some ICE detention centers, some detainees have reportedly decided that the only form of protest left to them, and this is how serious this has become, whether they are protesting the conditions that they are kept in or the very legality of their confinement, is to stop eating, a hunger strike. And we're now learning, thanks to an investigation by The Guardian, that in some cases, authorities have responded by force feeding. Here's what that typically looks like. The detainee is restrained, often forcibly.
Right here.
Their head is held still as a medical professional threads a plastic tube into a nostril. And I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this, but you need to know, down the throat and into the stomach. Liquid nutrition is then pumped through that tube. And there's a doctor, Dr. Chanel Diaz, an assistant professor of medicine at Columbia University. Dr. Diaz told MS Now that patients describe it as, quote, one of the most uncomfortable medical procedures. And it is generally not something that a doctor would subject a, quote, awake, alert patient to. Here's what the World Medical Association calls it, quote, the most unsuitable approach to save lives. And despite all of this, an extraordinary investigative report by The Guardian found that in 2025 and 2026, DHS officials, quote, quietly attempted to subject at least 10 hunger strikers in U.S. immigrant detention to involuntary medical procedures, including force feeding. This is the first known set of cases in Trump's second term. And of those 10 people, at least 3, possibly as many as 5, were ultimately forced into treatment. The cases include a Kurdish asylum seeker held at Port Isabel Processing Center in South Texas, not far from the epicenter of family separations in the first term. That detainee was force-fed intermittently for nearly 8 months. 8 months. It ended only when he was deported. An Afghan man held at various detention centers across South Texas who was force-fed daily for 6 months, sometimes while being physically restrained by a quote-unquote use of force team. And then a Ukrainian man detained by ICE in Florida who struggled with bipolar disorder. After being transferred through multiple facilities, including the now closed Alligator Alcatraz, he went on a hunger strike to protest his continued detention. Here's what his attorney told The Guardian. He was, quote, deteriorating very rapidly, adding that, quote, officials refused to give his bipolar medication, citing his hunger strike, while the detainee refused to end his hunger strike until he received medical care, leading to an impasse. After 44 days without food, ICE requested an order to force feed him. But his lawyer intervened, and he was taken to a hospital where he began to eat again after 68 days on hunger strike. DHS responded to The Guardian's reporting this morning. They said, in part, quote, ICE has a long-standing practice to provide comprehensive medical care from the moment an alien enters ICE custody, when an individual's medical condition presents a serious risk of death or permanent harm, or when other compelling legal or operational interests are implicated. ICE may seek judicial authorization for appropriate medical interventions consistent with applicable law. They're not aliens, they're people. They also told The Guardian, quote, this is the best healthcare that many aliens, there it is again, have received in their entire lives. We're talking about human beings. And this healthcare, including these procedures, which many human rights groups and medical organizations consider torture, that it meets the definition of torture, are processed through legal channels. DHS and ICE, they look for permission, and they seek it from a federal judge to forcibly treat a hunger striker. But as The Guardian reports, the orders often amount to, they call it a rubber stamp. They're approved quickly behind closed doors without meaningful due process. So much so that in 6 of the cases that were reviewed by The Guardian, and you need to read this report, detained immigrants did not have any legal representation during court proceedings. No representation during court proceedings. The report comes as Trump continues his aggressive immigration campaign, and behind every single arrest is a person, is a human, who may end up trapped in a detention system with poor living conditions and spoiled food, medical neglect. We have seen every one of these headlines. It's why some 300 detainees launched a food and a labor strike at Delaney Hall this summer, according to an SOS letter that were written by some of the people inside, some of the humans. But the Department of Homeland Security has continued to deny that its facilities have issues. This is what the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullin, said back in May.
They say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn.
What a crass statement. This isn't Holiday Inn. Delaney Hall strikes ended after detainees faced retaliation, according to advocates. But the grievances that drive detainees to hunger strike are still very much present in detention centers all across the country. Jose Olivares, immigration reporter at The Guardian, will join me after a very quick break. Joining me now is Jose Olivares, immigration reporter at The Guardian. He's the reporter behind Force Fed by ICE, that 4-part exclusive investigation I was telling you about. Thanks for being here. I just want to start by making really clear to everybody that hunger strikes have happened before in ICE detention, and they've happened under Democratic administrations, including the Obama administration. Can you talk to us about what's happening now and how it compares to what we have seen before inside ICE detention?
Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting to note here is exactly what you just said, right? That hunger strikes and force feeding in ICE detention is not necessarily a new phenomenon, right? We saw it really hit the headlines in 2019 under the first Trump administration. And then as I was reporting the story out, I did find a number of cases that took place in 2024 during the last year of the Biden administration as well. But now that the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security are engaging in such anti-immigrant aggressive crackdown tactics and expanding detention, detaining more and more people inside ICE facilities nationwide, and with an increase of hunger strikes around the country, advocates and attorneys are really concerned that this very secretive practice is going to continue in detention centers nationwide.
Walk us through how you learned about these cases and you uncovered sort of the increase, if that's accurate to say, in the practice. We just heard this morning you might have learned of even more cases.
That's right. Yeah. So it's interesting. We, throughout the course of our reporting, we were consistently reaching out to the Department of Homeland Security and to ICE, seeking comment and seeking more information about the specific cases that we had tracked down. Throughout the course of our reporting, again, this is a very secretive practice. And so it took a lot of work to find the court records for these 10 specific cases. In a lot of the cases, there were no attorneys, no people representing the actual hunger strikers, the detained immigrants who were being subjected to this practice. But through looking through court records, I was able to find 10 cases of court records of filings showing that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE were requesting permission to force feed or conduct other types of involuntary medical procedures on 10 separate immigrant detainees. But when we reached out for comments, we would not hear a response from the Department of Homeland Security. And just last night and early this morning, we did receive a comment from the Department of Homeland Security, the comment that you shared earlier on the program. And essentially, they admitted that it wasn't actually 10 detained immigrants who received court orders to be force-fed or received some sort of involuntary medical procedure. It was actually 18 starting from January 2025 through August 4th. So 18 cases. It's an extremely secretive practice. There's no attorneys that are consistently involved in a lot of these cases. It's happening around the country, and it's happening behind closed doors. It's a very troubling situation.
The stories of each one of the detainees, and people should read your full investigation, is different and often harrowing. Generally, what kind of motivations would you say are driving the hunger strikers that end up force-fed?
So in a lot of the records that I was able to find, and a lot of the records are also sealed in these federal court filings, right? But in a lot of the records, essentially it was people engaging in hunger strike to protest the conditions of their confinement. There was one particular story that really stood out to us, and we ended up contacting this person, and we'll be releasing the story of his process in the coming days. This is a man named Mr. Gabar Choli, and Mr. Choli was a Kurdish asylum seeker who requested asylum in the U.S. And then he was, checking in regularly with ICE, and in early 2025, he was arrested by ICE and placed in detention. And throughout the course of his detention, he was noticing that ICE was pressuring him to self-deport or to sign deportation orders to a country where he would likely be tortured. And in addition, he was also complaining about the conditions inside the detention center. So all of this, and he was, trying to complain to ICE detention center guards or go through the mechanisms that are available. They're limited, but they're available for immigrant detainees, and nothing was happening. So he decided to engage in a hunger strike to protest the conditions of his confinement, to protest the conditions inside the ICE detention detention center and to, essentially request and demand to be deported from the country because he didn't want to be in detention anymore, right? What happened in response is...
Let's talk about this, okay? First of all, I hold on a second. Oh my God, I can't believe you brought this up. All right, bet. Okay, can you see? This fucking hair is everywhere, dude. You couldn't even tell I had a power fist picking it right there. It's everywhere. Okay. Let me tell you what happened. I got here yesterday. Like, was it Wednesday? I got here Wednesday afternoon. So now we're on Friday. Okay. I usually have a schedule. I had a doctor's appointment I had to be at. It's in his area. So I went over there, went to Safeway, got me a couple of snackums, and came back. I've been here ever since. I'm struggling trying to fall asleep and stuff, right? I got medicine. I'm just struggling. I don't know what's going on with me, really. That's a lot of shit in my brain. So he tells me that he thinks that she might be knocked up. And I was like, what? And I asked the typical questions like, was she, spotting or anything like that? Like, has she, she matured yet? Because they just turned a year. And I know already that he was starting to feel frisky. So I've been trying for the last month this is me and Jesse. I've been trying for the last month to get him over to my house to help me adjust this one corner of the room. I can't lift anything more than 5 pounds. Some shit happens with my heart, right? That's just the way of it. I'm at the point of my condition to where I don't even know how I'm alive, really. I'm just going off a sheer will at this point. Because the fracture rate is really fucking low. But I needed his help because he's just as able-bodied. He could just toss shit around, and this stuff I can actually, probably fold and hang up or whatever. You know what I mean? Just blankets and shit like that. But I bought this big ass container. I bought this big ass cage, and it's like 3 tiers off of Temu. And I bought like self feeder, water kit, couple little blankets, bed stuff for it. Because I thought I was taking magic. Thought I was gonna take magic eventually, and I was just gonna put a nice ass branch in there because she's getting big too. She looks like a fucking Black Panther. She's feisty. So I think, maybe she could lay and look at the light, through the sunlight and everything. It has this whole little vision. This thing is like 3 tiers and like 6 wide, 3 up. You know what I mean? So it's a big, big enclosure. I have a dog. They know about the dog. The cat's been at the house with the dog. It's just been a minute because my brother is kind of like, he thinks that the dog will eat Amaru. And I'm just like, man, they're going to get along. I'm not exuding that. I'm not thinking like that. Just like he thinks the dog's going to attack everybody. I don't think like that. I'm not exuding that. So it's going to be however I say it's going to be, since it's going to be in my room. Mm-hmm. So I've been working on some exercises shit so I could be able to take care of the litter and all that shit. So, it's not going to be a struggle because I took like a lot of time off from taking care of the dog because I've been sick. See how swollen I am? It's not normal. So when he tells me this, I'm like, what you mean? He says, he says, think he got it in. I was like, nigga. I read that. Okay, so the night progresses, right? This is Thursday night, Wednesday night, Thursday morning, okay? We're past Thursday morning. Okay, Thursday morning. They're all out, and I hear them in the bathroom. It sounds like they fighting. And I've been, I'm cold with the spray bottle. So, and I noticed that he had gripped her up behind the neck, and he was on top of her and shit. And I was like, no, woo, woo. I mean, it was like with the spray bottle, I was like, I sprayed him. I was like, no, woo, woo, get off of her, woo, woo. Like that. I like, you know what I mean? I thought that was gonna work. He was unfazed by the water this time. Okay, normally he don't want to get sprayed or none of that shit. He tries to behave. Okay, all right, what the fuck? So I meander back to where I was sitting because this is one, one room, and I'm using the chair to kind of balance myself out. So I get over here and I hear him again. This time, I try to break him up. They won't break up. He's like stuck. So it looks like. And the sound is just like traumatic. That like a little while later, I tried to get them apart. They were separate for like 5 minutes. Then I go to the restroom. Everything's in the restroom, like their litter stuff. Everything's in there. So I go to the restroom. I'm handling my personal stuff, and I see it. I don't have the water bottle with me, so I can't spray them down, you know. And she's just like she looking at me. Her eyes so pretty and open. If she could be smiling, cause she would have been smiling. And he was taking it, and he was making this motherfucking sound like it was like loud for like it seemed like 2 motherfucking hours. I looked at her, I was like, God damn, man, she's not even fighting it. My baby's fast. I was upset. I was thoroughly upset. So I went and woke him up, right? Because Jesse was sleeping. I didn't give a good goddamn what are you talking about. Because I had been saying we gotta separate. I gotta have to separate him. I'm gonna have to bring him home. I've been saying that. That's the whole reason there's a cage like that. I thought I was taking magic, but when I saw he got the jangles hanging out. You know what I mean? He's showing himself. So I was like, oh, I gotta take him home and leave them two together because the baby is nurtured by Khalifa. You know what I mean? Initially, Magic wasn't supposed to be like Magic is my cat. Well, Magic and Khalifa are supposed to be mine, right? So is Ruru. They're all supposed to be mine. There's a whole reason why I'm supposed to have them, okay? But they gravitated towards Jesse, so I was like, man, fuck this shit. Fuck them, fuck you too. Right? I don't know what kind of magic you're doing. But when we got Magic, I was like, I'll try again. Like, so she could bond to me, right? But Magic is like, Magic don't want to be picked up by me or babied by me. And she's real feisty and she wants to fight. And I'm with it. So, you know, it's contentious with us. When I was like, I gotta take him home, I kept saying to him, I said, we gotta go deal with that corner, cuz we gotta deal with that corner so that I could put the thing up and I could bring him there. He needs to separate. We need to separate him. This is weeks beforehand. Right? So when he told me, I was like, man. But then when I seen it from my own eyes, I was like, now we're fucked. So now struggle kittens, right? Because I think as soon as they goose, it's a wrap. You know? Plus, I wasn't here the whole week. So I don't really know how many times he gripped her up. Jesse could say maybe twice, but in reality, he's doing podcasts and I don't know what else. He's not paying attention to what the fuck's going on. And they're getting it in while he's sleeping. He's definitely not waking up. You know what I mean? Like, she was just making all kinds of noises like Rupert's out right now. Ruru out? I think Ruru's out. Yep, Ruru's out. Ruru's mugging me from the window because he hears me talking about him. Ruru, what's my good little boy doing? I can't talk to him like he did something bad, right? So I got to separate him. So since that happened and Jesse woke up in the mid-afternoon, we've been separating him. And it's been like, he's out looking for her right now. He was crying at the cage and everything. It's all upsetting. Is she knocked up? Look, by the time we get them two to the vet for the end of the month, at this rate, if I leave her out, she is. If she isn't, she is going to be. And so I was doing some heavy reading earlier, some research, because they're gonna make us grandparents early, and I'm gonna be like over there at the K. Rogers. I'm gonna be at Kroger's, giving away. I got free kittens. Like they used to, like in the early 90s when we used to go to Kmart and a motherfucker was giving away kittens and or puppies in a box. That's me. It's gonna be me in the box. I just felt I'm I'm like traumatized by the sound and the fact that she wasn't even stopping it. And I'm the asshole for breaking it up. You know, that's what it looked like. That's how they treated me. Like I'm the asshole for breaking it up and spraying them down. And Jesse can do no wrong by putting, you know what I mean? Like, oh, they're in jail now. They're separate. And he's okay still. But they look at me like, bitch. Is she? Because they were getting down for like 2 hours. I'm pretty sure I'm going to treat it like, you know, remember they used to tell us back in the 90s, one time is all it takes. That's where my brain is. The one time is all it takes, right? Remember like there's It only takes one time to get pregnant. I'm on that mindset. And I told him, I was like, man, we ain't in no way, I'm in no way mature enough to whelp some kittens because they come quick. Apparently, they got a 65-day gestation period. 65 days from now, you still be in the campaign. It's, you know what I mean? But typical Aries fashion, I solved the problem already. I'm gonna have to take him home this weekend. So that means I'm gonna have to go deal with the corner by myself, which is fine. But it has to happen because, I mean, I didn't want to. I think if you want to be honest about it, I think he wanted to let Rupert's father a litter once. You know what I mean? Because, you know, man thing, you know. I was like, man, you know, maybe she should have a litter one time, just get it out their system, you know, like. But I didn't think it was going to be like that. I didn't think he was going to grip her up. I thought maybe we could take her to one of the lokes downstairs who got a male cat. You know, that's what I was hoping for. Or she got loose and she followed us down the street or something, down the hallway, and she meandered into a crib house. And there's another crib cat. You know what I mean? And then it would have been all to the good because, you know, it's like that. Right? That didn't happen. I was like, cuz, I told you, cuz. I mean, it was so belligerent. I was so fucking adamant. And I did tell him, but like I said, I came to the realization that we ain't listened to nothing Brandy says summer, okay, with him. So I was like, okay, cuz, now what? Because now we got everything. Now we just got to book an appointment. You know what I mean? And it took forever to get this voucher to get them fixed. And he did all the work. Hey, she ain't coming out, cuz. Deal with it. So I'm saying, come here, babe. Come get in daddy's chair. Come do the show. I'll give you lovies. I mean rubbies. Right? But so we can't punish him, I can't spray him, and I can't talk to him hard I just got to separate them quietly, not make a scene about it. But I'm just gonna take him home with me. He's gonna be fine. So I put that cage up and a little backboard so he can splash if he needs to. And then wait till he can go to the vet and him and her are getting fixed. They said, though, that when we called to make the appointment to let them know that she could possibly be knocked up. I called the owner. I called the motherfucker that gave it to us. And I was asking questions. He just was not really, he was not giving me the answers I looked for. So I had to do some research. So I did some research. I didn't see any, Judge wasn't trying to do no research to help me. So I took it upon myself, typical Aries thing, to take the lead and figure it out. I solved problems all since I got here. But yeah, I think that it only takes that one time, Navi. Yeah. Because Jesse had to go through the case manager. And they were dragging ass. That's why it took so long. When he got it, I was here when he got the paperwork. It was just like the other day, and we were like, yes, like celebratory. You know what I mean? But it was like, if so, because I wasn't here, I don't trust anything, so I can't tell if she was getting. What is your trip, cuz? Get over here. Come on. Get in your chair. Get right here. Come on. Get in your chair. Come on, so come sit in the man chair. What you doing? Terrorizing her? Okay, go ahead. Fuck with the baby. I don't care. Just stop making all that noise. Yeah, he's out. She's in. So we had her in lockup for like 5 hours. So we had him in lockup for like 5 hours. He wanted to be there though. That she was out chilling, her and the baby, and then when it came time to let him out so he could eat, freshen up, and do cat things, we locked her up separate. You didn't even see her. We saw her for maybe like 5 minutes, if that. He's upset. Come here, son. Come on, boo boo. Get in your chair. Yeah, he's in major protest, dude. He's like angry. He's throwing himself all around. He's like, what? I'm not going to keep answering you if you don't come over here and talk to me. Well, what do you want me to do about it, cuz? Exactly. Nothing. Go eat, drink some water. You'll be all right. You know how to get her down from the window? Yeah, you want somebody to tussle with. Where's your toys? Get your toys. See, he's upset. He wants all the device. You hear him throwing himself around? He's like, "Argh." You see, like throwing himself like a big ass lion. He's mad at me, or he's mad at somebody. Can't do it. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to be there. What?
The U.S. government, ICE.
What do you want to do? You better not trash my shit. What? If you want something to eat, go eat. There's food in there. You know where the food is anyway. I don't know why you're talking like that. You know where to get it, you big back ass cat. Go find the food. Yeah. You want to be sprayed with the water bottle? I don't think so.
In coordination with the Justice Department, they went to a federal judge and requested to force feed Mr. Choli. The federal judge signed the order without hearing from Mr. Choli. Mr. Choli had no attorneys. He had no legal representation. And then the process began. And Mr. Choli, he, held firm and he didn't break his hunger strike. And he was force-fed for 8 months, nearly 8 months.
I don't want to get her an abortion, dude. I just don't want to. I just think if she is knocked up, because I'm separating them from this point on. So she is knocked up. I'm going to let her have these motherfucking struggle kittens. And then I'm going to go get rid of these struggle kittens. Like, I used to find them when we used to go to Kmart with me and my brother and our daddy. Oh, look. The Girl Scouts are giving away free kittens with a box of Thin Mints. I'm gonna take them away from here. I'm gonna go to the white neighborhood, the white King Supers. I'm gonna go stand outside. I got kittens. And you get a little bag of litter, and a little bag of food. Good luck with that. And I'll accept the $10 donation for my time and punishment. Jesus Christ, I gotta raise like $60 right now. Times is hard. This is almost over.
May of 2025 until January of this year. The process that he described was horrendous. I apologize to the listeners for being graphic, but he describes how guards at the detention center at the Port Isabel Service Processing Center in South Texas would enter his solitary confinement cell. They would wrestle him to the ground. They would shackle him, take him to the infirmary, and then in the infirmary they would pin him, hold him down to the bed, and a medical employee, an ICE medical staffer, would insert a tube through his nose, down his throat, and into his stomach, and they would pump nutritional liquids into his stomach to conduct the force feeding. Then they would remove the tube. He describes how at night, when he was going back to his solitary confinement cell, he'd be lying down, and he would have to swallow his own blood due to the trauma that was forced onto his nose and onto his throat. It's really, really, truly horrific circumstances.
I would encourage everyone to read your reporting and think about who we have talked about over the course of this second Trump administration who's in.
All right, that's happening. So, the motherfucker is starving himself. You know that wasn't going to last long.
Good afternoon. Today we are announcing the arrests and unsealing of an indictment out of the Southern District of New York, charging 11 individuals for allegedly overseeing an extensive, decade-long marriage fraud scheme involving more than 1,000 sham marriages between Chinese nationals and United States citizens, and then the submission of fraudulent applications for green cards. This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a quick fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry to criminally assist people who would not, or legally could not, otherwise become citizens of the United States. The men and women who facilitated this scheme were all naturalized citizens originally from China and one green card holder. Under President Trump's leadership, The Department of Justice is working alongside our partners at DHS to secure the border and protect American communities, something that was ignored during the last administration. Not only are we protecting our physical borders from unlawful crossings, but we are also preventing immigration fraud schemes that are just another way to skirt the immigration laws of the United States. As alleged, some of the charged defendants acted as facilitators who orchestrated the marriage fraud scheme, pairing foreign nationals seeking immigration status with United States citizens willing to participate and engage in a sham marriage. These facilitators employed attorneys, tax preparers, and marriage officiants. Some of the other charged defendants acted as recruiters by finding and recruiting United States citizens to participate in the scheme, and other defendants acted as officiants, officiating dozens of these alleged fake marriages.
In the late 90s,
now,
early 2000s.
The way that this scheme allegedly worked is the facilitators used social media and other forms of advertising to market fraudulent immigration services to foreign nationals, primarily from China, and Chinese nationals would pay these facilitators as much as $100,000 for assistance in obtaining a marriage, which then allowed them to apply for a green card. The facilitators also paid willing U.S. citizens as much as $30,000 to engage in the sham marriage with the foreign national. Now, often after these phony ceremonies, defendants would stage images of families at restaurants to create the appearance of a legitimate wedding. And some of the defendants also facilitated sham marriages overseas in China. After the marriages took place, the actual ceremony, the then married couples would visit a local office affiliated with the scheme, sign forms for submission to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, learn about the USCIS interview process to apply for a green card, and then execute prenuptial agreements, which, not surprisingly, given the allegation these were sham marriages, waived their rights to share in the other's estate upon death, child support, and other claims in marital property. One prenuptial agreement even provided that, and I'm quoting from the indictment, except in the name of husband and wife, both parties live independently and must not interfere with each other.
Oh, wow.
The facilitators of the scheme would then prepare and submit fraudulent green card applications and work with the couples through the immigration process, submitting photographs, opening joint bank accounts, mobile phone accounts, all to obtain green cards to allow them to stay in this country. But that's illegal. These charges and the indictments now unsealed, they show how far people will go to cheat our immigration system. Gaining American citizenship and legal status to reside in this great nation is a sacred privilege. And we will ensure it is always done in accordance with the law protecting our communities and national security.
I was young and fine.
These schemes have real costs. They rob our country of its ability to know who should be and should not be allowed in America. And this department and the Department of Homeland Security will not stand for this. And I think this prosecution and the hard work that went into it with the agents and the prosecutors show that. Our efforts to protect our immigration system and our country's borders are aggressive and exhaustive. No matter how complicated the scam, we will do everything in our power to stop it. Additionally, we've directed the U.S. Attorney's offices around the country and the criminal division here at Maine Justice to work with DHS to prioritize the investigation and prosecution of birth tourism schemes. We've also directed the civil division to prioritize the denaturalization of naturalized citizens who have obtained citizenship through fraud. Our fantastic lawyers have filed a record number of complaints, more than 120 at this point, since January 20th, 2025. We are a nation of borders and sovereignty. The greatness of America is only as strong as our willingness to protect it, and I am proud to be part of the whole of government approach to bring down sophisticated networks like this.
That's exactly
This is indicative of the work we're doing to keep America safe.
Not only that, but
it will continue and will not relent in our efforts to protect national security. I do want to thank the Southern District of New York for their work in this case, and our partners at DHS, HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and the FBI for the tireless work in investigating this case and bringing this prosecution. I'd like to now turn it over to our newly confirmed by the judges, SDNY United States Attorney Jamie McDonald. Thank you.
Have children and shit gets all fucked up. Yeah. And I'm
Thank
proud.
you.
This is
Good afternoon.
my life.
I'm Jamie McDonald, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. As the Attorney General just laid out, today an indictment has been unsealed in the Southern District of New York, charging 11 defendants with an expansive conspiracy to commit marriage and immigration fraud. As alleged in the indictment, over a decade, the defendants and their co-conspirators orchestrated more than 1,000 sham marriages, which were designed to fraudulently obtain lawful permanent resident status or green cards for foreign nationals, primarily from the People's Republic of China. The defendants allegedly ran a full-service fraud scheme. The Attorney General laid it out for you, charging fees as much as $100,000 per green card. They recruited U.S. citizens to engage in sham marriages, arranged sham wedding ceremonies, complete with officiants, wedding.
I don't have anything to say beyond that, except to say that this is exactly what we said would happen in a case like this, which is that our investigators and the U.S. attorneys and the agents working the case will can keep on working it even after the initial indictment.
Thank you. Question about yesterday, President Trump said that he's exploring federal options against New York City's second home tax. Is the DOJ exploring legal options to counter that tax right now?
All these places.
I don't have any comment about what we're doing to explore legal options with respect to that tax. I think that's a combination of the Department of Justice and potentially other agencies that would look into what to do. The president's spoken publicly about his views of it, and we stand. The Department of Justice has filed civil lawsuits against cities all over the country where appropriate, but we haven't filed a lawsuit yet, and I'm not going to comment on what we're doing around that. Yes.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. The Justice Department's been investing a lot of resources in combating fraud on taxpayer programs, in addition to cases that target beneficiaries and providers who file fraudulent claims. Can we expect to see the Justice Department pursue state officials who have been aware of extensive fraud but have failed to stop it?
Well, we've talked extensively, as has the vice president of the task force, that we very much believe that one of the reasons why we have a massive fraud problem and a massive issue of people stealing from taxpayer money is because
this is just the latest that they're saying they're finding out about. This has been going on for like 20 plus years, this little section. But I was like, with the licenses at the DMV, motherfuckers are taking all kinds of bribes to like BLACCs just to print out a motherfucking driver's license. You know what I mean? Say you're legal, instead of give you a CDL, right? All these immigrants who were driving trucks and killing people on the road. We had some. They were driving under false pretenses. They was over there crying poverty, but yet working at these motherfucking trucking companies and shit. You know what I mean? Sending money back, whatever. I don't know why that bothers me. It doesn't really, but I just gotta feel like the sham, you know what I mean? And the DMV was printing them off like every state in every city. The motherfucking DMV has been corrupt over this last little couple of years. You know what I mean? And they just finally exposing that, and I was like, oh my god, I knew it. Right? Because how else you can find a really good job without certain things, you know what I mean? Like if I was a man and I want to drive trucks, I need a driver's license. You know what I mean? I need to be bondable. I need. You know what I mean? And then like to get in a place to live, they ask for so much, and here you're ahead of the game. You know what I mean? Well, regular citizens can't get shit, and they're just fucking. I used to say everybody's one paycheck away from being homeless, and now look, I wasn't wrong. You know what I mean? Okay, so now we know that happened. So motherfuckers are using hunger strikes to try to get their way, and they're not getting nowhere. Motherfuckers are doing paid marriage and annulments for green cards. Okay, another DMV activity, marriage license and shit like that. You know what I mean? You marry a legal, a resident to a non-resident. Yeah, that was going on too, because you got to go get to the DMV to get the marriage certificate or the marriage license before you actually get married. You know what I mean? And then the simple part, you know, is the officiant and the notary is like you can find a notary anywhere. Jesus, you know what I mean? They don't have to be a big thing, but it is a thing. You know? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna get into it. This is called Ice Air, right? It's a little documentary. And I started to watch. Okay, look. I'll tell you why I got over here anyway. You know, I really don't. I'm really just when I don't like the fact that our state is a sanctuary state, which is like a thing now. They allowed the infrastructure that the poor needs to be basically they broke the infrastructure. They broke the poor and indigent shit, okay, by taking up all the resources so the actual residents would have a hard time. And there, you know, and there is some complicity with the mayor's office and city council, and everybody has a bleedy little heart and all this other shit, right? However, when election season came, everybody wanted them deportations. Everybody wanted them out, especially you know foundationals in each city, because they were taking up every resource that foundational Black Americans, and then we'll go comma with everybody else, right? All the indigent, the most vulnerable people, right? So they were taking vital resources, and they were definitely taking advantage of it. Not just taking advantage of it, gloating about it, and then being more demanding as far as like if we're the wrong because we won't give them citizenship right in pursuit of here, or like we're in the wrong because you can't get a job without being a resident or actual legal citizen, or we're in the wrong because we just won't let them run roughshod over us, right? So fuck us, we're in the wrong. So I was like, well, how are you gonna blame the country you snuck into, or you broke into, or you lied to get into? You know what I mean? Or that you walked fucking 8 countries for? Like, how you gonna be mad at those people? You're the one that came from somewhere else and without no invite or getting yourself together. This is for, you know, it's not for everybody. This is for the ones that had all the vitriol and shit. And then you want to cry because it's like, oh, they're breaking up that. And really, the only people who's going hard bodied is white people that didn't want you here in the first place. You know what I mean? But then, right? So this is called Ice Air. It says inside America's Secret Deportation Network. Okay. Came across this because I was watching something about the Haitians. It's like on like Media Time. I can't remember it. I was laughing about how they didn't want to, how all of a sudden they don't want to go home, or they don't want to forget how quick they called us dirty Black Americans and all this extra shit, right? And I was laughing about it. And I was watching the news laughing to myself in my room. And the news came on. They did a little 4-minute segment to open up to us. And I was like, what? Let me find out this. But I've been hearing this kind of shit over, like, kind of city council buzz, you know, where they're kind of talking about the immigrants and the airport. But it's so, I'm like, la-di-da-di-da, when they're talking. So I only got like 4 words, right? And I'm just hearing it like, don't ask for a motherfucking thing. Don't ask for a motherfucking thing because I'm rain on this parade. Right? So I kind of heard about it. Like, you know, kind of wasn't paying attention, but I was paying attention. And I was like, oh no. The news said something like that they're catching motherfuckers, they're catching an airline with detainees in it. And they keep running into it. It's like something stupid on the news, right? Little story. And it's like, immigration's flying in and out of our airport. Like, they were so offended, right? And I was thinking to myself, hey, this is what you wanted, guys. This is what you wanted. And the airport is in Denver, so it's a sanctuary, safe ground. Stupid. This is not, it's kind of like selective outrage. Now you're going to be mad. Now you're not mad. Are you like, you didn't want to see it? Which is the conclusion I came to. Americans don't give a good goddamn about what's happening. They just don't want to see it. Yeah, like, for example, with the migrants. They want to know they're getting deported, but they don't want the show. They want to go to sleep at night. See what I'm saying? They want to know that there's racism, but they don't want to see the racism unless it's in their favor. Like their race is doing the racism. You know what I mean? They want to cry, but not cry. They want to lie, but not lie. You know what I mean? So they just don't want to be caught and seen, oh my God, this is so taboo. You know what I mean? And they don't want to, they're doing the most to, they're separating families. They never gave a good goddamn before. This isn't our first rodeo with deportation. We also had Obama. We had him. You know, we had Biden. He did do some deporting. You know what I mean? As well as left the gates open. I give it to being senile, but you know, Granddaddy left the gate open and the horses got in. You know what I mean? Or the wolves got in and the horses got out. Crazy. That's what I chalk it up to. Anyway, this is happening here in our city. And it was brought up kind of halfway during city council one night when we were up there till like 9 o'clock. Protesting some shit. City council Monday. And I was like, man, what the fuck are they talking about? Then this shit starts to play on its own. And I was like, oh. Then I got pissed off. Okay. Super pissed off. We had somebody in Boulder with a flamethrower and some gasoline and shit. And he was going ham at this public protest that happens like every week. Protesting Gaza or Palestine or something like to that effect. Okay. And motherfucker said, not today. He was like, he lit like 10 people on fire. He killed like 3. Right? And he was from Egypt. And he also had a family. So they were supposed to deport all of them together. Except for him. He had to get served, find out how much time he has to do here. And, you know, but his family's getting deported on general principle. Just because they don't know. This is why all that stuff in Minnesota is happening, okay? This is what's supposed to happen. So I'll get to that again towards the end. When I watched this thing made me so motherfucking mad. You'll see. I'm just going to leave it. Don't take my word for it. I don't know how you'll feel when you watch it. Fair use, 9 News. My adult child works at the airport. She didn't like what was going on over here. She wanted a new little life, so she shipped off to some hot ass state, right? But I just had to ask her. She's like, "Yep, that's been going on." She had a job underneath, you know, like throwing suitcases and shit out on the plane. It's a little like tough stuff. Okay, here you go.
And we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States. We will defend our territory. We will not be conquered. We will not be conquered.
Quick arrests, quicker removals. Millions wanted it. Millions voted for it.
We will be very, very effective in doing it.
And remove the government has now done hundreds of thousands of times.
It's going to happen very, very fast. We're going to get them the hell out of our country.
The fulfillment of a campaign promise made and kept. This is not what we sought to investigate.
We don't know the rhyme or reason for it, honestly.
A lot of, I think, what we're seeing over the past year is just chaos.
Yeah.
Somewhere between arrest and removal, we found something else. At some of the nation's busiest airports, a massive immigration enforcement operation takes place daily, just beyond the next gate.
It's astounding, just the number of people that are moved daily.
These flights don't leave America. They cross it.
People are being treated like Amazon packages, kind of just shuffled about.
I had to flip my
I
lid.
had a client detained in Maryland who ended up in Louisiana, then in Texas, then finally to Tacoma, where I met her.
Buried within millions of lines of data, we found the routes, the airports, and in some instances,
you had no idea where you were going.
the passengers themselves.
Me llevaron a Denver, Colorado.
Flights filled with people not headed to other countries, but to other states. And often, it's not clear why.
Y cuando nos subieron en el avión, yo no vi nada. Nos fuimos de ahí, pero no sabíamos para dónde. Yo no sabía para dónde íbamos.
A $1 billion plus interstate system few know exists.
Huge amounts of funding from the US government are going in with very little oversight.
And they're shuffled around not just to one facility, but multiple facilities across the country.
Do you get the sense some judges are growing frustrated by this?
Absolutely.
Where leaders promise speed, efficiency, and scale, we found movement, confusion, and secrecy.
They could literally be moved overnight and I won't know.
And sometimes even those who try to leave, who want to leave,
he should have been deported, right?
Somehow don't.
You thought he was ready to go back to Nicaragua.
Sí.
This is what happens when a system designed to remove simply moves people around.
So we're not really any closer to knowing what happened.
This is ICE Air. They cross American skies over cities big and small. Every day the planes move thousands from one spot in the U.S. to another. To understand how it works, we decided to follow one plane on one day.
Right back. I'm right here, but I'll be right back.
Locations, multiple crews.
This is good.
People don't realize what's happening in our community.
Our day started in eastern Ohio,
People don't feel it, they don't see it.
in Youngstown.
This is what our country is doing. This is what's happening.
This 737, operated by Eastern Air Express, is one part of a massive ICE Air fleet.
They have progressively moved the planes behind the airport.
Here, we met Chris Harris, part of an informal national network of observers who document the flights.
And at this point now, they're pulling the loading ramps to block any kind of visuals.
On its webpage, Immigration and Customs Enforcement says that detainees may be transferred to other facilities to eliminate overcrowding or meet special detainee needs.
2 flights a day, leaving Youngstown in the morning.
We don't know who boarded this flight or why they boarded. ICE will not discuss ongoing or future operations, citing security concerns. We do know, based on our reporting, this flight went by the flight number Tyson 57. We know that because we built our own database using downloadable but little-known flight information to find the flights and planes used by ICE Air operations. From Ohio, Tyson 57 traveled east to Bedford, Massachusetts.
If you told me a year ago that I'd be doing this, I would say you're crazy.
This is where Todd Palmer, another observer, waited. He understands more than most. ICE doesn't like to advertise where it goes.
What we're seeing here is a piece of a nationwide, giant-scale secret operation whisking people around the country and then out of the country.
Much like celebrities or wealthy jet setters who want to keep their travels private, ICE uses a federal system known as LAD, or Limiting Aircraft Data Displayed, to remove many of its flights from many flight tracking websites. They're not invisible to radar, but if you looked up this plane on flightaware.com on this day, for example, you would have never seen it, and thus would have missed its third stop in Indianapolis, Indiana. Here, another crew of ours recorded detainees boarding Tyson 57 in leg and arm shackles. ICE calls the restraints standard protocol and an essential measure to ensure the safety and well-being of both detainees and officers, agents accompanying them.
We're just seeing that these flights are kind of crisscrossing our country.
Savi Arvi works for Human Rights First, an immigrant advocacy group that monitors what some call shuffle flights, these domestic-only transfers.
Everyone should care about these flights in particular.
She worries flights intended to assist with deportation also appear to be doing something else.
The flights within the United States often shuffle people between detention centers and deportation facilities, sometimes with little explanation.
These aren't just city-by-city pickups of prisoners, she says. To her, it's a deliberate government plan to play keep away.
And I think there are great concerns that these flights are then taking people away from their attorneys.
When it comes to ICE air operations, no place plays a larger role than Alexandria, Louisiana, a town of less than 50,000 that sits in a parish that voted 2-1 in favor of President Donald Trump.
A lot of people feel that this is what they voted for, so they're pleased.
She doesn't want us to use her name, mostly because of where she lives and what she does.
They will open the doors and all these people will start pouring out in shackles and just like shuffling. You'll see them line up and they just keep coming.
This is the nation's busiest ICE air hub. It sits just beyond the back nine of the Oak Wing Golf Club.
You can come out here any day of the week and you're going to witness flights.
On this day, it was also Tyson 57's fourth stop. One flight, one day, 2,000 miles, dozens of detainees picked up and shipped south. Every stop raised the same questions. Who was ICE moving and why? In 2023, the then acting ICE director in front of Congress estimated these charter flights run $17,000 an hour. This day's journey, 7 hours. By that estimation, $119,000 from start to finish. And Tyson 57 was hardly alone that day. We identified, tracked, traced 65 flights in all. A vast daily network few know, and even fewer understand.
People deserve to know what happens to them, not to disappear into the black hole.
And most of these flights, as you can see, never left the country.
It's not like anything I've ever seen before.
Yo soy de Cuba y llevo casi 5 años en los Estados Unidos.
Why did you want to come to the States?
Vine buscando libertad, vine buscando un sueño, salir de un país con persecución.
In South Florida, U.S. Highway 1 forms the spine of the Florida Keys. For most, it's a path to paradise. For a man named Yanier, in late 2025, it was anything but.
Yo vine por libertad y se me acabó en ese momento. De hecho, el día que me detuvieron me dijeron que le pregunté por qué me estaban detuviendo y me dijeron así que su presidente decía que yo era un criminal.
Neither he nor this man, who doesn't want us to use his name,
Yo soy de Cuba.
neither, according to filings in federal court, has a criminal record in the United States. Florida State Patrol stopped both while the two were headed to a job.
Yo pensaba que cuando el presidente decía que iban a hacer redadas masivas, era hacia, no sé, hacia los delincuentes, hacia las personas que tenían causas y delitos, algo así, pero no como nosotros que somos personas de trabajo, de casa, de familia.
Weeks after their arrests, and while in Miami, the U.S. government put the two on a plane.
Pensé que ya se había acabado el sueño, que ya me iban a devolver para Cuba.
You had no idea where you were going.
No.
And you just get a notification that they're being moved, but the notification doesn't say where they're being moved to. You just know they're getting moved.
Even their attorneys did not know where they were headed.
We had no idea they were being moved until it happened.
Only later did they find out the flight headed not south, but 1,700 miles west and north to a detention center in a city neither had seen, much less visited.
Me llevaron a Denver, Colorado.
Fue difícil porque las personas que vivían en Colorado lo podían visitar la familia, lo podían ver generalmente todos los días. Y al moverme, pues, yo no tenía nada de eso. Era más difícil, las llamadas eran más difíciles, habían pocos medios para comunicarse.
The flight they took, our investigation found it. Flight number GXA6181, an Airbus 320 operated by BLACC. How we found that is a story in and of itself.
Flight 493, service to Las Vegas, here at 8:15. Passengers with disabilities, you're welcome to pre-board.
Denver International is one of the country's busiest airports. Here, the shuttle flights blend in.
Military, you're welcome to pre-board. We thank you for your service.
Of the 80 million who will fly in and out this year, few will notice the scale of the operation.
Global service customers, you're welcome to pre-board.
We see people being sent here from all over the country.
Attorney Jess Doggett represents detainees, many of whom came to Colorado from other states.
I think at worst it's clandestine. I think it is a very complicated network and system that probably is very difficult to track and run because of the sheer number of people they have detained right now.
Difficult to track, but as our investigation found, not impossible. It started with data, a massive amount. In Denver alone, we downloaded and analyzed more than 1.5 million flights in and out dating back to the start of 2024. From there, we looked for patterns, recurring routes, connecting cities with major ICE detention centers, aircraft making the same trips week after week. Then came another clue, the flight numbers. ICE Air and its charter companies often use recurring identifiers, Tyson 53, LYM 500, for example. Individually, they prove nothing. Together, they formed that pattern. Using that methodology, we identified 91 planes operated by 8 different companies, carrying out what we believe to be the bulk of ICE Air's domestic flight network.
We're following a flight that left Phoenix about 8:20 this morning that I believe is heading to Denver.
With that narrowed down list, investigative producer Chris Hansen spot-checked flights we believe
I want to get it done
were
while I have
part
a
of
chance.
ICE Air operations.
I'll forget when I
Largely,
go
I
home
think
because
people
I'll be
are
watching
unaware of
movies.
how often these flights are actually occurring.
Patterns, numbers, clues.
They had flights coming into Denver on the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, the 29th,
See?
and now today the 5th.
It all added up to a system.
We're at DIA, the plane came, stopped here.
A system that allowed us to find flights like this one. VXP22, the 737 operated by, at least at the time, Avello Airlines.
They're being searched, and now they're going up and boarding the plane. Take off, probably heading west to California, based on what we've seen previously.
These spot checks took our team of reporters
So they should be getting here in about an hour.
to airports like the one in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
So that is Tyson 46.
With our data, we identified and recorded ICE Air operations at 18 airports in all, in and around cities like Phoenix, Dallas, Buffalo, Baltimore, Jacksonville, Tampa, and yes, Miami, where we traced GXA 6181 and its flight to Denver. Why Denver? We don't know. ICE won't say.
Insurance
We
company.
do know there's a large private ICE detention facility near Denver, and like many cities, it has seen a massive jump in ICE Air flights. In the first 4 months of 2024, we identified 26 ICE Air flights in and out of Denver.
I was like, I'll give you a
In the
tour. I'll
first
tell you
4 months of
exactly where it is, 'cause I've been
2026,
asked, remember?
103.
Tu vida se desborona, todos los sentimientos te caen encima, lo pierdes todo.
In early 2026, federal judges found problems with the way ICE handled the cases of these two. One judge ruled Yanier had been improperly detained, adding the federal government failed to follow its own regulations in how it arrested and detained him. 3 months after GXA 6181 left Miami, ICE released Yanier just in time for him to watch his daughter's first dance recital in Florida.
What's her name?
Yeah, Gisela.
How old?
3 years.
Your first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pensar en ella, saber lo que podía estar con ella otra vez era lo único que pensaba. Pero nunca pensé en salir, que pensé que podía salir. Nunca pensé que volvía a salir de ahí. Y cuando se acercó el tiempo que la abogada me dijeron que me habían dado la orden del juez, no me lo creía.
It's shuffling around, man.
There is little doubt that in early 2026, in one of the coldest of America's largest cities,
They were just sitting in their car.
long simmering tensions over immigration boiled over.
They couldn't get the first person, so they came over here and smashed the window and pulled them out.
To hear federal leaders tell it, Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis did what it was supposed to do.
I have announced effective immediately, we will draw down 700 people effective today.
Arrest, detain, transfer. ICE did this by our count 2,549 times, arguing in court filings its main processing facility, located in Minnesota's Fort Snelling, was meant solely for short-term confinement, while detainees awaited transfer to other ICE detention facilities. We identified 128 flights in and out of Minneapolis during the height of Metro Surge, flights in from states like Louisiana, Texas, Arizona, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Flights out, almost always, to one place, El Paso, Texas.
We do think it is a part of a planned effort to get them out of state as quickly as possible.
Minnesota-based attorney Brian Plaster marveled and bristled at the pace of the departures.
It's almost immediate in many cases. We have people picked up off the street, on the way to work, from their home, from dropping children off to school, and they're taken, put into an ICE vehicle, taken right to MSP, processed, and put onto a flight to Texas within a matter of hours.
That was absolutely what happened to T. Dua Vang.
Kids will still That's what I think about.
Less than 24 hours after her arrest, ICE put her on a plane. We found it, GXA6142, Minneapolis to Omaha. From Omaha, it continued south to El Paso under a slightly different flight number, GXA6143. Days later, ICE sent her to Houston. She assumed she was bound for Vietnam. Instead, late one night, after a judge ordered a bond hearing, ICE released her. She then waited in the dark alone for hours before her family finally picked her up.
I definitely think that there is a lot of strategy on ICE's part to make it more difficult for people to exercise their rights.
Jenny Pascarella is an attorney based in Washington State. She says in order to understand what she believes is taking place, you must first understand the concept of habeas corpus.
Habeas corpus is a Latin term that means show me the body. So it is a really core element of our legal system. It allows a person to say, I'm being held unlawfully. Government or whoever is holding that person respond and justify the legality of this detention.
She's talking about due process, and yes, no less than the U.S. Supreme Court has said even people born outside of the U.S. remain entitled to it. As the ICE flights increased, so too did the habeas filings seeking due process.
So it's really having an important role in this moment. Lawyers all over the country have stepped up to learn how to do habeas cases, file them, and fight for the rights of people who are being unlawfully detained.
Take Minnesota. In a federal court database, we found 6 habeas filings in the first 4 months of 2024, 4 during the same period in 2025. In 2026, 1,100 and 75.
I've seen some clients that have gone to 4 or 5 different states before hiring me and me being able to get an order precluding their continued transfer until we resolve the habeas petition.
Critically, when it comes to habeas petitions, each must be filed in the state where the detainee is held.
So if my client in Colorado, for example, is transferred to Mississippi, I'm not licensed to practice in the courts in Mississippi, and I'd have to find another attorney there to help me, and that complicates the process a lot.
ICE maintains it moves detainees based on bed space, medical needs, and other factors. The spokesperson also said it is working rapidly and overtime to remove. But a judge appointed by President Trump said in February of 2026, the quick ICE flights out of Minnesota all but extinguish a detainee's access to counsel and create barriers that make it difficult, if not impossible, for attorneys to effectively represent their clients.
I do think there are some people are being sent to other states in order to frustrate legal defenses and their ability to fight their immigration cases.
And where ICE sends someone matters. In early 2026, a federal appeals court ruling covering Mississippi, Louisiana, and yes, Texas, expanded the federal government's authority to hold some immigrants without bond hearings. Lawyers we spoke to say it raises questions about where detainees are sent.
That part, I think, also is intentional to move people to places that are more hostile courts and are less likely to release them.
It's the same process the whole time. They pull up, they park at Signature Aviation over there, the private jet terminal. The convoy arrives, they pull up the steps so that people can get on and off. They do a security pat down and they are led onto the airplane, they hobble on. The airplane's about to touch down here.
Nick Benson documented most of the ICE flights in and out of MSP in Minneapolis during Metro Surge.
We can't trust the federal government to provide transparency on what's going on.
And so he saw on the ground what we found in judicial rulings on hundreds of habeas petitions filed on behalf of people arrested in Minnesota and sent to Texas. We found these words to be common: immediately return and effectuate release forthwith. We counted at least 288 detainees ordered returned to Minnesota by federal judges.
It's up to us, the people and the press, to document what's going on at these airports, because this isn't just a Minnesota problem.
Looking for proof that not all removals are lawful, we found El Paso-bound AWI 7181. We saw 24 board. The following day, at least one of the 24 headed back. Using data from the Deportation Data Project, we found him on Minneapolis-bound Tyson 46, and he wasn't alone. We counted 32 detainees returned that day, each the subject of a judicial order ordering them back to Minnesota.
We're on a tempo where there are 2 flights a week now, down from 2 or 3 flights a day during the peak of Metro Surge.
Benson is still documenting the flights, even as they've slowed. As for ICE, by spring of 2026, it was ordered by a judge not to remove within 72 hours of arrest. The judge wrote in this ruling, and in no uncertain terms, due process is not a game of keep away. As we followed the flights and logged the journeys, one destination demanded a closer look. Tucked among the trees of southwest Mississippi.
Lots of questions, very little answers.
The Adams County Correctional Center sits hundreds of miles from the nation's southern border and more than 1,000 miles from Colorado, where Delvin Francisco Rodriguez was arrested. So why did he end up here, dead?
Entonces lo que nosotros queremos es una respuesta. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué orilló a que pasara eso?
Delvin's sisters don't want us to show their faces or use their names. They know they too face deportation. They say their brother was low-key and generous.
Lo vamos a recordar como una persona humilde, una persona trabajadora. Él nos brindaba mucho apoyo a nosotras, sus hermanas, y no solamente a nosotros, le brindaba la mano a las personas sin pedir nada a cambio.
ICE arrested Rodriguez in Summit County, Colorado, September 25th, 2025. ICE then held him in the privately run Aurora ICE Processing Center near Denver. In October, ICE's own records show he agreed to leave the U.S. His deportation fight was over.
Our understanding is that Delvin made the choice to sign a self-deportation document.
Alex Sanchez heads Voces Unidas, a nonprofit that works with immigrants.
He should have been deported, right? He did agree that, or he did sign willingly that he wanted to self-deport after receiving, legal counsel.
More weeks, more time in custody in Colorado. No removal, no explanation why. In late November, weeks after he agreed to leave, ICE air operations began. The XP-52 operated by Avello, Denver, then west to Las Vegas, then south to Phoenix. The following day, Rodriguez boarded another plane, Tyson 42, operated by Eastern Air Express, Phoenix to Alexandria, Louisiana. Days later, he arrived here, the Adams County Correctional Center near Natchez, Mississippi, operated by CoreCivic. It is one of the nation's largest ICE detention facilities.
La última llamada la tuve el 4 de diciembre. Él quería saber que por qué tanto tiempo lo tenían en detención, que por qué nunca lo mandaban para Nicaragua, y también me preguntaba que averiguara sobre sus pertenencias, ¿verdad? Eso fue lo que hablamos el 4 de diciembre. Luego de ello, pues yo lo noté bien, tranquilo, no pasaba nada. Me dijo, te llamo mañana.
The call never came. In a one-page report ICE submitted to Congress, 2 words, attempted suicide. Days later, he died. One of 31 people to die in ICE custody in 2025, the deadliest year since ICE started reporting deaths to Congress in 2018.
You thought he was ready to go back to Nicaragua.
Sí.
Sí.
No más verlo, que estaba hospitalizado, y decir lo que está ahí, que nos dijeran en el hospital, lo que está ahí ya no tiene vida, él no está ahí, desconéctenlo. Es como decir, es un pedazo de carne, hay que deshacernos de él. Eso es muy duro.
Rodriguez's arrest record, according to ICE, 2 traffic-related offenses, failure to appear on a careless driving ticket and driving without a license. He wanted to leave the country. Instead, ICE kept moving him around it.
If deportation is the goal, then there's no reason for people to be shuffled across the country or to be detained for longer than they need to be, and they should just be able to go home.
Jasmine Chavez teaches race and the law at Metropolitan State University of Denver. She says whether intentional or not, the decision to keep moving people like Rodriguez has a net impact on the system as a whole.
I think part of this is cruelty, to be honest, right? I think cruelty is part of the point here, and disorienting both detainees and families and discouraging them from wanting to move forward, wanting them to get released, ideally to be able to self-deport, and also scare other people in terms of what happens to you if you're detained.
ICE says its detention is non-punitive as it acknowledges transfers happen, calling its detainees one of the most highly transient populations of any detention system in the world. The more we looked, the more evidence of that we found.
Yo creo que como 15 años.
What did it mean to be here?
Significa un lugar libre, te sientes seguridad, te sentías seguridad.
Decades into their American life, a traffic stop in West Palm Beach, Florida,
7 meses y medio.
set Moises and his wife Caterina on a journey neither expected.
Y de repente que vimos unos aviones moviendo de ahí y después se movió el autobús donde íbamos y nos llevaron en ese avión, pero no sabíamos para dónde.
Tyson 53 started in Miami. From there, it headed more than 800 miles north and west to Alexandria, Louisiana.
Eso es lo que fue esos tiempos. Muy duro para mí. No es fácil. No fue fácil.
Katerina got off the plane. ICE held her there in Louisiana. Not so for her husband.
Y yo dije, pero mi esposo, ¿dónde está? ¿Dónde está mi esposo? No puedo saber nada de mi esposo, no sé dónde está, no lo miré mi esposo. Y nos dejaron ir al baño. Y ya después me quedé en la orilla de la silla. Y yo estaba pensando de mi esposo, ¿dónde está mi esposo?
It hurts when I know that I don't even have time to go visit my client here, because by the time I'm ready to make the arrangements to go down somewhere, they're not there anymore.
Jan Peter Weiss represents both Moises and Katerina. He says what happened to them happens a lot.
I can only say that I've had clients that are relocated when they're picked up in Florida, a minimum of to 2 different areas, sometimes 3, sometimes more. 99% of the times, we don't know and we have no information. 90% of the time, we will contact an officer at a facility where our client's supposed to be, and we don't get information. The other 10%, we get lucky.
It's harder not only for the family to track them, but even for lawyers.
Andres Iman also represents the couple and is very familiar with these types of stories.
They could literally be moved overnight and I won't know. The government, again, will argue it's national security, so they can't tell you. For example, I've shown up to hearings on Zoom or WebEx, and the judge will be like, sorry, your client's not here anymore. I'm telling that they've been moved, and I don't even know.
Ultimately, both Weiss and Eamon found what we found. From Alexandria, ICE Air's Tyson 53 continued flying 1,400 more miles west over Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, before finally taking Moises to Victorville, California.
Pero no podía yo comunicar con mi familia, estaba preocupada por mi esposa, por mis hijos, y porque no sabían dónde yo estaba.
His wife remained in Louisiana for a month. She returned to Florida on a bus after a judge said ICE could no longer legally hold her. It took much longer for a judge to say the same about Moises. On January 15th of 2026, 7 months into his detainment, Moises walked out of the Desert View Annex in Adelanto, California. Both are now back in Florida and living in a home much different than the one they left.
Es muy difícil que toda la familia que tengo ya no se sale ya no se puede salir afuera, ya no pueden llevar los niños en un parque, están cerrados en las casas.
And while one family made it home, another still waits.
Queremos justicia, la verdad, por él, y que sea lo que Dios permita, la verdad. Estamos en manos de él, la verdad, en manos de Dios.
In November of 2025, Democratic members of Congress authored this letter to ICE, saying deaths like Rodriguez's raise serious questions about ICE's ability to comply with basic detention standards, as it underscores a pattern of gross negligence.
And I think that's part of the lack of transparency that ICE has pursued in this entire terrible episode.
Their Democratic colleague, Senator Michael Bennet from Colorado, says ICE isn't just answering the questions of the Rodriguez family, it's not answering his questions as well.
I mean, honestly, we're not really any closer to knowing what happened to Mr. Rodriguez and his and why he ended up in that prison in Mississippi anyway.
We know because we looked. ICE wasn't short of options or flights. We found one plane, an Airbus 321, traveled from Alexandria to Nicaragua weekly, all while Rodriguez waited for one to send him home. Senator Bennett says what we found to date suggests his colleagues have more work to do.
You know, I think what you're going to discover that's going to come as a surprise to the Congress is how large and how expensive this air fleet is, and just how often these flights are going around the country without anybody really thinking through the logistics of where they're ending up.
As much as I can do that. I got like 15 to do for Colorado. Or maybe 20 really, because one I have a lot of our some here just get on my gut and they're not.
It sounds simple.
Everyone that Biden let in has to go home.
Arrest, detain, remove.
We're going to use the entire force and power of the federal government to get them all home.
Process repeated hundreds of thousands of times since the start of 2025.
But we are not going to ask taxpayers to subsidize the presence of a single illegal alien in this country.
But sometimes in the moments between arrest and removal, things get complicated.
A lot of, I think, what we're seeing over the past year is just chaos.
Immigration attorney and law professor Niels Frenzen says, look no further than a nondescript ICE office near Denver and a 2026 visit here by a family of 6.
We were told that there was going to be some paperwork that was done and that this check-in at Centennial would take 20 or 30 minutes. And then at some point, we realized the family had been taken out another door.
Out the back door and into the ICE air network.
We did not know if they were on an ICE detention flight with 50 other people and if they were just being moved around.
At that moment, a team of lawyers across the country scrambled to figure out where ICE was taking them.
It was a race against the clock because we needed to have that habeas petition filed before the plane left Denver.
To understand what happened there, you must first understand this: the routes, the transfers, the constant movement. Before many detainees ever leave the country, ICE shuffles them across it.
People are being treated like Amazon packages, kind of just shuffled about and then flown out of this country.
Savi RV with Human Rights First knows these flights are often less understood within the national debate. It's why our investigation focused on them.
We're following a flight that left Phoenix about 8:20 this morning that I believe is heading to Denver.
Remember VXP22, one of the first flights we tracked?
This flight should load up and within an hour and a half, take off, probably heading west to California.
In Denver, we counted 49 detainees boarding, 45 men, 4 women. Everyone we identified not by name, but by number of transfers. Using federal detention data from the Deportation Data Project, we traced all of them. 1, a Colombian man moved 12 times over the course of 1 month. In Victorville, California, 36 boarded the same plane, one of whom ICE moved 13 times. In San Diego, 8 boarded. 1, an Ecuadorian man, moved 9 times. Across the U.S., the shuffles happen constantly and sometimes inexplicably. Cuban man arrested in South Florida, June 2025. Miami, Denver, Florence, Denver, Florence, Denver, Florence, Denver, Florence. Venezuelan man arrested in Tampa, December 2025.
So mad.
Miami, El Paso, Mesa, Denver, Mesa. Again, ICE won't comment on its routes, on its movements, citing operational security.
We're just going to continue to see more and more flights, unfortunately.
RV says the network's complexity makes it difficult to understand and oversee.
Huge amounts of funding from the U.S. government are going in with very little oversight.
And they're lying to us. They lied to us.
They're operating through all of these subcontractors, which again makes it harder and more confusing to follow. It's not like one airline is carrying this out. It's a whole network.
What are you talking about?
And that is how ICE Air runs, not under its own banner. In our own database, we found these subcontractors flying: Eastern Air Express, Key Lime, Global X, Avello, Omni Air International, Journey Aviation, Bighorn Airways. At the center, a company with a name you won't see painted on the planes: CSI Aviation. It really isn't an airline. It's much more a broker. When ICE wants a flight here or there, CSI helps arrange it. Its contracts with Homeland Security saw a big boost in 2023 before the current administration. Every year since then, it secured more contracts and more money, much of it to move people quickly. USAspending.gov shows if all goes according to plan, Homeland Security's latest contract with CSI Aviation will pay the Texas-based company $1.5 billion by October of 2027.
The air movement of people is money to be made.
Money to be made.
Yep.
Which brings us back to Colorado. The day after a man named Mohammed Salman firebombed a peaceful pro-Israel protest in Boulder, injuring many and ultimately killing one, the White House went after Solomon's family. 6 one-way tickets for Mohammed's wife and 5 kids. Final boarding call coming soon, read this post on X.
All over the internet. They were supposed to report them.
For 10 months, while the family appealed their detainment, ICE kept the Egyptian family here. Dilley Immigration Processing in South Texas, one of the largest family detention centers in the U.S. Investigators believe there is zero indication the family knew anything about the Boulder attack
He was
beforehand.
supposed to stay here.
Here,
in Boulder.
the family waited
Not going
until a
anywhere else.
judge
Yeah,
issued this order.
The district court ordered the family released that afternoon.
Not
They
go
spent
out.
the night in San Antonio, and supporters of the family started driving them up to Colorado Springs.
2 days later, Hayam El Gamal and her 5 kids checked in here, the ICE office near Denver, for what was supposed to be that simple, routine 20 to 30 minute in and out in Centennial, Colorado.
Do you feel like what happened in Centennial was planned?
Absolutely. This was a plan. There's no doubt.
And now we can report this. Hours before the meeting, ICE already had that plan and a plane in place. The night before, ICE Air sent one from El Paso to Denver under the flight number AWI 7418, a 2002 CRJ-200, once owned by Air Wisconsin, then run by CSI Aviation.
The plane is fueled. There's a crew. There are, guards on the plane. None of this, could have happened with a few hours of planning. The plane was positioned and ready to go, and ICE had a plan.
As Frenson and others raced to get a judge to rule on their habeas petition filing, the plane took off under a new flight number we found, AWI 7128.
We see that it's flying to one of the airports outside of Detroit.
After it landed in Michigan, it took off again and headed east under another flight number, AWI 7228.
We assume that the plan was then to fly from New Jersey, probably to Egypt.
A plane built to fly 50, flown across the country with only one family on board. On this leg, with the plane in the air, a federal judge in Denver finally said when it comes to Hayam El Gamal and her kids, the U.S. government shall not remove. The only question then, would the U.S. government comply?
And then ultimately, as we saw on the flight tracker, the plane did an 180-degree turn in the air.
We saw it too. AWI 7228 in the air, back to Michigan. Another flight number change, AWI 7428, took the family back to Colorado. And using the same techniques we've used to find other planes, we found it and recorded it too. Roughly 9 hours after they boarded the plane in ICE custody, Hayam El Gamal and 5 children walked off of it.
In Colorado.
One plane, no passengers other than them. A journey halfway across the country and then back ended with a brief moment of thanks.
That plane was put in Denver specifically for the El Gamal family. It was not part of a movement of people from Aurora to South Louisiana or Aurora to El Paso, for example. It was a plane that was sitting on the tarmac at Denver International Airport, just waiting for this family.
ICE released the family within hours. As routine as another departure at another airport in another city, the planes leave hourly, daily. You might have seen them. They're not exactly hiding.
2 flights a day, leaving Youngstown in the morning, and by the end of the day, they're in Texas or Louisiana.
We started with one day.
It's not like anything I've ever seen before.
Mostly because this day we knew we could get 4 crews in 4 cities. But honestly, we could have chosen any day.
And we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
The flights move constantly.
And that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Some will leave the U.S., many won't.
We have about an hour until the flight touches down, so.
And that's what surprised us.
Noticed a pattern that every Thursday a flight has left Phoenix.
The movements, the transfers, the shuffles often seemed random.
They had moved him to Texas, then they moved him to California, then they moved him back to Texas.
ICE tells us available space is one of the main reasons why it moves from state to state. But we found plenty of people who believe ICE has other reasons in mind.
Sometimes it's very hard to find a client. You know, that they have a system where you can look someone up if you have their identifying number and country, but if they transfer someone, that system's not updated for days sometimes. And so it's impossible to track people.
Yet why isn't exactly the story. The fact is, it's happening. Tomorrow, it will happen again. Maybe that's why in the end we realized even the airplanes we found aren't the story. They just simply led us to it.
Following a flight that I believe is heading to Denver.
In early 2026, we started with a guess. Educated, yes, but a guess nonetheless.
This is also just trying to confirm what I believe to be true.
Could we find ICE air operations simply by going to Denver International Airport?
Largely, I think people are unaware of how often these flights are actually occurring.
That's our producer and photojournalist Chris Hansen on a search for VXP22 right around the same time.
There is a flight taking off out of Texas.
Investigative producer Kelly Dietz found herself,
And we believe that this flight will be touching down an MSP
in Minneapolis, trying to find another plane. If our work was correct, if we in fact had learned how to find the planes used by ICE air operations,
We are at the upper deck.
then we would be able to get video of not just the planes,
So that is Tyson 46.
but video of the operations as well. In this case, detainees boarding. This is how we turned our educated guess,
The plane came, stopped here,
into something more.
and now they're going up and boarding the plane.
We started with data, a lot of it, 1.5 million lines to be exact. Every flight in and out of Denver International. From there, we looked for patterns, flights headed to places with large detention centers nearby. And within the flight numbers, we found more patterns. Some led to ICE flights, others led to simple, ordinary charter flights used by sports teams, for example. We didn't want those.
Yep, that's it.
As we learned more, we encouraged other reporters and photojournalists in other cities to put our work to the test, see if they too could find the flights. And sure enough, every time they looked, they found one. And while the flight records told us where the planes went, they didn't tell us who was on them. So we built another database of all habeas petitions filed in Colorado and Minnesota since the start of 2024. Within the filings, we found the stories.
A las 3 de la mañana y luego nos movieron hasta Key West y un sábado nos movieron a Alligator, Alcatraz.
This is how we investigated a system designed to move people faster than most could follow. Chances are the next time you see one of the planes, you'll now know what we know.
Fuck all that. I want answers. They were lying. They lied to us. They lied to us, Black Valley. We're thinking they were leaving.
Welcome to my channel. My name is Tim.
We're thinking that they actually got deported to their own countries. They're playing fucking political fucking or immigration fucking musical chairs. Like Heidi. They're doing it on purpose. I think that it's like that one lady that they're just moving them probably because they got maybe too close or something like they're trying to do something to that person They got him in some egregious type of situation. Like, there was no reason. So the motherfucker that did the thing in Boulder, he should have been in the deportation jail, right, already. So, the thing was, it was him and the family. But the family was going to get deported on general principle because he did such a heinous thing, right? And they said they deported him. It was like, man, I wish I could pull it up. I didn't think about it. I didn't think ahead at that time. Basically saying that they were going to deport him because, they don't know what the family knew. You know what I mean? Since when did they not take the family? Like, they were in the process of getting their stuff together. You see what I'm saying? He didn't give a fuck when he did all that. So, that's like, they never said they never deported the family. The news never said they never deported the family. So when they got the family, it was like, cuz commits the crime, he gets picked up, took off. He's supposed to go to the detention facility and deal with the repercussions of the crime he committed. She damn killed like 10 people. Like, you didn't try to kill 10 people. You lit them on fire and shit. Broad daylight, right? And it was he was in protest of whatever they were in protest of. He had it all planned out. So they couldn't trust since when does ICE or the police trust what a family knows or doesn't know? Since when did they take the word of that and on the premise that they're deporting these people? He shouldn't have. He was caught in Boulder. He should have came down to Boulder. They moved him to Colorado Springs. That's like an hour and 45-minute drive, maybe an hour if you're pedal to the metal and you got that great luck of passing everybody on the highway and fucking every light is green. Okay, you just fast in and out. You know what I mean? It's like about an hour and a half drive, depending, right? So he wasn't supposed to be over there. And he committed the crime in fucking Boulder. So he needed to be close by. Colorado Springs is not close to Boulder. It's like the opposite direction, right? So he should have been in the Aurora detention facility that we have here down the street from my house, right? Should have been there and then been able to go back and forth to the actual Boulder court to deal with it, right? Makes it an anti-Semitic thing, I guess, or whatever, because one of the people that caught fire that he attacked with a blowtorch, and so he was lighting them on fire in broad daylight. So was a Holocaust survivor or some shit. So you know how they feel about that. So it became extra contentious. He got charged like 101 or something, 101 fucking charges, felony charges. When it should have been like, man, like maybe I could totally see him getting like 30. We'll talk about all the reckless attempted murders and shit. That's like 10, 12, 13. You know what I mean? The actual deaths, I think that was 3. The mayhem he ensued, we'll throw on some other charges to go with that, with reckless endangerment, turning into a fire, turning into a full-fledged fire torture thing. You mean, fucking A, like broad daylight. We'll just throw in broad daylight too, why not? In a public place like the library, there's so much shit, right? Assault, hate crime. Obviously, they got the hate crime thing. A hate crime, and then go with the counts on that because he did that with all them people. You know, so he adds to that. Resisting, shit, a whole bunch of different things, a whole bunch of shit, right? I mean, I think cuz lived in the city of Denver too, in a nice ass house. So they picked him up, and then like 2 days later, they went got his family and said they put him in the detention facility. That's what was said, and that they were going to deport them immediately back to Egypt. It doesn't matter if they've been there or not, or how long it's been. They could care less. That's how it was put. That's how it was put. You know, it's an anti-Semitic hate crime or some shit. You know what I mean? that the lady that ran for the lady, the Kiros lady, the progressive or the Democratic Socialist, they asked her on 9 News. They asked her if she thought that was anti-Semitic or not. With that dude, same man we're talking about. That she wouldn't answer the question. She kind of said she didn't have all the facts or whatever, but it was basically anti-Semitic if you want to look at it from their perspective. You know what I mean? I just thought Cuz was going ham, and he didn't give a fuck. It was like there's gasoline everywhere, and he's like, oh, flamethrower. That shit was just intense. You know what I mean? And there was motherfuckers just ready to tackle him. Police were approaching them all crazy. So yeah, I thought they really were gonna get deported. That's what they said. Which also leads me to think, okay, that they moved that family around all this whole fucking time to let them off just recently, right when this documentary came out, like last week, right at the motherfucking airport. So they're taking all these flights, 5 motherfuckers in one flight to go all the way down towards Florida, and then flip a bitch and come all the way back up. All that money and shit, right? Who pays for that? Us. We do. You know what I mean? We do. So it's all on the low. You know what I mean? I don't even think it's on the low. I think that the administration knows about it, right? The mayor, the city and governor, the mayor knows, right? Even though they pretend to be a welcoming city and sign these agenda pushing bills of standing with migrants and this and that, and the mayor's complicit of dumping a shitload of migrants in Aurora. Aurora is not a sanctuary city. It is a home rule, but it's not a sanctuary city. Denver is a sanctuary city, right? Aurora is not. So you come over here looking around for some motherfucking migrants, you pick them up. Yeah, they get put in the jail, right? Or, the detention facility, right down the street from my house. They had got a chick, an alleged activist, right? I seen her a long time ago, for the unhoused, whatever. This probably lived here for 10 motherfucking years. She finally get picked up, even though she was supposed to get deported. She never got deported. Instead, she had a whole fucking family, right? And got a job, living in a motherfucking under the premise of a church, right? I wish the church worked like that for us. Like we could go hide out in the church. It don't work like that for us. It works like that for everybody but black people. They came and got her. They take it to the detention facility. Everybody and their goddamn mama that was an activist or unhoused activist did me and just kind of beef with here and there because they we just do. Was over there advocating and was activated trying to get this brought out. One of the I think it was DeGette. One of those ladies that are about to be replaced, right? Election season. I think it was DeGette. Don't quote me on it. It was someone like that. So it's DeGette or the other one. I can't remember, but don't quote me on the name. I'm pretty sure it's DeGette. Put a private bill through and had her released. A private bill, so that led me to also do some more research on this reparation shit. They can make things happen through a private fucking bill. And sure enough, that lady got out. She got out like a month later. I was over there in the camera's face and talking about, just power fisting it. And, I'm back with the activism shit that she was on. And I was like, bitch, you need to go. This is a temporary out. When you go to court the next time, when they gonna take you back to Honduras? You know what I mean? Because that's what they do. They ain't gonna give you a chance to fix your papers not once but twice. You know what I mean? And you didn't do it. Fuck all that. No, bleedy heart fucking shit, man. Come on, cuz that's how I've been feeling. So I was not expecting all that we've learned so far. I was not expecting that, not even a little bit. I thought they were really I was under the guise that they were actually deporting motherfuckers. They deported some people in other states to Salvador or for their country of origin, kind of, right? But they've been really hesitant. I mean, they of course they want to ship off Haiti. Biden was shipping them off like he didn't fuck the seatbelts. He's like load the plane all the way up. You know what I mean? So why they behaving this way with Trumpy is like kind of make you want to like, why are they behaving this way? You know what I mean? But I thought they were actually being deported to find that they just play musical political chairs or musical immigrant chairs in other states, and the taxpayers are paying for this shit. They're not paying for it. There's an incentive to do this. Just like there's an incentive when they came, there's an incentive to house them. There's an incentive to, from the government. There's incentives. There's incentives to run a sanctuary city. You know what I mean? And pretend like you don't like it. So they're getting paid both ways. This is the same administration here in Denver. They gave me and Justin the like treat us like we're assholes because we were like, nah, man, immigrants taking up all the resources. Then they come over here demanding shit, and we can't even get the shit that they're demanding, and they're getting like hefty payments, and they get to be in nice ass fucking hotels and this and that, and they kind of get away with eating whatever until somebody decides to put their feet down, or the mayor shipped them off to some glorious nice ass apartment that I can't live in, which is right across the street, and put a good 15% of the migrants over here in this part of Aurora, and then loaded the other side up, and then just kind of walked off. And he tried to get away with it, and not just in Aurora, but several surrounding cities. And motherfuckers are like, nah, man, we ain't no sanctuary city. We don't believe in that. They had to pass a whole bill like 2 months ago talking about, they wanted ICE to demask on city grounds when they come to get them. And I was like, for what? You don't tell SWAT to demask when they kick in your motherfucking door and windows to come get you after they've been profiling and spying because they got tools to do so now. You don't tell them to demask. You know what I mean? All these task forces under the police department, right? And the FBI, they don't unmask. But now we're going to be so bold. I'm like, shit. I don't want to see it. Look, first of all, if I was worried, I definitely wouldn't want to fucking see their face. First of all, if I could get to a phone, I don't want to know. All right, in my mind, anytime, because I've been kidnapped by the law, so anytime it comes like that, with masks or whatever, and they're on some other shit, I just know for a fact they're all racist and white supremacists, and they do not give a fuck who they hurt, kill, or whatever. And Aurora is equally spicy, if not worse. So, the mayor was thinking he can just hide everybody amongst the unhoused and the weeds and shit. And we were like, nah, definitely not. Because I don't agree with it. If the only way it would work is if you took care of home first. You took care of the people that actually needed the assistance, right? Then everybody else can get a hand up. You see what I'm saying? But then then you break into the country and all this shit, you get all these fucking benefits that we can't get. Look, they ain't give you no family. They ain't give you no family of $5,000 in food stamps and shit like that. Or some rich white sponsor wants to sponsor a fucking FVA family. You know what I mean? They let them keep their kids outside in tents, cuz. Whereas us, the moment they even get a whiff of fucking instability, taking our babies right out the car. You can only lie to them for so much. They see you again and again. And they think, oh, yeah, you playing now. Now you just really is unhoused with your children in the car. Dude, we can't even get away with not having your kid in school, public school, for more than 2 days without a motherfucker welfare check and they want to constantly take our children away from us. Just like that. I mean FBA. Okay, because that's what happens here in the city. But no, when they came, they were out there not only begging and selling their selves and the youngins, for bread to unhoused people. That was happening. Nobody listened to me that said that. They got the kids out there begging and shit. They begging. They making shit that we would never eat. Them talking shit about our fucking accommodations. You know what I mean? That shit blew my mind, right? We don't talk. Look, we have to go to shelters here. If we have to go to shelters here, family, let's believe we don't like the conditions at all. Not for us. It's not meant for us. We're like, oh my God, this place, creepy. Oh, this is too much shit. Oh my God, roaches. Oh my God, now I got beef with this bitch. You know what I mean? Go to sleep, wench. You know what I mean? Stop fucking with me. Oh, now I got kicked out. Now I gotta go back outside. You see what I'm saying? We already know the conditions. Oh, this food look janky as shit. Might as well fucking, man, just send me to jail. At least I know I can get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich off of them. This is like, where the fuck you get this lettuce from? Why is it just why is it just lettuce? You know what I mean? What kind of meat is this? Man, fuck all that. Eat it, shut up. Right? Can't be fancy. You can't ask them for, man, you really need to get some better shit up in here. Just gotta be thankful they opened the motherfucking door for us. You know what I mean? Real shit. But no. We can't eat this. We're uncomfortable. This and that. We need jobs. We need this. We need that. Can't you see the humanity? Where's your humanity? I don't have none. You know what I mean? Like, I came under a refugee program where we knew we could plan for you to be here, take vital resources, to make sure you get what you need because you're going to be living here for the remainder part of however long as a refugee or asylum seeker for real. Okay, cool. We can plan that out. None of that was happening. So when they said they were deporting it, Trump was like, I'm going to deport everybody, especially in Aurora. And came out. I said, them Tren de la Aguians, or whatever the fuck you said, they got to go. Everybody got to go. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, cool. I know I ain't going nowhere. And even if I do, man, that'll be a mistake and a half once they figure out who I am. I'm going to do a fingerprint test. That'll be one thing. But I sure could use a vacation. You know what I mean? Anywhere I go, I can speak 4 languages. I can go. I blessed believe. There's gonna be some fucking crazy island or some shit. Or somewhere like some part of Africa that I have no idea about. I'm gonna find a way to make it. I'm not gonna be down bad very long. Probably as long as it took me to get off the plane and find somewhere to sit and think. And then it's by any means necessary. You see what I'm saying? But I don't know. We're not going to do that with us. There's nothing going to happen, right? Like that. We got to worry about other shit. I was feeling very upset that they lied. And I keep saying the administration here, because they know what's going on at the airport. They're always doing these underhanded backdoor deals with selling off acreages of the airport, the field where the airports are. You know what I mean? They want to put up all kinds of shit over there, and they're like, no. I'm like, no. Just stop taking this shit. No, and ultimately it'll be the taxpayers that have to pay for the bullshit. So I'm not with it. Not with it at all. I think they should kick us back some bread. Not with it, man. I feel like, look, if they were gonna lie, they should just outright said, we move people around whenever the fuck we feel like it. Not we've deported them to their official countries. Don't worry about him or them or their families. You know what I mean? Okay. That was all I had for that. I just feel like now that they was lying about deporting the deportations out of the country, and they didn't tell anybody where they were like shifting them all around. I was kind of curious about that. Like, some people were getting picked up like that. Remember when they got the little boy? The father went into detention, and they took the little boy into custody, right? And he was all over the Minnesotan news, and they're like, oh my God, guys arrested a kid, woo, right? They moved that father and that little boy out of the state they were in, which was Minnesota, to somewhere else. You know what I mean? For no particular reason. Like, also, too, what happened to Alligator Alcatraz? You know what I mean? There's more questions. It left more unanswered questions. And what was the incentive to lie? You know what I mean? Like, because obviously all these things have incentives. These programs are like those 501(c) immigrant help things. They all run by incentives. There's an incentive, financial incentive. But what is the incentive to the mayor and the city council that approves all sorts of funding for the airport and whatever the fuck goes on at the airport? Like, what is their incentive? They had to have gotten something to allow this to happen, and to be so motherfucking sloppy that Channel 9 News decided to follow them around and make a whole fucking documentary for the free. So, like, what the fuck is going on? Really? Like, what is the incentive? And next time I get a chance to, I wrote it down. Next time I get a chance to go somewhere where I see the mayor, I'm gonna ask him out loud. You know what I mean? Or city council, I'm gonna make a hot boy statement in reference to, because I want to know. Don't you want to know? I mean, like the fact that we thought they were actually leaving the country. You know what I mean? Not to mention all the horrific tales of woe. You see what I'm saying? And they're not going home. And what? So does that mean self deportation doesn't exist either? I got questions. Okay. Let's go real here. Okay, let's go up for a second. Let's see. The next thing we're gonna talk about. Hold on, let me see. Get this out the queue. I think I got let's talk about Carmelo Anthony for a second. Just got a little update or a little news. While I'm at it, I'm gonna clean out this queue.
We previously discussed a new team taking on his appeal pro bono. That means for free. But last week, one of those attorneys made headlines for a Facebook post that has since been removed with friends like these. Who needs enemies, right?
Yeah, and I was curious about that Facebook post. I want to read it to our listeners. It's kind of crazy. You got to think about this is one of his attorneys now. It's been removed, but we still have it. And it reads 35 years. I'm guessing, responding to the sentence. They showed no mercy. Kind of hard when the defendant's parents had a press conference mocking the dead victim's father right after the incident. Y'all non-lawyers can argue about if he were guilty or not. Most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case. With that being the case, you simply don't run around going on a press tour touting a false narrative. I'm pissed, and it's the people that were around Carmela who sold this story to folks, trying to sell racism for personal gain. Y'all really showed out this time. Wow. I mean, that's what a lot of us felt, I mean, we've talked about it on this show where we were, essentially blaming the parents. And how can you not? This is a kid, he learns to take responsibility from his own parents. But this is one of his own lawyers. I'm kind of surprised that this lawyer ended up on the defense team after posting something like this. But it is kind of nice to see that someone's got this clarity, and hopefully they'll be able to shift the tide a little bit in how the defense handles this case.
Yeah, there's one line in there that raises some questions. He says, most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case. Did he mean by that it's not about whether he's guilty or not because he's going to be found guilty, but you want to reduce the penalty as much as possible, get him to a lower charge, a lower conviction, because it's all about fighting for to keep him out of prison as opposed to fighting to say that he was innocent. And that's where the previous lawyers went wrong. Do I have that right?
Right. You definitely have that right. I mean, this, Dave, is not a whodunit. We know that he did it. I think the question was he did it, and what level of culpability does he have? We all knew it's not a self-defense pure walk, but it could be mitigation. And it could be mitigation for a couple different things. It could have been mitigation to try to get the actual crime level down, before if he took a plea. It also could be mitigation to try and get the sentence down. And that's what I think he's referring to when he says punishment. And, the more I've looked at the case, the more I think if I was handling it, something I would do if this family came to me is say, look, the first thing you need to do is you need to accept responsibility for your role in this. This is not a strict self-defense case. We understand that you might have felt that there was some defense needed, but it's not a perfect, strict self-defense case. You're not going to walk free. And get him to really get Carmelo to really start accepting the reality that he's going to go to prison. It is hard to get a grown man to accept that. It is going to be a lot harder to get a child to accept it. So you've got to get the parents on board. I think when he's talking from a defense lawyer standpoint, that's what he's really talking about. You know, as a defense lawyer, you got to be real with them. You got to say, look, your boy's going to do some time. Your son is going to do some prison time. The question is, do you want him to have a life at the end of that prison sentence or not? And I think if they had approached this differently and accepted responsibility, reached out early on, we could have seen a much less sentence than 35 years. Which, I mean, for what is he now, 19? I mean, 35 years is a really long time, where we could have seen something a whole lot more reasonable if he had just taken responsibility for his role.
He did.
I totally agree. It really does matter, showing remorse, admitting culpability. But instead, you show no remorse. In fact, your family's mocking the father of the deceased, and that's not a good look. And even though judges are supposed to look at what's in that courtroom at that time, judges are people too. They know what's going on. And that's something that his new lawyer called out. Well, so good for him. You know, one of his new lawyers is Lee Merritt, who is an accomplished civil rights attorney in Texas.
Oh my God.
He was running for attorney general. I don't know if he still is, but he was planning on running for AG. Lee Merritt is someone that I met when I taught the trial advocacy workshop at Harvard Law School last winter. He and I were in the same group and we became friends. We were like, it was really cool. Wow. He's a good guy. I liked him.
Well, tell us all about him.
Oh, he was a cool guy. You know, he's a young, good in court. You know, he knows, he's the kind of person, when he was teaching trial skills to the students, just had a very, very, let's say folksy, but it was very relatable demeanor. Like he could talk to people and not try to big time them, right? I mean, that's why you can see how well, why he's such a successful trial lawyer. But this is not a trial anymore. This is an appeal. There are no juries here anymore. It's about appellate judges. And so it's interesting. I didn't know that he does a lot with appellate courts. He's an accomplished trial lawyer. So that should be interesting. Another thing is that he told the Daily Mail that because of the high profile nature of this case, there's been some concern about Carmelo Anthony's safety. So now he's in protective custody. Apparently, though, he said the concerns were from Anthony supporters. He said there's a lot of chatter on the internet, mostly well-wishers trying to get to the jail and trying to send him things to the jail, all things that are causing some safety concerns. What's he talking about here?
Yeah, you know, I had to think back. I've had some clients who were very well-liked in the community, and they've actually had similar issues where they're getting a lot of attention. They're getting, you know, money on their books. They're getting a lot of letters, and other inmates get angry. You got to understand that the inmate culture is a completely different world. I mean, it is that, you know, everything about it is different. If you watched Orange is the New Black, you get it. But
I did.
Yeah. So
I know not a lot of men did, but it was a great show.
Yes. Well, think about it for men. If you're getting a lot of attention in prison, that's not a good thing. The last thing you want in prison is attention. You want to kind of keep your head down and just keep to yourself and not get any attention. So other inmates are going to get angry if he's getting, you know, extra benefits and things like that. Because, I mean, really, you've got to think about the psychology. There's absolutely nothing to do in prison. So sometimes they're instigating things just to create entertainment for themselves. And you've got someone who's high profile, he's going to have a target because of that. So, I mean, this is normal. You know, there's a lot of different reasons that people might be put in protective custody. Most of the time, it's what I would call it prophylactic. You know, they're worried that maybe there's a threat or something like that. And in a case like this, where the world is watching so closely, you've got to make sure that you keep Carmelo safe. Think they should keep everybody safe, but they're going to be a little bit more conscious of that in a case like this. You know, and it doesn't really take that long to actually get someone processed. I know that was, you know, kind of a question that's coming about how long does it take for someone to actually be placed in a prison? What they do is they do what's called diagnostics. So they see if you have any health issues, you know, he's got epilepsy. They see if you have any specific needs, if you're eligible for working, if, you know, if there's some type of class or reformation things you need to take, and they try to place you in the best place possible. So I think that's what we're seeing, and we'll probably see a much more long-term placement in the next couple months as they sort of assess Carmelo, assess everything that's going on. But I don't know if you saw, I thought this was interesting, and it might signal something to us, Dave. They filed a motion to recuse the judge, which I thought, to me, signals that they're probably going to file a motion for new trial, because otherwise, if they were just going straight to appeal, it wouldn't matter if they had Judge Roach. So I kind of am predicting that in the next couple days, we're going to see a motion for new trial being filed in this case, and they're going to try to get this back in front of the trial court to develop some record, my guess, for ineffective assistance of counsel.
Well, that I think is their best claim. It's hard to get, but I think that's the best they got. The judge gets a lot of discretion when it comes to jury selection, and I didn't see anything there that was so egregious that it would toss the conviction. So it's an uphill climb for them to get a new trial. It's an uphill climb for them to win on appeal. I think Carmelo Anthony is going to be in prison for a long time, and he may not be the only one in prison, Ashley. You know who Jake Lang is?
Oh my God, yes. He just keeps coming back.
It's not my side of the aisle, so I don't know. I did never heard of the guy, but apparently he's a far-right influencer and pardoned January 6th rioter. Oh boy, 31 years old. And he was among other agitators outside the courthouse who were arrested during the trial. And apparently he made threats on a live stream. Yeah, not good when you're saying that if the jury did not convict Carmelo Anthony, that he would take care of it himself and deliver a headshot. Yeah, that's why he's held on $1 million bond. And now the judge reduced the bond to $250,000. He did post bond, and now he's given 24 hours to leave Texas. That's what here's my question, actually. First off,
that's crazy.
His trial's in Texas. Normally, you're not allowed to leave the jurisdiction.
Normally, it's the complete opposite. Normally, you're not allowed to flee the jurisdiction. I know. That was kind of crazy. I was like, wait. You're supposed to, literally, one of the things is you have to be there for trial. So I thought that was interesting, but they clearly don't want him in Texas. The only time I've seen something like that, a condition like that, is on sentencing. We had it reminded me of the Young Thug case here in Atlanta, where one of the sentences, which I thought was just dumb as could be, one of the parts of the sentences was that he has to leave the metro Atlanta area. And I was like, why? He generates so much tax dollars for the metro Atlanta area. Like, why are you, why now Miami? Now you guys have all that benefit. He's living a great life down there. But that was one of the conditions, that he was banned. But it's so weird to see that on a bond condition. I think we have a SOT from it where, Lang is saying that his expulsion from Texas is signifying a liberal takeover. If we can take a look at SOT 1.
Of course it is.
Woohoo! Going to get some barbecue and then get on a plane, because I'm not allowed, the first man in American history, to be kicked out and banned from the state of Texas for my political ideologies, which also happen to be Ken Paxton's area here, the reddest area of Texas. They've kicked me out. This is how you know the shift is coming to Texas. When they kick out patriots, when they start to abuse judicial authority, what's next? Liberal takeover. Democrats are going to take Texas unless we win. We need to fight, stand, and win. Texas should remain for Texas and Christians. This is a Christian state and a Christian country. God bless you guys. Thank you, Fox.
He's like banned everywhere. You know what that means? The man who has no country. He's on that route.
Well, why do they keep rolling? He was done speaking.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. I just see that being played in court one day if he goes in front of the Texas jury. Oh, my. Yeah, I don't think they're sad to see him go from the great state of Texas.
Yeah, I guess now I realize why they want him gone from Texas. They want nowhere near. That, oh my gosh. And what's sad is that these days, that's who makes big money on the internet. It's guys like that. The more inflammatory you are, there's so much to unpack there, but let's just remind people that the liberal takeover of Texas, I think Texas still run a Republican governor, lieutenant governor, cabinet, 2 Republican U.S. senators. I don't see the liberal takeover, maybe in his conspiracy-filled mind, but whatever. He's trying to bring politics into something that doesn't deserve politics. This is about the criminal justice system. There was no partisanship involved with this case.
Okay, so now we know what's going on with that. That was like 2 birds in 1 stone. Hold on a second. I thought we could watch that. That'd be fun. Okay. We're gonna jump up to We're gonna talk about Charleston White real quick. And then from there, we're going to go into Nolan's Wells. Just a couple minutes here and there on a couple different things I saw. And then over to politics, what's going on over there. And I kind of want to talk about this Brandon Tatum situation. He did a Jubilee just the other day, so I watched it. I was like, oh my God. I was like, geez, man. So I don't know how he gets invited to these things. So let's see. Okay. Oops. My fault.
Another.
I apologize. I forgot what I just said. I was like, oh my God. I need to find something to eat. Hold on a second. Here we go. You're still talking about
I'm live on TikTok when Dr. Candace personally invite me to her birthday party. But her birthday was 4 days ago.
That's right. A birthday party that wasn't a birthday. A trap disguised as an invitation.
When I get to the event, it ain't a birthday cake. It ain't a happy birthday. For 3 hours, it was nothing but political talk.
3 hours of political chaos. No cake, no celebration, just setup.
She don't know the FBI is involved now, Dr. Candace. She don't know the FBI is involved now, Dr. Candace.
And that's what this story is really about. Not just a party gone wrong, a federal investigation, a leaked phone call, and Jay Prince at the center of it all. When you hear what went down that night in Houston's 5th Ward, your jaw's going to be on the floor. Because this wasn't some random street situation. This was calculated, this was orchestrated, and according to Charleston White, it was all connected to one person, Dr. Candace Matthews. See, Charleston didn't just show up to this event by accident. He was there because
this is my theory on it all. He's basically going to eat off of her for a little bit. Because, that's just him. He's just a fucking grifter. And, he shakes shit up. Just like, look, the Carmelo Anthony is a prime case, an example. He said, he basically misled the family down the wrong path. You know what I mean? That's why, the representation was the representation. You know what I mean? And she was like, where the fuck was she for the whole year? You know what I mean? So that's how it kind of connects into it. He basically, and then, he raised money for both parties and all this stuff. This is stuff he said out of his own mouth. So we recovered it off and on here and there, But yeah. But basically, he like in the last time I did an RVA, last time I did an RVA, basically he was on there saying he got interviews all lined up for the week. People were gonna pay him for these little interviews talking about her and this party and the problems that happened, and and the basic stories, that he was telling everybody, what happened and the blame and all this other stuff. So you'll see.
Dr. Candace Matthews personally called him while he was about to leave Houston. He had already filmed content that morning with the Chill Show podcast. We've got the timeline proving he had a flight scheduled for 1 p.m. that same day. He was supposed to be gone, but then the invite came in and everything changed.
When she made the invite, and from the time I talked to her when she made the invite to after I was shot at, she never called back until the next day with no concern about my safety.
Think about that for a second. A man gets shot at an event he attended because of a personal invitation, and the person who invited him doesn't even call to check if he's alive. No, are you okay? No, are you safe? Nothing. Radio silence for 24 hours. But here's where it gets darker. According to Charleston, Dr. Candace didn't just casually invite him. She made a very specific claim that made him feel comfortable showing up.
That Dr. Candace Matthews told me herself that she got permission from James Prince for me to be in her establishment. That's why I was so comfortable. I'll take a lie detector test. I will swear under oath, and I have witnesses that Dr. Candace Matthews told me herself that she got permission from James Prince.
Now let that sink in. Dr. Candace allegedly told Charleston that she had James Prince's explicit permission for him to be at this event. James Prince, the man with the most power in Houston, the man everyone fears. The fact that this permission supposedly existed made Charleston feel safe enough to reschedule his entire flight and stay in Houston for this birthday party. But there was just one problem. Her birthday was 4 days ago.
It ain't a birthday party. It's a political event.
Now, for y'all who don't know, this is the definition of a triple cross. For all y'all who in the chat, you looking to condemn the brother and picking and nabbing, I'm going to teach you a little something with OG. This is the triple cross.
So we've got the first layer of the trap, a fake birthday party disguised as an intimate gathering. But that was just the beginning, because once Charleston actually arrived at the location, things got darker. When Charleston White pulled up to this event, he had no idea he was walking into Jay Prince's daughter's establishment. Not just any restaurant, the Nickel, a place where everyone would know who the owner's family was, a place where the power dynamics were completely stacked.
They saying that's why nobody told you that was Jay Prince's daughter establishment and she was there. Is what they're saying. They said, why didn't nobody tell him that so he can leave? They let him stay there not knowing that she was there in the building.
This is crucial. Charleston wasn't just at some random political event. He was at Jay Prince's family restaurant, and nobody, not a single person, told him this fact. Why would you hide that unless it mattered, unless it was deliberate? And while Charleston's there thinking he's at his friend Dr. Candace's birthday party, something else is happening. Jay Prince's team is watching. They're documenting. They're taking pictures.
Dr. Candace tries to introduce me to the who set the plate.
Charleston White is now coming out and accusing Dr. Candace Matthews of setting him up with Jay Prince in the 5th Ward. He also speaks on the situation that was going viral on Instagram where Dr. Candace Matthews and another dude had interviewed somebody who claims that Popeye's chicken had left a condom and fried it inside of their chicken. Let's see what Charleston White had to say.
I was complaining. I ain't even gonna throw that name out there because I don't speak evil. But I was complaining about them same people recently. And I happened to say, man, let me check in on OG. I was typing your interview. I ain't even peep. I said, boy, look at the universe.
Hey, homie, you know what? You know what's the saddest thing about all this, my nigga? Dr. Candace got on the phone and tried to play like she didn't invite me down there, nigga. Hold on, wait. Hey, wait. I'm on my way to go do all the interview. That's why I'm not really talking about it right now. Because people paying me to come do the interview. I got Vlad TV this week. I got Say Cheese TV this week. I got Adam 22. I got 607 Monk. I got the Chill Wheel Show. Nigga, I got 7 interviews this week. Hey, homie, Dr. Candace Matthews won't be able to talk no more, man. She really, my nigga. She invite. I'm gonna release my phone records. So to show y'all to connect the dots. My flight was supposed to leave at 1 o'clock that day. I'm live on TikTok when Dr. Candace personally invite me to her birthday party. But her birthday was 4 days ago. When I get to the event, it ain't a birthday cake. It ain't a happy birthday. For 3 hours, it was nothing but political talk. For 2 hours, Dr. Candace assured me, as well as her team, everything is okay. You good here. She kept assuring me. I saw the energy change. The guy, I saw the energy change.
But Dr. Candace downplayed it. Every time Charleston tried to alert her that something was off, every time he noticed the cameras, the strange conversations, the energy shift, she would dismiss it. Don't worry about it. We got this. Everything's fine. For 3 hours, this went on. 3 hours of Charleston being kept comfortable, kept in place, kept unaware of the real situation happening around him. And here's the thing that really exposes what was happening. Charleston wasn't just being observed. He was being separated from escape routes. He was being managed.
Dr. Candace Matthews put me on the microphone, and that was a decoy to rush me out the door as soon as I got off the microphone so I wouldn't have to go talk to them. They knew what was going on, man. Dr. Candace Matthews, off-duty police officer who was on personal protection, they saved the day.
Wait, she put him on a microphone to speak and then immediately rushed him out of the building using off-duty police officers as security. Why would you do that? Why would you put someone on a mic and then immediately evict them? Unless the point wasn't to hear him speak. The point was to create a moment. Then the shots came. According to Charleston, he was being rushed out of the building when gunfire erupted. Multiple shots, a political event, white politicians in the building. But almost immediately, the narrative got flipped.
They came out and lied. Dr. Candace allowed Jay Prince Jr.'s son, Lil Jr. came out and made a public statement and said, the goofball is lying. He rolled up and shot in the car.
He did.
That's what they said.
That's what
And
the
everybody
video
said,
showed.
yeah.
Let's be clear about what happened here. They claimed that Charleston pulled up to Jay
Video, I
Prince's
told
daughter's
y'all, I
restaurant,
told y'all.
hung out of his car, and randomly started shooting at a political event, all while unarmed security was escorting him to his vehicle. It's an absurd story. It makes no logical sense, but it was the story they pushed. And the worst part, Dr. Candace Matthews went along with it.
And Dr. Candace went along with that lie until Hellcat released the footage. Dr. Candace didn't know we had on meta glasses. They didn't know we had on meta glasses until we dropped the footage. Now they don't want to talk.
This is where evidence becomes critical. Charleston had metal glasses, recording devices, capturing the entire event in real time. When that footage dropped, it proved several things. 1, Charleston didn't have a gun. He was never armed. 2, Dr. Candace knew this because he was with her the entire time. He could have gone to prison for something he didn't do.
That's where Jay Prince and them would have had me. That's why they were trying to say I shot. Wow, I would have got charged for shooting a gun within where liquor and alcohol is, where political people is. And outside, they were trying to put the case on me, y'all. Checkmate. They was trying to put the case on me, y'all, by reversing the road so I could come back with the Uno card, the reverse card, and put it back on them.
But Charleston didn't stay silent. He released something that changed everything. A phone call between himself and Dr. Candace Matthews. And in that call, Dr. Candace essentially confirms parts of his story.
That's where she tipped her hand at. So they had one to keep the eye if it came. That's why he took the picture. Oh, Dr. Candace Matthews. She playing both sides.
Think about what she just said. I didn't know if you was coming or not. If this was a legitimate birthday party, a spontaneous, casual invitation, why would it matter if he came or not? But if this was a planned setup, if this was orchestrated, then knowing whether he would show up becomes crucial. It affects timing. It affects logistics. It affects whether the trap springs or not. And there's more in that call, something even more damaging.
She said, I called James myself. She told me she called James herself. And she said, James, I don't need none of that. It's my birthday. My brother gonna be. She told me she called him and got permission. That's why I was so comfortable. That's why I was so comfortable in James Prince's daughter's establishment in 5th Ward. Because Dr. Candace Matthews herself, I'll take a lie detector test. I will swear under oath, and I have witnesses that Dr. Candace Matthews told me herself that she got permission from James Prince for me to be in her establishment.
So, according to Charleston, Dr. Candace explicitly told him that she called James Prince and got approval for him to be there. But here's the question that haunts this entire narrative. Was that true? Did she really call James Prince? Or was she lying to make Charleston feel comfortable enough to stay? And if she did call James Prince and he approved, then what does that mean about what happened next? Notice the shift in her behavior after the shooting. Suddenly, she's not concerned about Charleston's safety. She's concerned about being protected from James Prince. She's calling her husband into it. She's asking people to produce apology videos. Someone who's been told to distance herself from Charleston White. Someone who's been threatened into silence. And here's where this story transcends street-level drama and becomes a federal case.
She don't know the FBI is involved now, Dr. Candace. She don't know the FBI is involved now, Dr. Candace. Why? This was a political event, not a birthday party. The shots was fired while political candidates was in prison. This is a different kind of investigation, James.
He was like, I was outside of something else.
Checkmate.
What you're hearing, shots were fired at a political event. White politicians were present. This wasn't a shooting in an alley over street beef. This was violence at a high-level political gathering. And the FBI took notice.
Now, the FBI want to see phone records because I was supposed to be on an airplane. Dr. Candace invited me to an event that made me delay my flight. I'm going to reschedule my flight. The only reason I stayed in Houston was to go to Dr. Candace's event. My flight was supposed to leave at 1, 2 o'clock. Reverse Uno. They went to make a phone call. Reverse Uno.
Is he not allowed to be over there? Is that why you so scared?
They think I'm dumb. Oh, they think I'm dumb. They think I'm dumb. Oh, no. I went to law school for a reason. I went to law school for a reason.
The FBI is requesting phone records from 3 sources: Charleston's phone, Dr. Candace's phone, and, most importantly, Jay Prince's phone. Because if they can establish a pattern of communication between these 3, on the day of the event, they can prove coordination. They can prove that the shooting wasn't random. They can prove that Charleston was lured there deliberately.
So now that James I'm finna show y'all how this works. First, his son came out and made an unofficial statement and told a lie. They always lie, and they always get caught in a lie. Now here comes James Prince with a cryptic message, the boogeyman. FBI on ya, over there on ya, James. And guess what? I got FBI watch protection.
James Prince went from silent to cryptic to defensive, all within days. He sent messages, he put out statements, he tried to control the narrative, and Charleston noticed it all. But here's the real bombshell.
So right now, as of today, there's an unofficial investigation. James, I'm flying in to make it official. We got the name of the shooter between your phone records, Dr. Candace's phone records, and my phone records.
You know his head, right?
I think we own something.
Not a video.
With the FBI or the DOJ. Everybody knows I'm a Republican. Registered Republican.
Charleston is meeting with the FBI. He's bringing documentation. He's bringing timelines. He's bringing the phone call with Dr. Candace. And he's alleging that the shooter's identity can be confirmed through phone records and communication patterns. What makes this story even more significant is the context. This wasn't just about one man being set up. This was about trying to neutralize a voice, specifically Charleston White's voice.
I just signed a brand deal with Pokemon card. We don't need this on my record when I don't even do anything with black people anymore. I was just showing up to an invite for a friend. I can't take the smut, and I got all these brand deals on the table, and his gunshots is being fired at someone else's event, and they blame it on me.
Charleston was building something. He was getting brand deals. He was becoming relevant, and suddenly he's being tied to a shooting at a major political event. A felony charge would have ended everything. But there's another angle that makes this even more sinister.
I was on a microphone speaking as a Republican at a Democratic and Republican bipartisan event
He didn't really say
in your neighborhood at your daughter's establishment.
Admonish black people.
You can't make this street, James. Because I ain't street, James. I was there as a registered Republican who was invited there by community activists to speak bipartisan. That's why I was on the microphone, James, speaking, voting.
Let's connect the dots. A registered Republican shows up to speak at a bipartisan political event. Shots are fired. He's blamed for the shooting. If that charge had stuck, it would have silenced his political voice. It would have discredited him. It would have made it impossible for him to speak about anything again. This wasn't random. This was strategic.
That was a Democratic voter intimidation. And I'm taking it to the Department of Justice.
And remember what Charleston mentioned about court system manipulation? Dr. Candace allegedly revealed that people had been paying court clerks to move cases around, delaying trials, slowing the legal system. That's a separate federal crime. We're not just talking about a shooting anymore. We're talking about coordinated intimidation, interference with justice, and political suppression. And guess who was promoting the investigation? Dr. Candace Matthews.
They ain't just perfectly found no perfectly cooked condom in no chicken, and ain't no flour on it. Ain't no flour on the condom. The condom didn't melt in that grease. They want us to believe that a condom went into some grease and fried chicken and fried with the condom. Fried, no. Boy, that's some, I call it down. Now they running down Popeyes.
According to Charleston, this was manufactured outrage designed to distract from the real story. It was too convenient. A major viral controversy at the exact moment when the shooting narrative needed to be buried. It pulled media attention away from what really happened in the Fifth Ward.
All they want the people to do is to get eating free chicken. Hey, y'all, free chicken and Popeyes leg, thanks to Cornell Leg and Dr. Candy. We done went from hanging from the tree, hollering no justice, no peace. We want some free pieces of chicken. Free pieces of chicken to everybody. Our community activism done went all the way down to chickens and rubber.
The pattern is consistent. Create a story, push a narrative, flood the media, silence the truth. So here's where we stand. Charleston White was invited to a fake birthday party by Dr. Candace Matthews. Shots were fired. He was falsely blamed. He was about to be charged with a federal crime. Metal glasses footage proved his innocence. Phone records implicate Dr. Candace and Jay Prince. The FBI is now involved, and Charleston is flying in to meet with federal agents to make it official.
James, I'm flying in to make it official. We got the names of the shooter.
If you got a beef
between your
and you don't like
What's going on, man? What's the deal? What's the deal with What's going on, man? What's the deal? What's the deal with my good peoples, man? Y'all get up in here, man. I know I got something for y'all, man. Get up in here, man. Get up in here right now. Now, we done figured it out with Charleston White. We done figured it out, man. So look.
I figured it out. I figured it out.
Charleston White lied on Dewberry, man. And also, it's coming through the pipelines, man, that Charleston White was being targeted by Sarah Fields and his old lawyer, his ex-lawyer, which I don't even think she was his lawyer. He was just basically, he told her he was going to blow her up, and he big on social media. And same thing he telling everybody, like he telling the Hellcat girl, you know, basically same thing, man. But nobody sees results. But now, what I didn't figure it out about this mystery woman, right? I didn't figure it out that it's a play. Charleston White sent her. Charleston White and OG Sane sent her. They lying on Dewberry, man. I believe. Homie. So what I believe is she played her position with Dewberry so she could get up under Charleston. And she only want to talk to the people that got something to do with Charleston White. And that's what I figured out. So once I figured that out, things start coming my way, man. Charleston White had did an interview speaking on the THC laws right on Say Cheese, man. And it's crazy how he ended up getting booked for him. So I'm going to let him break down the THC and weed being a felony in Texas. And then I'm going to give y'all some more context on what I came to conclusion about, man. What's the deal, man? Y'all hit that like button, send that noti out, man. Let's get it going, man. I got something to tell y'all. They've been trying to play on us, chat. Why they been trying to play on us, chat? They copying everything we do, everything we say, but it just seemed to not work for them, man. It's not working for them, man.
That's a fact.
And nothing's working. So let's get right into it, man. They've been hitting the lies, trying to turn them yellow. It's not working.
What's
the deal?
Yeah. I hate that it happened. Because I know it's bullshit. I know this one of them bullshit calls right there. This flag on the place, on the bitch. Because it's the same little girl that I was taking up for, that she went back and smiled and had fun on the screen for. So I'm going to say that to this situation. I'm not what y'all think I am.
Here we go.
I'm not what y'all think. I'm not that, nigga. I'm bullshitting. That nigga AB never made a video. AB and the rest of the internet just believe I'm finna come to the internet and nigga, I told you, I told you something. He made a video, nigga. And I seen it during the stream. He said, man, here comes that old bitch ass nigga.
Foul shit.
I'm saying, nah, my nigga. Now he hot at it when he make the video, right? I thought to myself, the image I got of him when he got the news on stream, his body language and his spirit.
Appreciate you for them jewels, Demontre.
Don't let me kick it. Why?
Yeah, bro.
I've been watching this nigga for the last 4 to 6 weeks. Elevate, evolve, progress, stop drinking, working out, change his tune. He looking like a leader. He looking like the big homie. Boy, I'm talking about I'm in silently rooting for him. Boy, when that shit happened, I say, this how God put you through the test. It's just a test for him. It don't say the weapons won't form. The weapons gotta form, it just won't prosper. So he don't know I'm rooting in secret for him, right? In spirit and everything. Boy, when he did that video, the old Charleston would have got mad. The old Charleston before the Woody situation would have got mad and went in on him. The new Charleston called him. Say, nah, my nigga, I ain't that guy. I ain't no real hoe ass nigga. I'm just bullshit, nigga. Yeah, nah, nigga, I ain't no. And told him what I told him. I said, nah, nigga, I told you. Just like y'all saying I predicted this, I also predicted that this gonna be the greatest comeback story in boxing history.
Oh, we on the wrong video.
There we go.
There you go.
Either way, he's always gonna have a cut. Either way, he's always on that. Try to get him.
How do you feel about the new weed law in Texas, the THC? Do you smoke THC? Is that like a?
Yes, I'm Delta 9. Yes, sir. Yes. So they heard me with this. I don't.
So I don't smoke. So all the Deltas are illegal.
All the Delta 9, Delta 8, all the gummies you can get at the gas station. That yeah, all cannabis, even the small thing at the store. They can still sell them at the store. But if you get caught with it, you go to jail.
But they can still sell it.
They're not targeting the growers. They're targeting the people. Why? That's where the money lies.
And it's a felony now.
The gummies are, not the weed. You still need a quarter pound or more of the flower for it to be a felony. But if you get caught with one gummy worm, that's a felony. You get caught with the vape, that's a felony. Why? The THC had to be manufactured into that. It's almost like they charge you with manufacturing.
But isn't that going backwards? I thought
they are, but they're going backwards for us, not for them. Why? Texas politicians are persuaded mostly by lobbyists. So the federal government just released this. So imagine this: the federal government just lowered the schedule to loosen the penalties, right? Because it was scheduled as a Schedule 1 drug. It's been lowered by the federal government. So the federal government have lowered the punishment for it. Why would our state be saying, man, fuck that, we for the hell no? It's money. Because marijuana, for today's users, have now outgrown tobacco and alcohol. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they just released these reports. Mm-hmm. Our politicians had these reports 3 years ago when they first started hinting about it. Why? The tobacco industry. The tobacco industry. Say, we gotta slow this shit down. It's one of the last places. They go tobacco here, certain places. Part of the prison system. So if you doing this, I keep getting caught with weed, with my gun. I'm going to court saying, this is not weed. This is cannabis, Delta 9.
It's low key like he talked himself into that, right? Because he said it. Weed with my gun, this is before.
That meets the federal regulations that don't classify as THC. They don't have no way to say I'm lying. Why? Because it already went through the federal government's testing facility, and I bought it from this store that said this is Delta 9. I just took it out the packaging and put it here, sir. They throw my weed out, keep my guns. You know how much money they losing? When you can ride through nickel Collin County and you get caught with a nickel bag,
you see what's going on though? He was riding through Collin County and got caught with 2 bags.
You been in jail for 30 days? You know how much money they losing? It's all about money. Why? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms get together.
Right. He's not lying, right?
Tobacco used to be the largest industry in the world.
Oh my God.
Until marijuana legalized. Not only are we hurting the marijuana, not only are we hurting the tobacco industry.
Your president,
now grandmama is fucking with the doctors and the opioids people money. Because she's sick of feeling how she's feeling with these side effects. And she coming home and hit that token. And the doctor can now, in Texas, even though it's illegal, medical marijuana in Texas.
What?
So nigga, they done come in all these pockets. The pharmaceuticals. All the sheriffs is mad at the motherfucker. Every major sheriff in Texas went to the legislature and said, hey, we gotta do like that, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Make no amount of money they make.
Yeah, I see a lawsuit's coming out now about the new law.
So just know, Republicans have never fought one another. This is the first time in history they're going to publicly have a fight. Because it was the young white Republicans who brought this to the old white Republicans. They said, we understand this, but this is a new way. Look what Colorado did.
Here we go.
Because the money
What's going on in Colorado?
is going directly into the politician pockets. They saying, fuck that marijuana tax. This gonna cut out on my money. The marijuana tax gonna go to the schools and the communities in the budget. Fuck that. On my cut. And this is where they're falling out between the young and old. Why? Because the young white Republicans, they're hitting it too. They're hitting it too. The old ones, somewhat catching DWI. Shout out to Councilman Kerry Moon. They haven't came up with new laws to test if you're high on marijuana, but your eyes glossy and you can pass the test. They're losing out on DUIs. When you go listen to what was presented on why we should do this, then you understand that this is not about this being a dangerous drug to us. This is not the gateway drug. Alcohol is. So our politicians were bought. I hate to say that, but our politicians were bought on this one. So the only reason this is done is because the tobacco industry put it into place, because this is the last state that they can save. This is one of the last states that'll really go legal. And they basing it on us being a Bible, in the Bible Belt. Mm. But it won't last. It won't last. Dirk's lawyers, they've been getting quiet victories.
Yeah.
That the media, that all you
hoe say, no say. When a hoe talk, you just listen and tell a hoe, bitch, be gone. That's why I tell niggas, it's 3 kind of women. You got hoes, bitches, and women. And get what? You treat every last one of them different. Different. You treat a woman like a woman. You treat a hoe like a hoe. I keep telling y'all, my nigga. Hey, man, listen, man. Hey, man, look. I gotta go.
He must have had 1,000, 1,500 people in his shit. He was happy.
Drop off all this product. Say, man, this is how good the money done came. This is how good the money done came, man. The money done came in so good. Hey, man, it's that battle tested merch, man. Y'all see it? Oh, man, I got a whole lot of them. Yeah, I got all types of shit. Yeah. All of these products, all in the name of...
Oh, nah, man. We gonna get Shalandra Price over here, man. Don't even trip. T. Will want me to hit him up, but I've been chilling, bro. T. Will been on me. He been telling me to log in. I think he done got a hold of her. But you feel me? I ain't even. I'm just wait till everything come out.
Motherfucker trying to hate.
Then we gonna bust it down.
On you.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, I got all this merch I gotta get rid of. And you know what? My merch game went up like that. My merch game went up so big. All in the name of you talking down on Dewberry.
Told you gotta beat Charleston with your own game, with his own game. He did what Charleston be doing to people. He make merch out of him. He got into it with Woody, made merch. Got into it with Tia Kim, made merch. Got into it with Young Thug, made merch. Got into it with Austin Metcalf, made merch.
Jesus Christ.
Say, man, it's a bunch of money going in there, man.
Capitalism,
Say, man,
you said it.
We got every color, man. I got every color, man. Yeah, man. We got all colors, man. We got every color, man. Say, man, I'm telling y'all, hey, man, every time they try to destroy something great, man, you can't do nothing but build up greatness. Say, man, Salt ain't did nothing but hurt snails. Salt ain't never hurt no real nigga, man. It just helped me get richer, get bigger, get more money. How to get merch. Go to my Cash App. Go to my Cash App, send me $1 and send me your phone number. And once you send me your phone number, I will contact you and we'll be able to do that. They create drama because peace doesn't get them enough a reaction. Ooh, that's all I ever been on. I've been on positivity. But since positive don't get them no reaction, they try to come off negative. So therefore, what's the next negative line? Dewberry. Let's go and Dewberry. Oh yeah. Let's get some reaction out of it. I'm going to get money out of it. I'm going to get him.
He used Charleston White own game on him.
Money out of it.
So it's a
Say,
like.
what is your cash tag? There it is right there. $ Mr. and 60. That's my cash out right there. $ Mr. and 60. And y'all come over here and get some more doing evil for money. I ain't gonna do no evil for money. I ain't got to. I'm not gonna do no evil for money. I'm gonna do good things. I'm gonna do positive things. I'm gonna stay humble. I'm gonna stay winning. All in the name of money, man. I ain't gotta go out my way to do nothing hurtful. I ain't got to do none of that for the money, man. And y'all hear what I'm saying, man? They shout fatty. Hey, man, we got some more coming over here.
I ain't gonna lie. He down there. Him and Charleston the same. You feel me? He just ain't disrespecting the dead and saying dumb stuff.
We got some more coming. So y'all stay tuned, man. And listen, man, I got something to do, y'all. But I'm gonna come back on here because we got to talk about this a little bit more.
We got to talk about
this. But I got to go drop this
more.
out and take care of this. But I'll be back.
Yeah, man.
All right?
It's getting real out here, man. Look.
Number grip.
Ooh, OG Murder. Let's react to OG Murder.
And then he started running like, you hear me? Because that was Jay Prince.
OG
that was
Murder
Jay Prince.
Just dropped.
That was Jay Prince in the coat. See, I know why you ran. They was trying to say that you ran from a girl. I said, he ain't ran from a girl. That was Jay Prince in the coat with the girl. That's why he had ran. Because you ain't heard Honeycomb Brazier in the coat? Like, Lotto, bro. Like, say, Lotto, you got to calm down, bro. Whatever you and 21 Savage did, y'all did. Y'all grown.
Charleston White know that Dewberry watched everything. He know how it all worked. So he know Dewberry finna make some money now. Charleston don't want to be the only one with money. He gonna turn on that girl, though. I want y'all to know that. Charleston White gonna turn on that girl. Y'all heard it here first. Remember that. Me, watch how he bash her. Watch.
Not like this, Lotto. Not like this. Jay Prince, let this go, bro. Enough is enough, Jay Prince. You a hold on, bro. Don't get caught up with this clown, Jay Prince, bro. Don't get caught up with this foolishness. Let this go. Brazy, I can't tell Brazy that because he disrespected the man's grandmother. You know, I love Grandma Murder, so.
Ooh, I forgot about that. Y'all forgot about that Honeycomb Brazy stuff?
I can't tell Brazy how to feel. But say, bro, like, trying to do him at the police station, bro, like, don't let this man do this. You would have never thought that was the dude who Jim was talking about doing Jay Prince something just the other day. I would have never thought that, dog. Remember you was shadow boxing and stuff? Jay, 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 Jay,
Jay. Stupid.
Like, remember all that? Boy, that car pulled up, boy. You ain't had none of that in you, boy. You ain't had
not even
you ain't had none of that in you, boy.
Oh shit!
You know you're killing me.
Hey, bro, it's hilarious.
See, I know why you ran. They was trying to say that you ran from a girl. I said he ain't ran from a girl.
Pussy.
That was Jay Prince in the car with the girl. That's why he had ran. Because you ain't heard Honeycomb Brazier in the car. Like, you got to listen to the background. Like, you got to take all the outside sounds off. Why you want to hear Jay Prince? Some people say that girl who was talking was Lotto. Now, I don't know. But that's what they were saying. They said the girl who was talking, that allegedly was Lotto.
Oh, my God.
Now, you know Charleston White had made some statements about Lotto. He had made some statements about Lotto. And it's just allegedly at the footage. Lotto, they hear your voice. Now, I don't know how this going to go down because you know Charleston going to turn this into the feds. Charleston got the number to the feds. 9 times out of 10, he probably called the Fed building and he probably told them that Jay Prince, Mob Ties, Lotto, and Honeycomb Brazier just made another attack on his life after they just made an attack on his life and somebody opened fire at him while he was giving a speech at Dr. Candace Matthews' birthday party. So this would be the second time that Charleston White has had an attempt on his life within the past
for the free anyway. It doesn't matter.
Another one, y'all.
All right.
This is
now we're gonna go from there to Nolan Wells.
another one, y'all. This is another photo that was recently released that is going super viral right now, and it is said to be a picture of someone holding someone else up. As you can see, it looks like his arms is under his arms. What people are saying allegedly
these videos
is Nolan Wells, but what I'm saying is, why would everybody just sit there and stare? Why no help? What is going on here? So I asked myself, could he be saying that he is intoxicated? Could he be saying that my buddy is always getting wasted as an excuse? I don't know, y'all, but I tell you this, by the grace of God, we back, and we got a lot to cover, because not only did the Cajun Navy release another photo, we got more people on TikTok dismantling them three cowards that was.
People will say a lot of hot voice statements, man, not really knowing it. Throw these long reach lines of reasoning of what it could possibly mean, or what it is, or what it isn't, and what if, and what, you know, and like, I don't know, you're just basically filling up the space with motherfucking hot voice statements and misdirection and misinformation and disinformation. And you know, there's a lot more motherfuckers, like I'll be asking all kinds of other questions versus what they're talking about, you know what I mean? We should see though. Lies came out, you know, it's hard to decipher what's what with, you know what I mean, and what's the truth and what isn't the truth, that what it could be, or you know what I mean. It's a lot of finger pointing, speculation is it's a lot. Somebody's just like, you don't know, that's just long, that's you reaching right there. Like, it's not even like a lingering hint of that. You see what I'm saying? I always have these debates like of doubt. So we'll see. Let's see what he got to show us.
Recently on the Brandon Tatum podcast. And y'all ain't gonna want to miss this one. Before we get into it, y'all make sure y'all hype this video. Y'all make sure y'all subscribing. Oh, I want to give a shout out to Brother Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson has recently shared a video that we did the other day reacting to his interview with Art of Dialogue. Y'all make sure y'all check that interview out.
Speaking of, we're gonna go over that after this. So it was hell of there's a lot of questions I would ask, and there's questions that I really think that should be asked. And Dr. Umar was right up on it for some odd reason. Maybe he should just be quiet a lot more often. Who knows? You know what I mean? So we're going to go over that after this.
It's an amazing interview, but let's get into it, y'all.
I am about to wipe Evil Murr's smile clean off his face because this man is a joke. So yesterday, I was playing with the contrast in this picture to try and get a better picture of the pattern on Morgan's swimsuit. I realized that half of this picture is not changing at all when I play with the shadows, which is an indicator to me of a photograph being altered. So then I started scrutinizing this picture because why would I ever have reason to doubt it before? And then that's when I noticed this boat seam underneath all of their legs. You can almost trace it all the way until you get to Nolan. Not only are these creases in different places, but there's no shadow, nothing underneath his legs here. In fact, if you look really closely, make sure your brightness is turned all the way up, you can see a seam right here that just stops. And that would connect over here. Then I saw in between this elbow here, look, there is so much fabric that's supposedly his shorts. Like, why does this shadow suddenly stop? You can see a seam here and then nothing. And then look at the way Nolan is holding this can. Got one finger like over the lid, but the can looks really like wide. And then his thumb is on the other side of the lid. Like, how would you hold something like that? Now look at this half of the picture. Notice how Nolan's head is casting a shadow going to the left. Same with Eric here. Head casting shadow to the left, which means right where I am on the screen would be the direction that the sun would be coming from. And yet his shadow is going straight down, and his shadow is going straight down and to the right, implying that their light source, their sun, is coming from over here. So is this picture fake? Then I started looking at the photos that they gave to Officer Tatum. Why is Nolan a giant? He and Jax are literally almost the same build and height. And I understand that perspective's a thing, but no.
She do not play. She don't play.
Calm down, cuz.
She don't play.
Calm down.
God.
Not when they're this close to each other. Not when the camera is right here. And look, same problem with this one with the shadows. Shadow going this way, shadow going this way, shadow going this way, shadow going this way, shadow going straight up and down, shadow straight up and down, straight up and down, straight up and down, straight up and down, to the left. And this jacuzzi tub looks normal at first until you zoom in. First off, why is his elbow blending into his hat? And whose face is that? Because that looks like AI tried to recreate this guy.
Yeah.
This is another picture of Nolan with them. And I'm like, why does his eyes look swollen shut? Why his neck is big as his head? But get ready, folks. I'm about ready to blow their little he wasn't on the Triton picture out of the water. Because right here is Morgan's swim trunks. You can see his like beads here, his glasses, his hat. But I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on in this picture. Then I was comparing these two videos and I realized, oh wait, it's a visor. It's a visor hanging off of this. See, there's the bill and like the little like part there. But as I was comparing these two pictures, something hit me. Look at black part, metal, white plastic, metal, visor. Black part, metal part, white plastic, no metal pole. Look at the steering wheel. The steering wheel has this like white thing that's going on here. What? No, wait. But look, there's the door. There's the door. What's going on here with this leg? I don't know.
They did what?
Now, do you guys see it? Can you see it? Vertical bars, horizontal bars, vertical.
She cracked the code.
There's no code.
She told my guys, bro. Everybody was saying that was something up because they have on the same clothes. They doctored it. They doctored it. This is why they be coming after her, bruh.
Horizontal. And it's not just that the vertical bars are missing. There is no horizontal bar like right here. And not only that, y'all see how there's like this curved bar here?
It's
curved. Where's the bar in
it's
this
curved.
Picture? It should be going right next to the hat, like right into it. And yet we have nothing here. And I know y'all have lots of questions, and I can't pretend like I have any answers to them.
It's probably why he putting that Tatum tag right
now,
here.
do you guys
so we won't see certain things.
Weird at all.
Yo. Shit, bro. Yo. You see these joints?
See it?
Look.
Can you see it?
Look back here. This supposed to be going this way. See this right here? Where's that right here? Yo, this the back of it. Yo.
Vertical bars, horizontal bars.
Oh my God, bro.
And it's not just that the vertical bars are missing. There is no horizontal bar like right here.
Yo, tell me y'all remember the movie Problem Child. Do y'all remember the guy that be yelling? His name is Mr. Peabody. There you go. There you go.
It takes a big man to admit his mistakes.
This is called Ain't No Rest for the Wicked. In my opinion, he is wasting away. Literally, something is eating him from the inside. All on account of not speaking out, not snitching. And mind you, it just took a month for this to happen.
I don't know, man. All this is like
confession would lighten the load, my dude.
Now we have Elmore, who is Nolan's father, who said that Nolan would have never stayed behind on Horns Island to be with a girl or anywhere for that matter, and that he most definitely would have not left without his cell phone. Now we already knew that, so that was no surprise because, of course, like who would just leave their cell phone even when you're telling someone, "Oh, leave me, I'm going to stay behind." but you can keep my phone, like make it make sense. So anyways, and then Christine also says that as far as she was concerned, or them, they never saw any other boats out there or was aware of any boats on the water the night that Nolan Wells went missing on July the 4th. She also said, because remember the cell phone tower was also in question, and she said that once she arrived on Horns Island, they walked the entirety of Horns Island while she was on the phone with her grandmother, had a perfect, clear conversation, could hear fine, no static, no breakups, no nothing, with the grandmother who was in panic while they were searching for Nolan Wells on Horns Island, the entirety.
Bombshell tonight in the Nolan Wells investigation. Tonight, the timeline seemingly blows up. This as Nolan's mother is investigated. Why? And tonight, possibly even more important, where is Nolan's phone?
Well, from my understanding, authorities do not have it, and the family have not been cooperating with authorities to give the phone over.
Brandon, you may very well be a lot smarter than me, but I can hear, okay? The statement was, we're prepared to cooperate, I guess from Crump.
But it's best to have both cloud and the phone to paint the entire pattern of behavior and to see the truth.
Somebody saw something, somebody knows something, and they are not coughing it up. And we're going to keep on until they do.
So the thing that bothered me, one, it was prejudgment. Second, the parents of the guys that were with him started talking about they was going to sue us for getting involved. And sue, I don't even know the kid's name. So you can't say I defame your son. I don't know your son's name. But I will say this on this stage, I want them to sue me first. And I'll tell you why.
Talk to him, Al.
Because I want to depose your son. If you sue, the plaintiffs are deposed.
Always on a
So rather than us depend on a Mississippi DA who already had people saying it was no foul, let's go to civil court, any kind of court you want to go to, because you can't make this make sense. And direct to your point, Tiffany, as I said in the eulogy that I did, I don't know what happened. The parents never said they knew what happened. They never said it was racial. I don't know it was racist, but they don't know it wasn't racist. You don't know what happened. So why are you prejudging it unless something is there you don't want out? So I said in the eulogy that I don't know what happened.
I have a real question.
But I got your history in Mississippi.
For the funeral.
And the history tells me black boy go out with 3 white kids, 3 white kids come back. There's a blurred story on what happened. Now y'all all hostile and all upset. Didn't have the keys, but then you had the keys. Some about this don't make sense given your history.
At the church.
And I'm going to stay on this until we find out what happened. It may be nothing, but we're not going to leave that up to chance with people that are distorted. We're going to stay on this case.
So me and my sister are, cleaning up, and this is about 8. And she's like, hey, no one hasn't texted us. And that was the thing. No one was really big with communication with us, right? And so I call him, doesn't answer. I end the call. Call back, and this is probably, I think, maybe around 8. Don't quote me on the times, guys. So then I call again later around 8, still no answer. And then I want to say I called one more time, and I think that was at 10:48. So I'm in the kitchen, my phone rings. Now this is probably early 11 o'clock, somewhere around there. Phone rings when I make it back to the phone, and I'm like, whose number is this? Because, we get weird phone calls sometimes. They didn't leave a message. Number pops back up. I pick up the phone because it says maybe Warren. And I'm like, Warren. So this is 11:07. That's per my cell phone records. Saying
so all this explaining and shit the mother does give off some weird ass vibes, because very weird, kind of corny-ish wench vibes. Okay, I'm just gonna call her wench, but who knows? Who cares? But either way, right? For a motherfucking for a mother to be kind of in the know I mean, she didn't really have no instinctual feelings that something might be wrong, right? So she called like, oh, well, you haven't heard from. Okay, well, that's all explaining this shit, right? And then to find out, on the Nancy Grace part or whatever, that the family went and mob that she was on the island. She went to the island. The mother did, walked the island looking for her son, right? And talking to the grandmother so they could, kind of, coordinate, like what's going on and shit. It's like, why did Officer Tatum lie then? Because he's like, oh, I didn't have no service. You know what I mean? As he's trying to explain his way through Nancy Grace. You know what I mean? That he can, the service was choppy. Why the fuck he lied? Who the fuck is really telling the truth? That's one thing. But that, my question, serious question, not to be a dick, but, kind of be a dick, but a real question. Was the funeral, was all them black people imported into the funeral? Like, hey, come over here, we just need some stand-ins and extras and shit, and whole black church, because it was like very, it was like black church and then politics and then fucking grandstand, political discussion here and there, what he meant to everybody, which is really a handful of people, you know what I mean? But the whole church was packed with nothing but black folk. I don't even think you saw any of the white people in there that's been questioned or being, volunteering information and whatnot. Like, I mean, I caught half of it and I was too busy in the chat talking shit to Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, you know what I mean? And just talking shit because there they were, ambulance chasing and, collecting money from, for the paid funeral. That, that's great and everything. But they also had a GoFundMe too. That's some other shit going on. But the mother gives like these weird ass vibes, like, it's not like lost on me that people want to know about what happened to the boy, to the son, right? That the mother gives out these creepy vibes that you almost don't want to have that. You don't want to hear anything really from her, and the stepfather barely talks. You know what I mean? Like, barely talks. Where is the real father? Question mark. Right? Where's his real father? Has anybody talked about his real father? Isn't this his stepdaddy? Question mark. You see what I'm saying? Those are real questions. And I think I saw somewhere on my homepage today, like right before I started the program, that they had another, like a another press conference, and I'm like, okay. All this stuff, and then the mother's like being on social media more, like, I want to say corny, y'all. I want to say her vibes are like very Karen corny-ish. Like, she's kind of corny, like kind of off-brand. You know what I mean? Like, it's not because she light skinned or anything like that, or she's Blasian or none of that. It's just she gives out these weird fucking vibes. Like, it's almost just like I wouldn't want to hang out with her. She's like a weirdo. Like, you know what I mean? She just gives me some weird ass, creepy off-brand vibes. Like, I could see why people in like certain podcasters and certain handful of us on the New Black Media side are like, oh no, it's kind of giving off tether vibes, and then she took the money, hands up, and she took the money. So, it's not about justice anymore. Now it's about bread. You know what I mean? And here she go with another press conference and another press conference, and they're doing all this and that, and Brandon Tatum's involved, and Nancy Grace is involved, and here they go sitting down together doing an interview. You know what I mean? All these audio enhancements and picture enhancements and shit like that, and motherfucking white boy sitting on Brandon Tatum's couch just like, cringe. You know what I mean? So it's all kind of cringy. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but I have overheard some other signal boosters that we, enjoy sharing.
To the phone, he's like, "Hey, Miss Christine, have you seen or talked to Nolan?"
Similar things, you know what I mean? In in their broadcasts or just in the showing of, what's going on after the fact, or what's really happening, because if there's a little bounty to find out information. So there, you would think there would be some throwing motherfuckers under the bus or some shit. There should be somebody puts a little bread on this situation. You know what I mean? The mother just gives me weird ass vibes.
And I said, no, why? He should be with you guys. And he said, oh, no, well, when we went to the island, there was a girl named Katie that he met, and he had decided to stay behind. And I said, what?
Nah.
Because we know our child. And Nolan isn't one.
So let's just hypothetically, you really don't know what your teenage grown-ass college boy son is really up to, meeting, he got a fucking hankering for snow bunnies and motherfucking snow monkeys and shit like that. He liked them fucking saltine cracker ass wenches. You know what I mean? He's not trying to you don't go out the way. Like, it seemed like he just like white bitches, cause that's what's surrounding them or whatever. I don't really think that it has anything to do with I'm pretty sure he could pull his sister if he really wanted to. You know what I mean? I don't see anything really stopping, because he had a prominent kind of future. So I'm pretty sure, pretty young little college girl probably wouldn't mind of trying to talk to him or something like that. It's not like he couldn't, it'd be low-ish to fix him up. He's like almost there. But the career is what they want, what everybody's looking at, right? But he liked them folk, them bras, right? So them acting all shocked. Nah. You don't know, cuz he might have thought he was gonna get him some. You don't know. You don't know that he wasn't capable of. I wouldn't hold it past a young fucking 18, 19-year-old man, let alone a brother, regardless of if he likes them or the sisters. He's not really showing he likes the sisters, which is crazy to me. But he's hugged up on old girl, the little white girl that so quick to say, no, I left her there, whatever, cuz whatever. You know what I mean? But the parents are like, nah, not my Nolan. He wouldn't just run off with some girl. Why wouldn't he? He's on home vacation for a little bit. If let me speak. If I was a man, I came home for vacation, me and the homies were gonna go cruise down to the local watering hole where everybody in the goddamn mama is, and I know there's gonna be a plethora of fucking Beckys and Sarahs and shit there. I ain't bringing no bitch with me on the fucking excursion. Look, there's a smorgasbord going on down there. Why am I gonna bring food to the buffet? You dig? I'm on vacation with my friends, and I went to a party, did a little hanging out, did a little talking, and maybe I might, we was vibing. I could have seen maybe she want to throw the panties at him. Is that how they got like that? Like, nuh-uh, like all shocked and shit. I would not be shocked. I'm more shocked about Ruru right now than I would be a grown ass 18-year-old boy, a man that doesn't live at home and actually goes to college somewhere else. You know what I mean?
And to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind.
Well, I don't know if y'all got kids or not, but that one that's guilty, he or she will hurry up and come to adult like, that's what he did. To hurry up to try to clear his damn name. I'm telling you, for those that got kids, you know what I'm talking about.
And no one isn't one to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and I'm going to stay here with this girl that I just met. So
you don't know
I'm
just
on the
met.
phone with him. Now I'm in a panic. I'm running into my room.
They know each other.
Elmore was in bed watching a different movie. And I'm like frantic. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, no one is missing. I'm trying to pull up the GPS as I'm talking to him. And at some point he tells me that I was like, well, his phone says GPS Life 360, not Snapchat.
Right.
Life 360 says that he's on land. And he was like, well, no, I mean, we have his phone.
She's pretty.
And I'm like, Wait,
Let's
what?
get out the front. Go
And I'm like, okay.
To this bullshit.
Because at that point,
Stand in front, baby.
You're telling me, this is coming from Lauren, don't worry about it. We're going to find him. It's going to be okay. Don't tell me not to worry. This is my child, my flesh and blood that I brought into this world. And you're telling me not to worry. Absolutely not. He leaves that day with, he drives his car.
Your little young ass gonna tell me you got my son's phone. Then your little young ass gonna sit up there and call me, ask me, have I seen him? You got his phone, and you gonna tell me not to worry? And you don't even got no kids? You's a little, oh my God.
Get it down.
But we are right now where we have two parents, lovely parents, I've gotten to know them, that really don't have an answer to a question. Is it a civil rights violation or not? And we do not know. How do you trust?
How do you not know?
The words of people that say immediately there was no foul play when you haven't even investigated whether there was foul play? How do you trust people that come back from something that happened and never really give you a straight story of what happened, including you have the keys to the car? So when you have more questions than answers, you have to have people that will drive the answers out, and that's what we do. And that's why I've been involved, and that's why we stay involved. And it gets worse and worse and worse. The parent of one of the boys threatening to sue us for asking a question. Imagine that now. Some of y'all call it, what do you feel about the parents? One of the boys says he's going to sue you.
Hey, listen, like, I think maybe because I don't know who did it. I'm going to speculate. I'm going to throw a hot boy statement out there. I think they probably got like defensive and thought maybe issuing out a threat of a lawsuit would be something, because if they're going to be professional, whatever, football players, whatever, they're trying to preserve this is like a bad look, you know what I mean? They don't want to, they might have that understanding of, well, if I was involved in the missing or a murder of some of my friend, or whatever, that might not let me be picked for professional whatever. Maybe it's like that. Maybe that's why they issued that kind of threat, like to, hey, you're really slandering up my name and character, even though that's what it looks like. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying maybe that's the reason why they would throw out a stupid ass hot boy threat, like a lawsuit to fucking Reverend Al Sharpton, like Ben Crump. Like, just the thought of it is like going for a layup, and somebody's like, back down, bitch, and it slaps it out the air. That's just what that looks like. Like, who does that? And without really any common grounds, just for asking questions and drawing speculation to something that person said or didn't say or meant to say or did, or, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? So I think maybe it's just because they were trying to preserve their alleged possibility of a proper professional career somewhere. Maybe that's it. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't know. I was kind of like late to the party, because when they said that, I just kind of rolled my eyes like, so why didn't I say so? Like, they think they're really gonna get somewhere with that. You know what I mean? Your lawyers better be top notch and not well known. Shit. You know, because I felt like one of the interviewers on Brandon Tatum's show, the mixed boy, I thought for sure the way he was menacing the situation, that right there could have been looked at scandalously. I mean, I looked at it scandalously. You know what I mean? Let's see what else he has.
Ben Crump. Sue us for what? For saying what happened. So we've gone back that far. And that is why we're going to stand with these parents, because usually, I come from Brooklyn, New York. I was born and raised there. I don't come from the South. But my mother used to bring me down south to my grandmother in Dothan, Alabama. And Congressman, my grandmother told me, you see that pen over there? I said, yes. She said, that's a pen of hogs and pigs. I said, yes, ma'am. She said, always know something. If you take a brick and you throw it in that pile, the hog that hollers is the hog you hit. There's too much hollering going on in Mississippi.
Talk to him out.
I can't figure out which one we hit, but we hit something. Because now they talking about lawsuits. They threatening this threatening a mother of a child.
They screaming too much. All the content creators, do not stop reporting on this. We can't quite find out where it is, but we hitting somebody. When we throw that brick, he said, my grandmother told me if I throw that brick, the pig that yells the loudest, that's the one I hit. He said, we hitting somebody. We hitting them, but we don't know who it is. That's why we cannot stop reporting on this. We are hitting somebody. We just don't know who it is because it's a lot of screaming going on in Mississippi. For them to be innocent, they doing way too much screaming. How you going to sit up there and call Miss Christine Wansley? Have you heard from No? You got his phone. And you on a podcast, you doing donations from the Gifts and Go? Bruh, it's too much screaming out there. You got Trump lawyers and shit. It's too much screaming. We done hit somebody, y'all.
That I can tell you, look at those photos. Nolan Wells is not on that boat.
The photos to me are very convincing. Let's see the photo they're talking about again.
Yes, I'm glad we agree about that. I'm glad we agree.
Do I know what time that was or what day that was? Is there a timestamp? Look, I'm not saying either of you are lying. I'm saying this is how I would test evidence in court. I mean, I take everything with a box of salt. When was that taken? Where was it taken? What time was it taken?
Yeah.
I'm curious. Is it timestamp?
And Nancy, you've been trying this case for over 30 days. The facts are the facts are the facts.
Just answer the question, Muvia Fjokiar. Yo, she asked you a straight up question. Do you have the timestamps? You cannot sit up there and say something is facts if you don't have the timestamps. They're totally avoiding the question. And I want y'all to see something somebody pointed out. Look how they got the prompts and the promotional hats that say Carl Cox in the background. Y'all see that?
These boys had nothing to do with the death of Nolan Wells.
Hell nah.
That wasn't a question.
That was
okay. So what's the
We don't-
timestamp on that video?
Nancy, I'm going to answer it this way.
Yes.
We don't think that you're accusing us of lying. We don't feel that way. We're just simply saying this. And it's okay. You're asking legitimate investigative questions. And we don't fault you for that. But here's what we're saying. It's been over 30 days. There has never been one shred, one iota, one piece, nothing. There is no evidence that ties Warren, Morgan, or Jax to any crime because
Warren has the phone. Warren has the phone.
They did not commit a crime. They had nothing whatsoever to do. Right.
And
there's
again,
nothing.
what's timestamp on that video?
But that's not our burden. See, that's the problem. You're putting this burden on us. All right. There's never been one piece of evidence.
You did that to yourself, Paul, when you said, here's the boat that day and he's not on it. That may very well be true. That may be absolutely true. And I'm saying, when was the video taken?
Well, no, I'm telling you.
Around 4:30, July 4th.
Yeah. And I'm telling you another thing, Nancy. We have multiple witnesses, and we're going to protect their names on the air here. We're not going to air out a private list of witnesses. We are. We're going to protect them. So I want to emphasize that as well. The witnesses that we're talking about, we're not going to do that to them. We're not going to name them here on the air. We're not doing that.
I'm not asking you to.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you are.
I'm asking you again when the timestamp is on that video. But if you don't know, I'm not saying that that's wrong or right.
Well,
I'm saying I want to know to corroborate that video.
I understand that, but that's not a relevant question for your present guest since we didn't make the video. But I can tell you this.
Okay. Well, you showed me the video, and that's why I'm asking. Okay, let me ask you something else.
Yeah, but you representing the damn video, the video or the photo like it's yours, like that's your shit. So you should know the background of the photo.
Warren, Jax, and Morgan, y'all in danger, girl. Because why would your lawyers go on Nancy Grace and say this?
You think these are actions of three boys who, 1, keep their story straight, 2, don't snitch on each other, and 3, have made and had to have made to defend themselves.
Y'all heard him say, keep your story straight and not snitching. In a case like this, y'all need some new lawyers ASAP.
Look, that's the end of the video. Y'all get in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think about these damn defamation attorneys. Let me know what y'all think about Nancy Grace cooking the hell out of Brandon Tatum. And I noticed something. Whenever he's in front of somebody that's black, oh, he stands his ground. But when he in front of Nancy Grace, he acts like this little soft ass teacher's pet type of guy. And I don't understand.
Simply drained to the back of the head. But here's the thing, Art. They say Nolan was found face down in the water.
Report circulated until the state had 10 miles off the Mississippi coast.
This is it's on another channel, but this is the interview that he did with the Art of Dialogue, Dr. Umar. So it's kind of lengthy. We're gonna kind of skim through it because the questions he was asking were really like, whoa, you know what I mean? I didn't really think about it like that. You see what I'm saying? All right.
A body surfaced at the northwest tip. He was 18. 2 days earlier, he had gone out on the water with friends for the 4th of July. Everyone on those boats came home, everyone except him. His name was Nolan Wells. 2 pathologists have examined his body. Neither can tell you how he died. The state's report is finished, and it is sealed. No one has been arrested. No one has been cleared. More than a month later, his mother still does not know what happened to her child. For 4 weeks, everyone with a microphone had something to say about him. A fake toxicology report circulated until the state had to denounce it publicly. AI-generated videos of his family spread until his mother began flagging them herself. Millions of views were earned on a boy who cannot correct the record about himself. One voice stayed out of it. Umar Johnson said nothing for a month. This week, he explained why. He had watched Ferguson. He had watched Baltimore. He did not want to be one more person arriving at a family's worst moment with a camera. Then he spoke for over an hour. What he delivered was not a eulogy. It was a list. Questions about the boats, about a phone that did not stay with its owner, about a distress call placed in the window Nolan Wells was last seen alive, about tissue that never reached a second examination table. Some of it holds up against the record. Some of it we could not confirm, and we will tell you which parts and why. No charges have been filed, and everyone named here is entitled to the presumption of innocence. But those questions were asked out loud, and nobody in Jackson County has answered them. Horn Island is not a destination. It is a strip of sand and pine 10 miles off the Mississippi coast, part of a federally protected seashore. No houses, no roads, no power. Nobody lives there and nobody can. You arrive by boat or you do not arrive. And when the boats leave, whoever is standing on that beach is alone with the Gulf. Before we go any further, I want us to watch the interview in Umar Johnson's own words. Watch it carefully, because your opinion of this case will change while it plays, and it should. He raises questions the Jackson County Sheriff's Department has not answered, and some of them are the sharpest questions anyone has put to this investigation. But listen to what he is asserting, and listen to what he is asking, because they are not the same thing, and the difference is the entire reason this video exists. When it ends, we go through every claim he makes, what the public record supports, what contradicts it, and what we could not confirm no matter how hard we looked. You will not get that anywhere else in this case, and after a fake toxicology report reached 1 million people, you should not accept anything less. Here is Dr. Umar Johnson.
There's so much I want to talk to you about, though, man. There's so much to get into that I want to get your take on. Nolan Wells, how you feel about that situation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nolan Wells. You know, when the case first broke, Art, I just kind of sat back because I knew the YouTubian struggle streamers were going to run with it. I knew the white liberals on YouTube were going to run with it. I knew the white racists on YouTube were going to run with it, and everybody in between. It hurts my heart for Sister Christine, Nolan's mother, to have to see so many people using her son's name and crisis and tragedy for clickbait. And that's one of the biggest reasons, Art, I kind of stood back. It almost reminded me of the Freddie Gray police unaliving in Baltimore back during the Barack Obama era. When Freddie Gray lost his life to those police in Baltimore, everybody rushed to Baltimore. They did the same thing with Michael Brown in Ferguson, not because they necessarily cared about the tragedy, but because they wanted to benefit personally from it. And so I stayed away from Ferguson. I stayed away from Baltimore, and I stayed away from the Nolan Wells situation for a while because I didn't want to look like so many other people who just jumped in to have something to say, to use that young man's loss of life for clickbait and views. Now that it's been over a month since he lost his life, I think it's okay for me to speak now. Now let's take a closer look at this, Art. According to what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, and what I've read, Nolan, Warren, Wyatt, and Trayston left for Horn Island the morning of July 4th. According to Warren's own words that he offered during an interview with Officer B.T. Coon, that's Coon as in C-U-N-E, Coon as in K-H-E-W-N, Coon as in K-U-H-N, Coon as in C-O-N-N. So Warren did a sit down with Officer B.T. Coon. And as we all know, B.T. Coon is white YouTube's pet monkey. He's white YouTube's pet monkey. So Warren sat down for an interview with white YouTube's pet monkey. And he said that they left for Horns Island the morning of July the 4th, and that it was approximately 30 of them spread across 3 boats. Approximately 30 youth spread across 3 boats. They all went to Horn Island together. They arrived at approximately 11:30. So they left around 9-ish, 8, 9-ish, whatever the case may be. They left the morning of July 4th. They arrived on White Devil's Horn Island at about 11:30. So 3 boats, 30 youth, they went together. I'm not clear on whether the 3 boats came back together or not.
Right.
That's another question that I have, Art.
Right.
Did they come back together the same way they left together? Because I'm treating all 30 of those white youth and all 3 of those ships as crime scenes and as suspects. Mm-hmm. All 3 ships are potential crime scenes. All 3 boats are potential crime scenes, and all 30 youth are potential suspects.
See?
I don't know why Jackson County Sheriff Ledbetter or Jackson County District Attorney Mulrath, I don't know why they decided to separate the boat that Nolan was on, Warren's boat. I don't know why they separated that boat from the other 2 for purposes of investigation and analysis, because those 3 boats operated as a team. And since they went out there as a team, and it hasn't been made clear to me whether or not they came back together as a team, right, all 30 white youth and all 3 boats should have been part of this investigation, not just the 1 boat. That is my first big issue with this case. Who decided to separate the other 2 boats and the other 20 or so youth? I got a problem with that, Art, because according to the Cajun Navy, they have no GPS information on the other 2 boats, Art. They have no GPS information on the other 2 boats. Now let's get into this. According to Warren and Nolan's other so-called white friends, they decided to leave the island around 4:30. So they were roughly on White Devil's Horn Island from 11:30 to 4:30. That is about 5 hours. About 5 hours. Now, one question that has to be asked, Art, why did y'all leave so soon? Because they party on Horn Island all day long. Y'all didn't leave at sunset. Y'all didn't leave at sundown. Y'all left after only being there 5 hours. That's a little suspicious, Art. And I haven't heard anybody ask any of them, why did y'all decide to leave after only being there for 5 hours? Did y'all plan to only be on White Devil's Horn Island for 5 hours? Why did y'all leave at that time? But we'll deal with that later. So then let's listen to Javon,
thinking about
Nolan's other best friend. Now, another problem I got with this whole story, Art, is Nolan allegedly had too many best friends. I'm trying to find out, how does Nolan have so many best friends? And why did all of these so-called best friends leave their best friend on White Devil's Horn Island without his cell phone and keys? I'm trying to figure this out. So Javon claims he's Nolan's best friend. Warren claims he's Nolan's best friend. And Trayston allegedly claims that he's Warren's best friend. So did Warren have 3 best friends? Excuse me. Did Nolan have 3 best friends? Did Nolan have 13 best friends? Did Nolan have 30 best friends? Because if Javon is the best friend of Nolan, and if Warren is the best friend of Nolan, and if Trayston is the best friend of Nolan, exactly how many best friends did Nolan have? Are y'all making this up? Who did Nolan tell Warren was his best friend? Who did Nolan ever tell Trayston was his best friend? I'm not going to question Javon, because he's a brother. And I do believe that there's a strong chance that they may have been best friends. And I say that not only because Javon is a brother, Art, but I also felt that Javon, through the investigation team and alley-oop, with some of the answers that he gave on TMZ.
Right.
Some of Javon's answers, in my opinion, kind of made it clear to me he actually cared about Nolan. He actually cared about Nolan. I believe Javon actually cared about Nolan. And because of that, I'm willing to say that Javon may have actually been Nolan's best friend. I wish somebody would have asked Javon, Art, to your knowledge, has Nolan ever called Warren his best friend? Has Nolan ever called Trayston his best friend? To your knowledge, Javon, has Nolan ever told you that Warren and Trayston were best friends of his? Because, Art, I'm having a problem with this three best friend narrative. Okay? I used to be 18 years old. You might have one best friend. You may have 2. Don't get me wrong. If you all hang in a pack, you could have 3 best friends. But according to Javon's own words, Art, he didn't really hang around with them other guys too much. That's what I allegedly thought I heard him say. He didn't hang around with them guys too much. So if you got 2 or 3 or 4 best friends, you guys normally travel as a group. Javon seemed like he kind of spent most of his time with Nolan alone, just the 2 of them, not with Trayston and Warren. Although he knew them, it didn't appear that he hung out with them on the regular. So how could they all then be best friends? It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's unlikely. So according to Javon, Art, he saw Nolan at 3:40 on the island. According to Javon, what I heard him say to TMZ allegedly was that he had another friend who was involved in an altercation, and that he left Nolan at about 3:40 to go check on his buddy, because according to Javon, his buddy was on another ship, and the parents of whomever on this other ship were trying to get him off the island because he was crashing out. He never said who this friend was. He never exactly told us what happened, but he said, I left at 3:40 to go check on my friend on another boat because, quote unquote, well, these are not his words, I'm paraphrasing. He was kind of wilding out, crashing out, and he needed to help calm him down. I'm paraphrasing. He said when he got back, Nolan was nowhere to be found, and I'm paraphrasing. And Nolan's boat that he came on, Warren's boat, the so-called Big Daddy, the 22-foot Triton, had already left the scene. So according to Javon, I left Nolan at 3:40 to go deal with another situation. I came back, he was gone. According to Katie, the white girl who Nolan's white best friends are trying to use as an alibi in this situation. Okay, because they claim, and Warren said the same thing to Officer B.T. Coon when he spoke with him. They claim that Nolan told them, I'm going to hang back on this island and talk to Katie. You guys go ahead and I'll get back however I get back. Again, I'm paraphrasing. But guess what? We learned through Katie's sister that Katie said she has no knowledge of Nolan ever saying that. And Katie said her conversation with Nolan was between 3 and 4:30. So you know what that means, Art? We can pretty much digest, conclude that Nolan was likely to have been unalived, Art, sometime within the hour of 3:30 to 4:30. I'm going to insinuate that Nolan's life was taken because I do not believe he accidentally drowned. If he drowned, he was forcibly drowned, and we'll get to that in a minute. If Nolan drowned, he was forcibly drowned. He did not accidentally drown. He was a great swimmer. Miss me with the nonsense. That boy did not drown. If he drowned, it was by force. So again, Art, all three of these people, arguably the last three to see him alive, except for those who took his life, Katie, the coach, and Javon, are arguably the last three people to see Nolan alive, except for those who took his life on that boat, allegedly. That's my position. So they're all basically cutting off around 3:30, Art. Remember, they made the call for the emergency sea tow at 4 o'clock. Javon said he cut out 3:40. The coach, 3:30. They made the call at 4 o'clock. That conversation we heard, the sea tow call, which we're going to talk about in a minute, that took place at 4. It sounded like there was some struggling going on in the background. Nolan could have been getting unalived while they were making the call, Art. Nolan could have been getting unalived while they were making the call. Nolan could have been getting choked out while they was on the phone with Cito. So again, Art, my position is Nolan lost his life somewhere within the hour of 3:30 to 4:30. Now, before we go any further, Art, I need Ben Crump investigation team and Sheriff Ledbetter's investigation team to have a conversation with Javon, because according to Javon's statements on TMZ, the police never spoke to him. And I have serious concerns with the manner in which this investigation has been carried out so far, Art. I have very serious concerns with the manner in which this investigation has been carried out so far. So anyway, Javon said police never spoke with him. Why? We need a conversation with Javon, not because I think he's a suspect. I believe Javon is innocent, but we need to find out what he knows. That's number one. We also need a conversation, Art, with the coach. Who is this coach that Sister Christine said contacted her and told her he had a conversation with Nolan on the island between 2:30 and 3:30? We need to find out what he knows. And according to Katie's sister, she is already cooperating with the authorities. But here's why those three got to be spoken to, Art. Not only so we find out what they know, Art, but did they see each other during their conversation with Nolan? Because Javon, if you was talking to Nolan and left him at 3:40, And if Katie was talking to Nolan sometime between 3 and 4:30, and if the coach was talking to Nolan between 3:30 and 4:30, Art, at least two of you should have ran into each other. Did the coach see Javon? Did Javon see the coach? Did the coach see Katie? Did Katie see the coach? Did Katie see Javon? Did the coach see Katie? Art, if all three of them are saying they saw Nolan for the last time, roughly within the same hour, hour and a half, Art, did y'all run into each other? Let me tell you why I'm asking this question, Art. And I'm not throwing no shade at my brother Javon. I like Javon. I'm not throwing no shade at Miss Katie McCormick. I don't know her. I'm not throwing no shade at the coach, Art. But the reason I need to know why all y'all put y'all time within the same frame and you may have not possibly seen one another, Art, are you guys keeping yourself out of the window of witnessing this crime by saying you didn't see him after 3:30?
See?
I want you to follow what I'm saying here, Art. It's kind of interesting that they all saw him last at 3:30, not after 3:30. Javon 3:40, roughly 3:30. My point is, Art, for all three of them to have the same exact time, if they did not see each other at all during these conversations with Nolan, are they pushing up the window of time during which they saw Nolan so they cannot be included in this investigation as a witness to a crime? In other words, Art, I don't think Javon had nothing to do with it. I know he didn't. But is he saying he saw Nolan a little earlier than he saw him so he can't be pulled into the investigation? I don't think Katie had nothing to do with the crime, but is Katie putting her conversation with Nolan a little earlier than it actually took place to make sure she can't be dragged into the investigation as a witness to a crime? Is it possible that the coach is putting his conversation with Nolan earlier than what it was, Art, to make sure he cannot get dragged into the investigation? I don't think they had anything to do with it, but they could have been a witness to a homicide, Art. They could have been witness to a homicide. If they did not see each other, if none of those three people, the coach, Javon, and Katie, if they did not see each other at all talking to Nolan, if none of them saw each other talking to Nolan, at least two of them are lying about the time they last saw Nolan. Are you following me, Art? All I'm saying is I have my suspicions as to whether or not this convenient 3:30 cutoff window, I have my suspicions that this convenient 3:30 cutoff window may have not actually been the time they saw Nolan. They may have saw Nolan closer to the time he lost his life. Now stay with me, Art. I want to back up for a minute. And I want to say this to Brother Elmore, Nolan's stepfather. And I want to say this to Coach Tracy, who I believe was one of Nolan's coaches. Brother Elmore, the stepfather, and Coach Tracy, the coach,
right,
both said on national television, Art, that they don't think race played a role in this at all. Elmore, Tracy, two dark-skinned black men in Mississippi, and both of them said on national television, I don't think race had anything to do with this case. I am disappointed in Brother Elmore. I am disappointed in Coach Tracy. How dare you help these young people avoid the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. federal hate crimes law, Art, by you saying you don't think this had anything to do with race, Brother Elmore and Coach Tracy. You are helping these white folks avoid federal hate crimes charges. And let me tell you why this is important, Art. Let me tell you why this is important. Under the federal hate crimes law, Matthew Shepard, James Byrd, signed by Barack Obama, 2009. Under the Federal Hate Crimes Act, Art, you can go to jail for life. You can go to jail for life under the Federal Hate Crimes Law. So if you can go to jail for life under the Federal Hate Crimes Act, Art, why is Nolan's stepfather and coach telling white folks they don't think it had anything to do with race? I still love my brother Elmore. I still love my brother Coach Tracy. But would y'all please watch what comes out of your mouth during this investigation? Because you are undermining justice for Nolan. I hope you're listening, Brother Elmore. And I hope you're listening, Coach Tracy. You are undermining justice for Nolan by saying you don't think race had anything to do with it. How in the hell do you know? How do you know if race had anything to do with it? How well do you know these young people? It was 30 of them, Art. It was damn near 30 white youth spread across 3 boats. How many of them did Elmore know? How many of them did Coach Tracy know? So how are you going to go on TV and say, I don't think it had anything to do with race? Why are you helping them avoid accountability for what they may have done? I don't know if they did it, Art. You don't know if they did it. They don't know if they did it. And they definitely don't know if it was motivated by race. What they should have said, Art, is what Javon said. And that's why I like the young brother Javon. That's why I like that young brother Javon. His mother, Sister Tashima, shout out to you. You raised a good kid. When TMZ asked Javon if he thought it had anything to do with race, Art, when TMZ asked Javon if he thought this had anything to do with race, he said, what? I don't want to answer that question. I don't want to answer that question. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Or, Art, they could have said, I don't know. Nolan's stepfather could have said, I don't know if it had anything to do with race. Coach Tracy should have said, I don't know if it had anything to do with race. But to say you don't think it had to do with race when he was the only black boy across 3 ships, are you out of your mind? Why would you say that and help them avoid the Federal Hate Crimes Act? Javon gave a better answer than those 2 black men. Javon, a child, gave a better answer than those 2 black men, Art, when he said, I don't want to answer the question. And shout out to Javon, Art. He's intelligent. You know why? Because by saying, I don't want to answer the question, he answered the question. Of course, race has something to do with it. This is the United States of America. Race has something to do with everything involving black people. The country was built on the backs of black people. It's maintained on black people. We are disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system, overrepresented in the unemployment line, under the poverty line. Of course, everything in this country has to do with race. And I'm disappointed in us, Art, that we are so afraid to call racism what it is, that we literally got people asking us, when a white person takes the life of a black person, do you think it had anything to do with race? When a police officer takes the life or shoots a black person, do you think it had anything to do? What kind of idiotic gaslighting question is this, Art? All white people are racist. All white people are racist. So we can stop asking if it had anything to do with race. If it's black and it's white, it has something to do with race because all white people are racist. That's just how it is.
Right.
Now let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Before we deal with the infamous CETO call, Art, I got a few questions for Warren. I want to deal with that infamous CETO call, Art, and I want to deal with Sister Tashima and Sister Christine's visit to Warren's home to get Nolan's cell phone. I want to deal with them 2 in a minute, but before I go there, I got a couple questions for Warren and his white friends. Nolan's best friend, and Warren even called Nolan his brother, Art. He even called him his brother. He said they spent the night together before they went out to White Devils on Island, Art. The night before, July 3rd, they stayed in the same home. How do you stay in the same home with somebody, Art, and leave them on an island? How do you sleep in the same house with somebody July 3rd and then leave them on an island July 4th? But I got a few questions for Warren. No disrespect. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he's guilty, but I got a few questions for you, Warren. Since you could sit down and interview with Officer B.T. Coon, I need you to sit down and interview with Dr. Umar Ifatunde. So you can sit down and interview with Officer B.T. Coon, I want you to sit down and interview with Dr. Umar Ifatunde. My first question to Warren, you said that Nolan is a best friend of yours, that he's like a brother. I have a question. If Nolan is your brother and best friend, why did you leave him on that island, especially when you all were drinking? Because somebody put a report out there, Art, that Nolan had been drinking heavily and was intoxicated. Of course, that allegation was dismissed because the coach who contacted Sister Christine confirmed that he spoke to Nolan between 2:30 and 3:30, and Nolan was not intoxicated. So they lied to protect their friends, because white people are always on code, Art. Not a single white person on that island dropped a dime yet. Not one of them. So anyway, Art, they tried to blame it on him being drunk. So he was just a drunk black kid who walked into the water and drowned. That's the narrative they wanted us to swallow. He was just a drunk black kid who walked into the water and drowned. And remember, Art, Sheriff Ledbetter allegedly ruled the case an accidental drowning before he did any investigation. He ruled Nolan's death an accidental drowning before he did any investigation. As far as I'm concerned, that meets the definition of public corruption. As far as I'm concerned, that meets the definition of public corruption. But stand with Warren, Art. Warren, if Nolan is your brother and best friend, why did you leave him on an island without his cell phone and his keys? Why did you take his cell phone and keys back to the mainland? You left him there and took his cell phone and keys back. Can you please explain that to me? What person wants to be on an island without their phone? Help me understand that, Warren. I don't know of an 18-year-old who wants to be anywhere without their phone, Art. They don't want to be in school without their phone. They don't want to be at home without their phone. They don't want to be out of town without their phone. They don't want to be at the mall, the movies, the restaurant. They don't want to be nowhere without their phone, let alone on an island with no way to get off. You left your best friend on an island, your so-called brother. You left him on an island with no way to get off, and you took his phone and his keys. Can you explain that to me, Warren?
Let's scroll a little bit further.
While you're thinking about it, I got another question for you, Warren. Okay, while you're thinking about it. You said at 11 o'clock, you called Miss Christine to see if she heard from her son. Warren said, Art, I called Miss Christine to see if she heard from Nolan. She said she had not heard from Nolan. Can I ask you a question, Warren? If you took his phone, how in the hell was his mother supposed to hear from her son? Sometime after that, her and Sister Tashima, Javon's mom, used Life 360, Art, and they tracked the phone to Warren's home. I believe it was Warren's home. Don't hold me to that. I believe it was, no, I think it was one over the friend's home, lady friend's home. I think Warren said they were swimming at a lady friend's home. Whoever house it was one of them kids who was out there on White Devil Horns Island. So they tracked the phone to this house, Art. And Sister Tashima said when they opened up the door, the house was dark. You know what a house was dark, Art? They turned the lights off so they wouldn't recognize nobody's face. They turned, when they saw Nolan's mom is outside, this is what I believe happened. This is what I'm gonna let. Nolan's mother and Javon's mother are outside. How did they know where we are? Turn the lights off because they are not going to leave until we open this door. They turn the lights off, Art, so they can hide. so they could hide. They didn't know that Nolan had Life 360 on that phone. They didn't know that Nolan had Life 360. Now, Sister Tashima said, Art, it took them 15 minutes to bring the phone. Art, she said it took them 15 minutes. You know why? Because they was deleting his Snapchat accounts. That's why, Art. It took them 15 minutes to bring the phone because they were deleting Nolan's Snapchat account. And they also needed to make sure they had their story straight in case Sister Christine and Sister Tashima had any more questions, Art. That's what was going on. But let me say this to Sister Christine and Sister Tashima. My beautiful African sisters, don't you ever again in your life go to a home at that time of night by yourself without no men. Brother Elmore should have been with y'all. You are in Mississippi. You don't know who would have been in that house. You don't know what type of racist rednecks could have came out there and attacked you guys, and y'all could have ended up missing just like Nolan. And once again, they would have said they never saw y'all. And once again, they would have said that they never saw y'all. So please don't do that again. I know you was looking for your son. I know you was helping your girlfriend look for her son. But don't y'all ever pull up at no white people's house you don't know after midnight. Don't you do that no more, ladies. Bring a couple alpha males with you. Bring Brother Elmore with you next time. But this is what I wish they would have done, Art. Let me tell you what I wish they would have done. When Sister Tashima and Sister Christine got to that house, Art, I wish they would not have told them they knew the phone was in there. Stay with me, Art. I wish they would have not told them they knew the phone. They should have played it off, Art. They should have said, we want to know if anybody has seen Nolan. We haven't heard from him since he went with y'all to White Devil's Horn Island. And they would have said, we ain't heard from him, Art. And then I would have said, do you know if Nolan had his phone with him? I've been calling my son all day. He's not picking up. Do you know if he had his phone? And if they would have said no, Art, if they would have said, we don't know if he had his phone or not, you know what I would have done? I would have called the police and I would have told the police, Art, my son is missing. He went to White Devil's Horn Island with these white kids in his house. They have his phone. They don't know I know they have his phone. And they just lied to my face and told me that they don't know where the phone is, and the phone is right in there with them. I believe that they are suspects in my son's disappearance, and I want them all arrested. That's what I wish they would have done, Art. I wish they didn't tell them they knew the phone was in there. I wish they would have acted like they didn't know if the phone was in there and just asked them if they saw the phone. And once those white kids lied, I would have called the police because they never thought anybody was coming for Nolan's phone and keys. They never thought anyone was coming for Nolan's phone and keys because they didn't know Sister Christine had Life 360 on that phone, Art. They did not know that. And I think it is so disrespectful, Art, so racist and so bigoted that white people are filing false reports on Sister Christine's nursing license, Art. She now got to go before the nursing board in Mississippi, Art. Nolan's mother, still grieving the death of her son, she got to go and defend her credentials because white folks are mad that she's demanding justice for her son. This sounds just like Mamie Till Mobley, Emmett Till's mother. They did the same thing to Emmett Till, Art. After they assassinated Emmett Till, they harassed his mother. They sent her all type of threatening phone calls, letters, notices. Here we are, Art. 61 years later, they doing the same thing to Nolan Wells' mom. For black people who think white people have changed, for black people who think white people have changed, Art, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee. They are their ancestors, Art. They are their ancestors. They might be worse. They are their ancestors. And since they are their ancestors, we need to be our ancestors. Now, let's talk about the infamous CETO call, Art. So again, Javon sees Nolan at 3:40. The coach sees Nolan between 2:30 and 3:30. Katie sees Nolan between 3 and 4:30. I already told you I believe Nolan was unalived between 3:30 and 4:30. Now, our sister, what was her name? Jacqueline Brentley or something. Jeanette Brentley, Jacqueline Brentley. Forgive me, sister, for mispronouncing your name. But our sister, who is an audio engineer, Art, she went through the laborious process of cleaning up the background conversation during the infamous CETO call. She cleaned up the background audio during the infamous CETO call, Art. And during the infamous CETO call, Art, according to her cleanup, it sounds like they were trying to clean up an unaliving of Nolan Wells. You hear people saying things like, is he still alive? Did you unalive him? Is he okay? People are shocked, asking questions. Is he still breathing? If that tape gets corroborated, all the white young folks on those 3 boats need to go to jail, Art. They need to be charged, all of them. Whether you committed the crime, whether you was an accomplice to the crime, whether you was an accessory to the crime. Whether you committed the crime, first-degree murder, whether you was an accomplice to the crime, you helped them carry it out, whether you was an accessory to the crime, you helped them plan it, or you helped them cover it up, Art, because I'm having problems. I'm having problems with this investigation. It is too lax. It is too soft. And my question to Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, how long before y'all going to demand that the Federal Department of Justice take over the investigation, Art? As I was saying earlier, you can demand the feds to take over the investigation, Art, if there is concern about public corruption and obstruction of justice. One of the boys' mom or stepmom, and I think it's Warren, allegedly, one of the boys' mothers or stepmothers is a Chancery Court judge. Another one of the children's parents is allegedly tied to the FBI. So, Art, if their parents are tied up in the Mississippi state power structure, if these children's parents are tied up in the Mississippi state power structure, you know damn well Mississippi is not trying to find any of those kids guilty of anything. You know that. Mississippi does not have a history of helping Black people find justice against white people. That is not the history of Mississippi. It ain't the history of Arkansas. It ain't the history of Texas. It ain't the history of Louisiana. It ain't the history of South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, or none of those states. So why isn't Ben Crump and Al Sharpton calling for a federal investigation? That's number one. Number two, Art, guess what? Horns Island is federal land. Horns Island is federal land, Art. If Horns Island is federal land, Art, why are we not demanding that the feds do the investigation and not Sheriff Ledbetter? The island is federal land, Art. It's federal land. Why aren't the feds carrying out the investigation? That's the second reason they should be involved. The third reason they should be involved, Art, is there's a strong likelihood that this was a federal hate crime and a lynching. Very strong likelihood that this was Nolan Wells's death is very likely to have been a federal hate crime, and it is very likely to have been a federal lynching, meaning more than one person participated in the racially motivated, the operator on CETO. Let's get to the infamous call, Art, and I'm going to wrap this up. Let me get to the infamous call, and I'm going to wrap this up. They called the CETO company at 4 o'clock. We already talked about the background noise that the audio engineer, our beautiful Black sister, Jeanette Brentley, cleaned up. Sounds very suspicious, Art. It sounds like they may have been in the act of unaliving Nolan Wells when they made the call. It sounds like they may have been in the act of unaliving Nolan Wells when they made the call, Art. Allegedly. And guess what, Art? That would make perfect sense. You want to know why? Because the call was bogus. Nothing was wrong with that shit. This is my allegations. This is my belief and my allegations, and I'm standing on it. Nothing was wrong with the boat, Art, and I'm going to explain to you how we know this. Nothing was wrong with that boat. They made that call because they needed an alibi, Art. They needed an alibi. So if Nolan Wells, when Nolan's body was found, Art, if they were able to determine the time of death, when Nolan's body was found, and if they were able to determine the time of death, they say, wait a minute. Nolan was unalived at 4 o'clock. Guess what, Art? They could say our boat was sinking at 4 o'clock and we was on the phone with Cito. The phone call was an alibi, Art. The phone call was a decoy. The phone call was a bait and switch. There was nothing wrong with that boat, Art. So listen, we know that Mississippi is going to find all the audio engineers they can find, Art. We know that Mississippi is going to find all the audio engineers that they can find, Art, to try to say that the background noise cannot be corroborated or verified. You know they're going to say that. They're going to say we can't use the background noise. It's too much going on. We don't care what Sister Jeanette Brantley had to say. We don't care what y'all conspiracy theorists got to say. We had our own FBI audio engineers listen to it, and they can't make out the conversation. I believe it says what Sister Jeanette Brantley says it says. I believe it, Art. It makes perfect sense. They called at the time that they were unaliving him to have an alibi and an excuse. But guess what, Art? Even if they throw out the background noise, I believe we still have probable cause to arrest all 30 of those white kids. And I'm going to tell you why, Art. Let's listen to the conversation, Art. Let's listen to the conversation. He calls the operator on Cito. The operator says, how can I help you? And I'm paraphrasing. He says, our boat is sinking and we need a tow. She says, how much water are you in? He says, we're in 17 feet of water. No. We in 31 feet of water. Art, there's a big difference between 17 and 31.
Right.
There's a big difference between 17 and 31. Why don't you know if you are in roughly 17 feet of water? And why don't you know if you are in roughly 31 feet of water? You are on the boat all the time. This is what they do, Art. They boat all the time. They go to Horn Island all the time. Why don't you know if you're in 17 foot of water or 31 foot of water? 31 foot of water. But Art, it gets better than this, Art. It gets better. The Cito operator, Art, says, do you want me to call the Coast Guard? Do you want me to call the Coast Guard? Guess what he said? We don't need the Coast Guard. Art, if your boat is sinking, do you care who comes to rescue you?
Right.
If your boat is sinking, if I'm sinking in 31 feet of water, you could call the Coast Guard, you could call the aliens, you could call the Snow Bunny boat, you could call whoever you want to call if my boat is sinking. He told the operator, we don't need the Coast Guard. Who does that, Art? Who says we don't need the Coast Guard if we sink it? So she says, okay. She says, how many adults are on the boat? Pay attention to this, Art. We caught him in another lie. Listen to this. She says, how many adults are on the boat? He said, quote, there are no adults on the boat. He lied, Art. Second lie. First lie, he said, Nolan said, I'm staying behind to hang out with Katie. Y'all can leave me. Katie said Nolan told her, I'm headed back to the boat because my friend's about to leave. That was lie number one. That was lie number one. You lied and said Nolan said he was going to stay behind with Katie. That was a lie. Lie number two, the Cito operator asked you, how many adults are on the boat? He said there are no adults on the boat, Art. Why did he lie? Why did he lie? She said, how many people on the boat? He said, everybody on the boat is under 21. Art, she said, that was not my question. Art, she begged him to tell her how many people are on the boat. She said, that's not my question. How many people are on the boat? She said, is anybody breathing on the boat? He said, a lot of people breathing on the boat. She said, is there anybody living on the boat? He said, yes, people are alive on the boat. Art, I would like to investigate her. She didn't do no crime. I want to know what made that operator say, is anybody breathing on the boat? What made her say, is anybody alive on the boat, Art? What did she hear in the background? What did that operator hear in the background to make her ask him, is anybody breathing on the boat? That don't sound like a regular question. And then she said, is anybody living on the boat? It's almost like she could feel something was going on. I would love to know if those were standard questions, Art. I would love to know if those were standard questions or if she had a hunch that something fishy was going on. Now check this out, Art. She asked him a third or fourth time. He would not answer the question, Art. He would not answer the question. How many people are on the boat? Guess what he said, Art? Like 7. Like 7. Art, the boat only holds 8. They went out there that morning with 8. 7 Caucasians and Nolan. 7 Caucasians and Nolan. Art, they left with 7, right? When she said how many people on the boat, Art, why did he say like 7? Why didn't he say 7? It's only 7 people. Why couldn't he say 7? Why did he say like 7? You know why he said like 7, Art? Because he didn't know if Nolan was still alive or not. He didn't know if Nolan was still alive or not. So let me say like 7 in case he survives. Because Art, if you call me up and say, Dr. Umar, how many people at the basketball game? I can't count them all, Art. I'm going to say like 100. It's like 100. Because I don't know. It could be a little less than 100. It could be a little more than 100.
See what I'm saying? This is a good ass interview. Well, he's asking the right questions, right? Because no one really was asking all these questions except for people like, myself. I'm in like offline or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm talking to somebody else. I'm asking questions. Kind of made it really hard to talk about. You know what I mean? I had one more to show you, but I think I'm gonna have to come back because it is my time. All right. Let's see. I want to end it on something Trump was doing, but then I was like, I don't know. Because I have to go. I have to get off the thing. We have a Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase here in a couple hours. And we might actually get a chance to I don't know. It's a surprise. We'll see. Let's see this one real quick, okay? I just want to see what RFK loses control on CNN about.
You have been placing nearly all the blame on the COVID pandemic and the way that the U.S. responded to it squarely with Dr. Fauci. But of course, he worked for President Trump. Does President Trump also deserve some of the blame?
Well, President Trump, as you recall, wanted to end the lockdowns. I think the thing that did the most damage to our country was the lockdowns that shut down 3.5 million businesses in our country with no due process, no just compensation. All of our churches closed our schools, and our children are still paying the price for that. And yet we had the worst outcome of any country in the world.
How so?
We have the highest death rate from COVID of any nation on earth.
Well, let me just say, because I've heard you say that before on the death rate from COVID, it's not accurate because public health experts say that there is a combination of factors that went into that: higher rates of chronic illnesses, which I know you would agree with, gaps to our healthcare system, and misinformation about vaccines.
You just said what I said was inaccurate. What I said was accurate. We had the highest death rate from COVID of any.
Well, there are other countries that had higher, but
you can
go ahead
about why we had that, but nobody can tell you. I mean, we have, as you say, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. But Anthony Fauci was mismanaging the COVID pandemic, and he was doing it under the Biden administration. President Trump wanted to end the lockdowns. And in fact, in Anthony Fauci's diaries, he talks about how President Trump is calling him every day, trying to get him to reopen the country.
Yeah, well, the lockdowns were done by governors. I mean, certainly Anthony Fauci and the president had opinions, but the lockdowns were done by governors, and largely because they were hearing from hospitals saying that their ICUs were overrun and they needed some help while that was happening.
Well, that's not true. That's just not true. What you're saying is not true. No, they were doing it because Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down. There were ICUs that were empty all over the country, including in New York at the height.
I'm asking you, I'm going to go back to what I asked you at the beginning, which is President Trump. And he was the guy in charge. And you tweeted back in 2024 that he let bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci shut down the entire country. Again, the president was in charge.
The president was trying to reopen the country when he left. The country was kept closed for another year, almost a year and a half after that.
Let's talk about how to prevent the next pandemic, because there's a lot of litigating and relitigating that I don't think is really helpful to do with regard to COVID. And the question is about so-called gain of function, which for people who aren't entirely clear about it, it is a highly risky research process that includes manipulating a virus to study how it behaves as it evolves. Now, what scientists say is that although it's controversial, it's necessary to prepare for the next pandemic, to get ahead of it, to figure out what these viruses can do. What you want to end this gain of function research. Some scientists say, isn't it better just to put better guardrails around it?
People have been trying to put guardrails around it for generations, and it hasn't worked. And clearly, COVID-19 pandemic and many other global pandemics that we have come from gain of function research. The RSV epidemic that we have, that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today, came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research. So, and the scientists who you say are experts are making the argument that this is necessary for pandemic response, cannot point to one instance in history where research that came out of this kind of experimentation has actually provided us something beneficial.
So how do you prepare then? How do you prepare for the next pandemic? I mean, that's literally part of your job now, because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong the last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground. There are 15 million frontline physicians around the world. They're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives. There were therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening to them. Instead, we were doing the opposite. We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation.
What does that mean?
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah, and because again, I really want to move on, but
Yeah,
you were saying you were
because
yes,
you
I
were
do.
part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing your
Mr.
job,
Secretary,
your job is a fierce skepticism toward authority. And
Yes,
you weren't
I am.
doing that. You
I
were
am.
beating
My
up
job
on people
is
who were
also
dissenting.
No. Okay. Are you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations
sitting
about
here and
public health?
attacking me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to
And let
prevent
me
the next
answer the
pandemic.
question, and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The
You think
cases in the
COVID
U.S.
vaccine protected children.
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors
Talk to
about.
scientists. Can you show me one study?
Yes, I can.
That shows that
I can.
Children were protected by the COVID vaccine.
I can tell you that
That
there are.
vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying nonsense. You are saying something that you cannot show me a single study.
I am not saying nonsense.
You
I
are
am
talking what
excuse
somebody
me.
told you.
Excuse me.
And you
Let me
cite me the study.
What
study?
No, what
Cite
studies
me
are
the
you
study.
talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the
I am
study
not.
that you're talking about.
I am
You
not
say
here
you've
to
seen
defend.
studies. Cite me the study.
This is not productive. I am not here to defend all of the. Let me
You're
finish.
talking nonsense.
Let
You're
me
making
finish.
assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm arguing.
Okay, do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll get there in a second. Let me just say, for the record, that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You
Let
were
me finish.
scaring people
Why are you saying that?
because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to put
Okay,
the
stop.
dry runs up
Okay,
about how
stop.
many people are.
We were trying to
To
be,
get people
we were
to
listening
lie.
to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily press conference explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to talk to the measles.
Were you reading the science yourself?
Measles cases in the U.S. just reached a 35-year high. The second record-breaking year in a row. 93% of these cases are among the unvaccinated. The outbreak is happening on your watch. And even before becoming HHS secretary, for years, you have been one of the leading voices questioning the efficacy of vaccines. Do you accept some responsibility for this measles outbreak?
Absolutely not.
Right.
First of all, this is an international outbreak. So, and we're doing better at handling it than any country in the world. Mexico has 15 times the amount of measles per capita that we have. Canada has 4 times the amount of measles. England has 2 times the amount of measles. Did I cause those measles outbreaks?
You're the most famous.
Did I cause
Maybe.
137,000 cases?
You're the
of
most
measles in
famous
Europe?
vaccine skeptic on the planet.
Let me tell you, because actually Anthony Fauci in his diaries answers the question about why we're having a measles outbreak right now. The reason we're having a measles outbreak because of the COVID lockdowns, because people didn't, like children during that period, did not get vaccinated. And in his diaries, he says this is going to cause massive outbreaks of measles and more children. He says this are going to die. Let me finish, because you could accuse me of something. Now, let me.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question.
Yeah, let me give you the answer. He says in his diaries, more children are going to die from measles because of these lockdowns than COVID.
They got.
So if you want to know, in that age group that should have done the MMR when they were 18 months and didn't get it, they're the ones being infected. The people in this country, and we have stopped the outbreaks at record speed in South Carolina, in Texas, in Utah, in Virginia. We've done better than any country in the world. I dispatch immediately the epidemic intelligence services to those states. I get on the phone with the governor and we stop them in their tracks. Nobody else has been able to do that.
You have a bully pulpit.
Let me tell you just one last thing.
Go ahead.
The communities that are suffering from measles are almost all religious communities that just don't vaccinate. The Mennonites have not vaccinated since 1796, since Edward Jenner invented the smallpox vaccine. It's hard to blame that. I mean, as much as you want to blame
No,
it.
I don't want to blame you. I'm asking you because you have a very powerful voice on these issues for people who are skeptical. In fact, let me finish. Let me finish.
I've never questioned the efficacy of the MMR vaccine.
Okay, let me finish.
I've
What I want you to do is please use your bully pulpit to right now, as we're getting close to back to school.
Are you responsible?
Say, are you willing to say to parents who have not vaccinated their kids that they should vaccinate their kids for measles because it is safe and it will help them save their children's lives?
We tell people on my websites, my public
Right now,
pronouncement, I'll
look
say
into the
it right
camera.
now that parents should get their children vaccinated for measles. A measles vaccine is effective. It stops measles in about 97% of the cases. So people should get vaccinated.
Can I ask you, the Wall Street Journal reported that the president is pressuring you to conduct studies probing the link between vaccines and autism. Is that true?
Did you say probing the link?
I'm just quoting the Wall Street Journal, that the president wants you to go further to probe the link between autism and vaccines.
He certainly does.
Okay. Now, have you talked to him about medical research that have studied this for 25 years and found no link between autism and vaccines? And just this is my question here, because I don't want to litigate that. My question is, why not, because you are HHS secretary now, why not study what could cause autism, which scientists do believe starts with fetal brain development? Why not do some studies on that, whether you're an environmental lawyer, whether there are environmental factors that go into contributing to a predisposed genetic situation?
Let me say this first. We're doing all those things. And that's one of the ways that we found Tylenol. There's 73 studies out there and linked Tylenol exposure during later pregnancy and during the perinatal period to autism onset. But you are wrong when you say that this issue has been studied. It has been studied, and you're rolling your eyes, Dana. But
I am, because I don't want to have you use our air to say this. There have been more than 40 studies involving 5.6 million people to conclude there is no link between vaccines and autism. This is the head of the Committee of Infectious Diseases for the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Now let me tell you what the Institute of Medicine says, which is the National Academy of Sciences, which is the ultimate arbiter on vaccine safety, and which it does not have an interest in this debate. It says that none of the 8 vaccines that are administered during the first 6 months of life have ever been studied for relationship to autism. It found 2 studies, one on the DTP vaccine that showed that it does cause autism, and one on the hepatitis B vaccine that again suggests that it does cause autism. The Institute of Medicine dismissed those 2 studies because they were based on CDC's database. The studies that you're referring to are all for one vaccine, the MMR vaccine, or one ingredient, thimerosal.
So you are actually looking at, you're starting new studies to try to link autism, but you're also telling me.
I'm not trying to link autism to anything. I'm trying to find out why has autism gone
Are you
from
also
less
trying
than
to,
why
are you
has
also
autism
trying to find
gone-
out how it interacts with people's DNA, what's predisposed to have an autistic child? Are you doing both?
Yeah, but Dana, you probably don't understand this because you're not a scientist, but genes
Well, you're not
don't
either.
Genes don't cause
I understand. Genes,
They can provide a
epidemics.
vulnerability.
A
but they- but you
gene
need
provides
environmental
environmental. That's what I'm asking. Are you studying the environmental
We're looking
exposure?
at all the different environmental exposures, but your statement, you have been fooled. Your statement that this has been studied is not true. It's categorically
It is
not
considered.
true. Not for any of this stuff.
It is considered.
Considered by
decided
who?
by every scientist who has studied this.
That is not true. I can give you hundreds of scientists who have looked at this.
So
and
on the
say,
one
why
hand,
is
do you understand
It's
why
the
people aren't
National
getting?
Academy of Sciences. What greater authority
Do you understand why people are not getting measles vaccines? Because they're hearing you say that it could cause
You're trying
autism.
to change the subject.
I'm not. It's very much
Well,
related.
show me one of the studies that's been done on the first 8 the vaccines during the first 6 months of life. You will not find them. The National Academy of Sciences.
So if that's the
do not
case, then why are you
exist.
telling people to get the measles vaccine?
Because that is one of the vaccines that has been studied.
Okay.
It's the only one that has been studied.
Do you want people to get the MMR vaccine?
Yeah, I said that already.
Okay, so
I know you're flustered now, and it is.
I'm not frustrated at all. I am frustrated.
And honest.
The reason I'm frustrated is because you are the HHS. You are the HHS secretary, and you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science, and it is
like a
this.
parrot.
You're
So are you. Like a parrot. I've actually read the science. Let's you don't want to come back here and debate the science.
I'm not debating this.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not
all
debating.
you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you do during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job to talk to people.
Your job is to
Am I
tell the
allowed to
truth
talk?
to the American
Yes,
public.
yes. And my job
And
is
to
to
be-
get as
and
much
to-
information as I
and to
can. And what we
maintain
were doing,
a posture
what we were
of
doing,
fierce skepticism
what we
toward
were
government
doing
authority.
in COVID and still with regard to these vaccines is getting the best information, the best science that we can, and putting it out there. And sir, what you are doing is causing
getting the best
information
science
to
from
be out
somebody
there that
who
is
was lying to
not
you.
accurate.
Who was lying to
The
you?
National Academy of Sciences, which you just cited in November,
But to be
said
honest,
we
this
support the
is kind of like
statement
one of
that
those,
vaccines do not cause
trenches,
autism. This is the National Academy of Sciences that
slid
you
over
just
some of
talked
the
about.
paperwork.
Look at the
They went over
National
that.
Academy of Science most recent report.
Okay.
And you'll see.
I want to ask you one other question because it's something that really did help Donald Trump get elected, and that is the MAHA movement, and specifically the question of processed foods.
Of what?
Processed foods, and the fact that people want to feel that their food is safe. My understanding is that you're pushing for reforms on food safety and ultra-processed foods that have been slowed, in some cases blocked, by people in the administration who are working on behalf of the industry. Is that true?
Yes.
No, that is not true.
So you feel that you'll be able to get these reforms done without any problems?
I think the two big reforms that you're probably talking about is ultra processed food definition
Exactly.
and the GRAS standards.
Yes.
And they've both gone through extensive interagency process. I'm very confident that we will get them both out there within probably a month.
Well, I'm sorry that this, and that's good news for people who are very moms, and I'm one of them, who are very worried about making sure that our kids eat food and we eat food that is healthy. I'm sorry that this turned into a very contentious conversation. My job is to try to get the best information out there.
I like that he
and
was
it
fighting
does
back.
concern me
He
when
could've put a sucker right there.
you come in and say things that have
You're
take what you're saying have been people who have scientific backgrounds. And who I know have tried to talk to you as well.
That's the
Thank you
position
for coming
we play,
in.
is to be a contrarian, right?
Processing methods. So what I did was I separated Vicky, the C-tow dispatcher, from Warren and the audio originating from the...
My fault. Okay. Sorry, family. Let me stop this right here. that was fun little. That was a fun little watch. That was a fun little time with the RFK. Each time she get flushed, that wench was on his ass. She wouldn't go greet or let him have a winning moment whatsoever. She's like, you all the way the fuck wrong. I'll just say it this way. I ain't got I never got the javelin, and I refused to. I said it a long time ago that it was not meant for melanated individuals, meaning i.e. Black American freedmen, us. For the simple fact that they brainwash. Anytime they throw a commercial on with someone black, we automatically think, well, okay, well they got it, or they do a news segment like they did here in our state, and to show us that, oh, it's gonna be okay. They had a sister get the vaccine right in front of everybody on the news, right, and then everybody was pushing it, even though there was all kinds of ugly things happening. Like, for example, there was no not catching it. Motherfuckers, I got sick like 3 separate times, and all in passing. You know what I mean? To wherever I was going. So it coughed in the air, I caught it. That's how bad it was. And I didn't fight it off easily, whereas my mate has a better immune system. He never gets sick. If he does get sick, he's only sick for like a day or two. So, whereas I had a very hard time, especially like the third time I caught it. It was like equally fucked up. However, I refused to get it. And even now, they ask me when I go to the clinic for any kind of doctor appointment if I want that particular thing, javelin, and if I'm going to want to take a influenza shot and shit like that. And I've had some very serious experiences, like with my body, how my body works. I could take a flu shot, and then like maybe less than 2 hours later, I got the fucking flu, full blown, like no stop, all gas. I could be walking down the hall, somebody coughing, it's like a cold. I caught the cold. So I'm saying immediately, just in the air. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I just to tell you, I'll be the first motherfucker to say no. And why? And I was really encouraging other family to really look at everything. Don't just take my word for it. Look at all the news articles. There was a lot of ugly shit happening to FBA with the jab and the whole fucking pandemic. You know what I mean? There was a lot happening there, and none of it was fucking good. The thing about the measles, though, we hadn't had measles. First of all, like I'm a child. I was born in the 80s, so we, I had to do vaccinations at the Tri-Care County Center or whatever. And I got vaccinated one year like 3 times because my pops kept losing the motherfucking vaccine paperwork, right? But this is what I know. If you're going to public school, you have to vaccinate. But that's what I thought, especially for American citizens. Public school, vaccinate. Every child has to be vaccinated because they're around other strange kids or whatever, right? If they didn't go to school, they were homeschooled, they didn't have to get vaccinated, and their likelihood to interact with children other than they like close family members or other children that the family, other children like the neighbor next door and shit like that. Let's say they were around other people, weren't around people they were already knew. The likelihood of catching that and chickenpox was like fucking rare. So, but when they came over there through the influx, stuff that was being said in the news was that the migrant children had measles, and parents didn't want to vaccinate them. So the measles came because of where they have probably, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, no access to vaccines of medicine like that, like we do, you know. But at the same time, given the opportunity, some vaccinated, some didn't, some did whatever. You know what I mean? So we had quite a good number of cases, which was, I was like, what? You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, 40. I was 45. I was like, measles at this age, this day and age, you know. I kind of like when RFK Jr. fights back. So, listen, Black family, stay black, stay encourageable today. It's gonna be a beautiful day. Stay tuned for Shabaka or Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, which will be coming on in about 2, maybe 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. Stay tuned. Should be a good little experience. Yeah, and then tomorrow is Frontline Black News, the usual scheduled time. I may come back and do another RVA maybe this evening, depending on what time I get home. And I kind of want to see if maybe Jesse beat me, but if not, I want to see if he can get on to help me hold down the show a little bit. The last time I did an RVA, they kept getting cut off and shut off, and I wasn't paying attention to it. Like, it would just shut me down. So this time, right now, this worked out pretty good with being over here. And when I go back, I might need him to help me, because for some other reason it was kicking me out. It kicks me out a lot lately when I'm at my own spot, when it didn't before. So stay black, stay dangerous. Wish me luck on getting these packets to the press for Jesse. And yeah, we'll be back. Stay tuned for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, coming live and direct here shortly. Stay black. Peace.